It was late when we pulled up to the cabin. The headlights of our Suburban reflected off the darkened windows, briefly shining on the ominous trees that surrounded us. It had been a long drive, and the change in altitude was taking its toll. My parents were normally pretty lively, but I could tell they were beginning to get on each other's nerves. They never bickered, at least in front of us, but tonight they were unusually quiet. A slight drizzle started in the night sky, and we all jumped out of the SUV while grabbing our bags. Dad went straight for the cabin while we quickly made our way behind him. Inside the cabin was picture perfect. It looked exactly like the ad on Airbnb. It was more luxurious than rustic, but we preferred it that way. Normally we would have just stayed at the family cabin on my mom's side, but the forest fires over the summer had finally taken their toll. We were disappointed, but it was only a matter of time. Paintings of landscapes and majestic animals lined the walls, to the point that it was almost obnoxious, but that was probably just me being overcritical. The week at the cabin was always a treat everyone looked forward to. It was one of the few things that my family did religiously, aside from maybe going to church on Christmas. My brother and I scoured the cabin for our new rooms. I ended up taking the loft, which sat in the nook of the A-frame that looked down into the rest of the cabin. Updated carpet as well as log-styled furniture filled the space. In the corner there was a dated TV, with one of those VCRs built in, but nothing else around it. The walls were designed like logs. The roof angled somewhat sharply, and facing out the rear of the cabin was a large window. I was able to look out and see the forest that seemed to engulf us. The moon was playing its part in adding a slightly eerie vibe, casting shadows amidst its pale light. I laid my stuff on the bed and glanced out, taking in the breathtaking view. I turned to put my stuff away and noticed a small door outlined in the log-styled wall. It had a small brass knob that barely stuck out and blended in almost perfectly, had it not been for the obnoxious lock that kept it closed. The lock looked old and heavy-duty. The opening on it appeared that the key must have been equally large and awkward. Everything in this cabin seemed new, or at least updated aside from the TV in the corner, so it was strange to see something so out of place. I put my things away, paid the random small door no mind. Not much later, my mother called us from the living room, and we all slowly gathered from our separate areas. I don't know about you guys, but I'm very hungry. Does anyone want to come with me to go get some food? She asked. Seeing how the cabin didn't have Wi-Fi, and we were virtually off the grid, I volunteered. My brother and dad were either too tired or not hungry enough to care, so we made it a girls' trip, back into town. "So, how do you like the cabin so far?" Mom asked as we got buckled into the SUV. "I mean, I like our old cabin, but I guess this one's slightly nicer. It's newer, but I wish it had Wi-Fi, or at least a real TV," I said, trying not to complain. "Yeah, the old cabin was nice. It was much closer, but we got a screaming deal on this one. It's probably because it's in the middle of nowhere, but I guess that's the point." We drove out of the woods and back into the road leading us into Gavin County. The radio softly played some kind of country music, and Mom went over the plans for the week, most of which were things not taking place at the actual cabin itself. We drove on the empty road, occasionally passing another vehicle, undoubtedly another poor family being forced to spend time together, so I thought. The thing I liked about the old cabin was that there were other cabins nearby, some of which we were even friends with. But out here, out in the middle of the woods, I felt so incredibly isolated. We drove down to the town where the half-dozen lights of whatever businesses that were still open glowed faintly. I feel like most small towns seem to have at least one Chinese place, which unfortunately this one didn't. But like every small town, it did have a gas station and a pawn shop, but not much else. There was one diner, however, that still seemed to be open. It had a few cars parked out front, which we ended up pulling into, considering we had no other options in town. The diner almost seemed to have a 70s style to it, but I doubt that it was on purpose. We walked inside and low commotions could be heard faintly in the nearly empty diner. An older gentleman, standing behind the counter, gave a brief smile and nodded to a booth. "Hope y'all are hungry," he said. "Indeed we are," Mom replied. We sat down and ordered. The man we assumed to be our waiter didn't write anything down, just nodded after each thing. "I'll get that for you right quick," he said, ducking back into the kitchen. We were both tired and, worst of all, hungry. A moment of appreciated silence fell between us. I could tell my mom was thinking of something to say to start a conversation, but the man returned too quickly with our food. "Y'all from out of state?" he asked while placing our orders in front of us. My mom was taken aback. "Oh no, is it that obvious?" "It's not obvious," he smiled. "I saw your place when you pulled in. So, what brings you here?" My mom laughed. "Yeah, we're just getting away from it all. Our family cabin burnt down last summer, so we decided to try something different." "That's too bad," he said. The man turned to leave before my mom awkwardly asked, "Any fun hikes here in town?" in hopes of getting me excited about this trip. The man walked back over to our table while scratching his chin. "Fun hikes, huh? Well, we don't do a lot of hiking around here. Isn't safe unless you're packing a firearm of some kind. Lots of bears and other things lurking around. This is more of a place you just drive through." He paused. "We do have a horseshoe museum though, which I don't recommend." He chuckled. "Sorry, miss, not much going on here." My mom's attempt to cheer me up had failed miserably. "Dang, I'm sure we'll find something," Mom replied. "I hope you find it before it finds you," the man said before dipping away into the kitchen. "Why are old people so creepy?" I whispered. "Oh, he was just having fun with us. Plus, that's how old people talk," my mom said. We ate our meal and the man came by once or twice to fill our drinks. Both times he was silent, just smiled. We paid our bill and walked out to the SUV. The drive back to the cabin was no less eerie than the first time. The dark trees lined both sides of the road, begging the question, what else lurked inside? We made it back to the cabin around midnight. Time had gotten away from us. My dad and brother had gone to bed, but I could still hear noise coming from Eric's room. He was probably just on his Nintendo Switch. I went upstairs to the loft and got ready for bed. The loft was nice, but there weren't any blinds on the large window. It wasn't so much an issue because who would have seen me, but it was weird, being able to look out into the vast woods, unsure of what was looking back. The next morning I woke to the warm sun slowly rising through the trees. It was earlier than what time I would have normally gotten up at, but the light slowly creeping in made it impossible to go back to bed. I went downstairs to the kitchen to find my brother already awake. He was just sitting in the living room, playing some more on a Switch. He was always on that thing. "Is anyone else up?" I asked, still wiping the sleep from my eyes. He glanced up briefly. Doesn't look like it," he said, before returning back to his game. "Good call, bro," I said, working my way over to the fridge. At the old family cabin, we normally kept the fridge stocked, but at this one, it had slipped our minds to bring food. The fridge was empty. I wasn't starving, but I would need to get food soon. I'll just wait for Mom and Dad to get up, I thought. In the meantime, I racked my brain on what to do. I went back upstairs and got dressed for a hike. I wasn't an outdoorsy girl by any means, but I did love a good walk. The sun in all its glory was peering in stronger now. The faint chirps of birds and other critters could be heard softly coming from outside. I went downstairs and outside. The morning air was brisk but fresh, with the smell of damp leaves. The cabin's exterior was neatly landscaped. A stone path led around to the back, which I slowly went on as I stretched. Around back was more of the same. Stones were placed neatly, guiding me to the woods, undoubtedly leading me to a trail. I followed the stone path out into the woods, and the neatly placed stones eventually stopped at a basic dirt path, one much less cared for. A quick 20-minute walk couldn't hurt. I always had a rule that the second I couldn't see a path, I would stop and turn around. No sense in getting lost in woods I was unfamiliar with. Plus, knowing my brother, he would probably forget to tell my parents I went out for a walk. I walked a good 5 minutes when I remembered the conversation from last night. The old man at the diner recommended I have a gun when going into the woods. I stopped in my tracks. That's right, I sighed, totally unprepared if something were to happen. But then I remembered what my mom said. He was just giving us a hard time. I debated briefly before continuing my hike. I continued walking for another 20 minutes or so. Not only did the trail eventually end, but at the end of it was a weird sight. It was barely visible, but just sitting off to the left of the trail, down a little ways, appeared to be an old concrete structure. I like to discover things, sure, but I also knew better than to investigate a strange building out in the middle of the woods, at least by myself. Had Eric ever stopped playing Zelda, or I had one of my parents with me, I would have peeked inside, but being a young girl alone in the woods, no chance. That was until I noticed how dilapidated it was. I could almost see all of it from the outside. It was more of a large frame of a shed than anything. There wouldn't be much to investigate as it looked more dangerous from a structural standpoint, rather than some villainous hideout. The unassuming structure spoke to me, drawing me in like a wounded puppy needing attention. I stepped off the path. I can take a quick peek, I guess, I thought to myself. The hollow shed was just a few hundred feet away from the trail. I would have to be seriously disoriented to not find it again. The odds of the menacing bears that lurked in the woods staying inside of here were incredibly small. A concrete frame stood, mostly eroded, and whatever remnants of the roof had been there had been removed a long time ago, if ever existing at all. There were window frames, but no glass. As I got closer, I noticed a very strange sight, more so than the shed itself. Hanging on a rusted nail just outside the doorway was a large key. But to add to the mystery of this key was the weirdest thing dangling off of a keychain connected to it. The best way to describe it was that it appeared to be a rabbit's foot, but the trinket didn't have any fur. A nasty-looking bone protruded out of one end and came to a point, much like that of a talon or a claw. I didn't have a reason, but I picked up the key. Its weight was rather impressive for such a small item. I tried not to touch the gross-looking keychain on the other end. I was gonna put it back, but something caught my eye. Inside the concrete frame in the center of the floor was a large metal hatch. The hatch itself was rusted and looked incredibly heavy. To my dismay, it was open and sat back about 160 degrees, not quite touching the other side. I froze in horror. Two things immediately came to realization as I saw drag marks leading down and into the hatch, but also scratch marks on the inside portion of the lid. I knew immediately that this wasn't the place I should be. Something incredibly sinister was taking place here, but I couldn't be sure what it was. Not the slightest spark of courage or curiosity came forth. If anything, I was repelled by the sight. That was enough for today. The shock of seeing the strange bunker and the insidious signs of foul play. I slipped the key into my pocket and backpedaled away from the concrete structure. I didn't want to take my eyes off the hatch, for fear of whatever lurked beneath sprang forth and dragged me down into the endless abyss below. I quickly found the trail, my nerves slowly calming down the further I got away from the cryptic hatch. I made my way back to the cabin. My mind wondered what mysteries were held in the bunker below. A makeshift meth lab, a well, a shelter someone tried to build and deserted halfway through. My hunger was getting the better of me. My parents had better been awake by now. It didn't take long for the cabin to slowly come back into view. I could see my room, aka the loft, a good distance away, Creepy to think someone could very well be able to see me, and I'd have no idea. I made it back to the cabin and was delighted to see my dad cooking eggs in the kitchen. Eric was still on the couch and didn't seem to have even moved from the last time I saw him. I could hear my mom singing from her bedroom, still getting ready for the day. "Hey, Kay," Dad said, glancing up briefly from the eggs. I smiled. "Hey, Dad, making some for me?" I asked hopefully. I wasn't, but I can," he said. "That would be amazing." "So, how was your walk?" Dad asked. "It was actually pretty good. I didn't see any bears, and there's a nice little path that leads a pretty good way out into the woods." I don't know why, but I debated on telling him about the bunker. Like mentioning it would have caused a negative consequence or something. I didn't mention the hatch, but I mentioned the structure. That way I had some form of deniability of going close to it. "I saw a little spooky shed building out in the woods. I might check it out later." My dad nodded. "Ooh, sounds like a little family activity for later." Before I could respond, Eric shouted from the couch, "That sounds lame. We need to go to the lake like our last cabin." My dad and I shared a silent moment of judging Eric before dishing me up some eggs. By this time, my mom exited her room wearing workout clothes. "Did I hear something about a hike?" she asked. "Yeah, Kay said there was a little old trail out back." I interrupted. "And there weren't any bears," I said, smiling. Mom smiled. "Oh, that's right, the creepy old guy from the diner," she chuckled. "Well, I'm ready." "What about you, Stephen?" Mom said, looking at my dad. "Oh, right now? Yeah, sure," Dad said, somewhat caught off guard. "Kay, hike round 2? Check out the spooky shed?" my dad said to me. I glanced up from the eggs mid-chew. Yeah, no." "Cool, parents only hike it is. See you guys in a bit." My parents left the cabin, and I finished breakfast before heading upstairs. I could see my parents through the window outside as they ventured deeper into the woods. The hike I went on didn't result in any sweat, so I stayed in my workout clothes. Out of the corner of my eye, the large out-of-place padlock caught my attention. I turned my head slightly and saw the outline of the door that blended in so well. Weird. I looked at the lock for a brief moment before an idea slowly came into my mind. It took me longer than it should have, but I finally realized that the lock looked to be of the same material as that large random key I found out in the woods. I pulled the key from my pocket and felt the weight of the cold metal. The grotesque keychain dangled lifelessly, causing my skin to crawl. I have to get rid of that. I walked over to the door and knelt down. I didn't even have the key in the lock before my heart began to race. It was as if I knew that this could possibly work. I inserted the key with odd smoothness and gave it a twist. A heavy click could be heard, and to my satisfaction, the lock clicked open. "Whoa," I whispered. I pulled hard on the door, which caught on part of the carpet. It was clear that whoever renovated this place didn't plan on opening this door. I pulled harder, pushing my foot against the wall for more leverage, but the door only opened a few inches. Damn, the hard part of finding the key was done. I just had to open the damn thing. I pulled harder, but was only rewarded with a slight opening of a couple of inches. I peered inside what little I could, but was disappointed in not having a clear view. I stuck my arm inside, reaching around for anything, and to my surprise, I felt an open cardboard box. It was heavy, but I pulled it towards the door. I couldn't pull the box to the door, but once I pulled it closer, I was able to reach inside. I started pulling random objects out of the box and through the small door. To my surprise, I started pulling videotapes that were old and had written labels on them. Some of the labels had titles or dates, much like any home movie a family would have made. All of the titles seemed inconspicuous, like Family Vacation 1 or Grandma and Grandpa Visit. I fished around for more and ended up finding about 9 tapes in total. The tapes that had dates on them told me that these must have been filmed decades ago, sometime in the early 80s. Seeing how I was bored out of my mind, I picked up one of the tapes and took them over to the old TV that sat in the corner of the loft. I was fully expecting to be disappointed and that the TV was not going to work, but when I pressed the power button on, the TV gave off a loud buzz and slowly began to illuminate. I inserted the tape that was titled Family Vacation 1 into the TV as the screen continued to get warm. The tape seemed to be halfway through the film and needed to be rewinded. I got distracted and was content with watching where the tape was at. On the screen was a clearly dated timeline, which seemed to take place in a small town. It was mainly just scenes of people walking around. After a few frames in, the cameraman seems to focus in on a family walking around what I assumed to be Gavin County at the time, as they went about their normal day of vacation. It didn't strike me odd at first, as the scenes depicted a happy family eating in a restaurant and walking through whatever town they were in. However, all of these seemed to be at a distance. It wasn't until the family got into a red station wagon and drove away that I realized that whoever was filming wasn't with them. The scene quickly cut and now the grainy TV was showing me a wooden landscape as the person filming was now driving. This only lasted for a few seconds before it changed again quickly. Now it showed a first-person perspective, as someone walked in the woods, but they didn't seem to be on any type of trail. I wasn't sure at this point if these images were connected in any way. They just seemed random. That was until the last scene of the tape finally showed a cabin a good ways away, one much more dated and older than this one. However, I did notice something that made me uncomfortable. Parked out front of the cabin was a bright red station wagon. One I assumed was the same one the family had gotten into earlier. The tape ended and a black screen filled the TV before automatically rewinding itself. I put in a second tape that was only titled with a date. This one had been rewinded, unlike the first one. This took place in a city. It was nighttime. Skyscrapers could be seen illuminated, and a handful of pedestrians went about their way. The scenes in this video didn't last very long, as they only lasted a few seconds, most of which were just empty buildings or parking garages. Some scenes had either a person or two, but it was clear that they didn't know they were being filmed. This tape only seemed to last no longer than 5 minutes, but that's all it was. Just eerie scenes of people unaware that they were being watched in empty locations. I grabbed a third tape, this one titled, My First Friend. I inserted the tape and an image of an old house appeared on the screen. The house seemed run down, sitting out in an unkept field of some kind. It was bright out. Again, the perspective was first person. So far in all of these tapes, I didn't get to see who was filming. This tape was one continuous shot. The person slowly approached the home, which it was clear that it was abandoned. The front door had been boarded up. The scene slowly showed us walking around the house, filming its windows outside and peering in. We turn the corner to come into the backyard and see that the back door is wide open. The person filming slowly approaches, and we can see on the brick steps a dark stain leading through the doorway. I begin to get more uneasy. We see the camera get close to the stains, but we're not able to make anything out of it. It then goes back to the first person and we're led inside. Despite the home being abandoned, there's still furniture and appliances inside. However, it's completely destroyed and clear that someone or some type of animal had once made this their home. Trash and leaves are scattered about the house. The stains could be seen in some shots and crying began to be heard from inside. The cameraman follows the stains which lead to an open doorway. He pauses as the cries get louder. He then peers inside the doorway to see another set of stairs, this time leading down into a dark basement. He then takes a single step before the scene abruptly ends. What the hell were these tapes? I ejected the tape and set it with all the others. I made sure to lay them all out so I could see all of their labels. I saw a tape that was titled Family Vacation 2, which I assumed to be a continuation of the first tape. I hesitated. I wasn't sure what I was about to watch. My mind raced as I could only assume the worst. I found myself becoming more and more uneasy, but I inserted the tape anyways. The scene started with the morbid image of a dead deer on the side of the road. Its body was bloated and clearly it had been impacted by a vehicle moving at high speeds. A stick could be seen briefly poking at its dead body before the scene changed. It was more driving, but it was dark out. I could barely make out the silhouette of trees and the dim headlights of the cameraman's car. He pulled over to the side of the road and the scene ended. The screen went black, but I could hear sounds of something being dragged through the woods. This was the first time I heard the cameraman speak. He swore softly as he grunted while doing something laborious off screen. A light could finally be seen as the scene changed. We were outside of the cabin from earlier, but not terribly far away. The light inside the cabin revealed the family from earlier, but enjoying their evening oblivious that this person was outside filming. The family seemed to be laughing or talking as we sat quietly in the darkness. This went on for a while as we just sat still and watched. Finally, the lights from inside go off and the dragging sound continues. We hear something being dragged onto what sounds like wooden boards before the scene changes abruptly. It's morning time now, and we can see the front of the cabin. We are behind a big tree, and we can see the dead deer from earlier on the porch, laying in front of the door before the tape ends. It had seemed that each tape I put in, it got more and more disturbing, more unsettling. I grabbed another tape, but I could only imagine the worst. This one was titled, Dinner with Friend. This tape was at the end of the recording, so I had to rewind it to the beginning. This took a few moments as the screen was blue, slowly blinking rewind as the whirring sound could be heard within the TV. I was fixated on the screen, completely obsessed with the stash of nostalgic, morbid tapes. The rewinding had stopped, and I hit play, completely unaware of what I was about to watch. To my shock, the screen immediately displayed an image of a woman gagged and bloodied. She was staring directly in front of the camera, sobbing. She was in some kind of dark room with a very dull flashlight shined right on her face. "Oh my gosh," I whispered, putting my hand over my mouth. The camera slowly stepped away, revealing her leg was chained to a concrete wall. "I want you to meet my friend," a soft masculine voice said from behind the camera. "Maybe we can all be friends." The camera then turned and pointed to the other side of the room, revealing a large unfinished basement. But one you wouldn't find in a house, more like some kind of abandoned building. Several concrete pillars stood, and the man shined his light in between them, as if he was expecting something to come out of the darkness. You couldn't see the other end of the basement, but I was beginning to fear that the cameraman was the least of this poor woman's problems. You could hear the chain behind the cameraman move slightly, the woman's soft sobs continuing. "Richard," the man cooed, as if trying to coax out a pet from underneath the couch gently. The man began to chuckle. "I don't know if that's his real name, but I like to think that's what he'd like to be called. He doesn't like to talk." The light continued to scan in the dark, before resting on a pale figure that could be seen briefly, poking its head out from behind a pillar. The figure was at a distance, and the viewer was not able to get a good look. Plus, the camera quality was incredibly poor, just pixels of what I assumed to be something terrible. The woman, despite being gagged, began to scream terrified, muffled cries. She clearly didn't like what she just saw. The man filming began to backpedal, clearly worried. "There he is," he whispered. "There's Richard. You get to meet him." The woman continued to scream while trying to follow the cameraman, who was clearly distancing himself before the chain had reached its end. The man filming continued to back up, leaving the woman in between himself and the mysterious pale figure in the darkness. The camera then held still as the woman pulled on the chain frantically. The beam of the flashlight would occasionally shine on her, and then behind her, as if it expected to see something coming from the darkness. To my absolute horror, I saw why the woman was so frantic. Slowly approaching from the darkness appeared to be something tall. It was hard to make out details at first, seeing that the lens was not focused on him. I could tell by the pale outline that whatever this thing was, it was not wearing any clothes, and it most certainly wasn't human. The creature slowly came into view, revealing a horrifying face. Skin pulled tight over sharp and ragged bones. Eyes sunk deep into its head, and teeth seemed to spill out of his mouth as it appeared to be smiling. Long arms reached forward, grabbing hold of the chain with clawed hands, and began to slowly pull the woman toward them. The woman tried to pull back, but it was useless. "Shh," the man hushed. "Don't scare him. It'll only make it worse." This only made the woman panic more. The woman slowly got pulled away, and I hoped to God that the tape would end like the others, but it didn't. The creature grabbed hold of the woman's arm and pulled it effortlessly off of her body. Blood spewed violently as the creature dropped her and began to take large bites at the removed limb. But it then did something that baffled me. Something even more horrible than this nightmare that came to life on the screen. It then held out the limb to the woman as she flailed on the ground in pain and stared at her. It extended its hand towards her mouth and sliced off the gag and held her flesh towards her face. "Eat it," the man whispered. "He wants to share with you." The cameraman then slowly inched forward as he tried to get a good shot of what was happening when the scene ended. I tried to mentally digest what I just saw. I couldn't believe it. I had easily just witnessed the worst thing I'd ever seen. Why the hell were these tapes here, and who made them? I got up and removed myself from the tapes and went downstairs. I had to tell my parents. I had to tell them what I had found and turn these tapes into the police. Eric had made his way over to the kitchen and was eating a snack, oblivious of the horrors I just saw. His Switch was charging next to him. "Where's Mom and Dad?" I asked, somewhat on edge. He glanced in my direction, but he didn't look at me. "Good question. Still on that hike, I guess." I checked the time. I had easily just watched an hour of who knows what. There's no way they're still on that trail. Maybe they found another trailer, went into town without telling us. I checked outside and the SUV was still parked out front. I then remembered the hatch. I just prayed that they didn't do anything stupid, that they had enough common sense to leave the mysterious hatch alone. But I was worried. I waited for them for another hour, but they never showed. It was now late in the afternoon. It was going to get dark soon. I took the keys to the SUV and made my way over to the front door. "Eric, you should probably come with me. I'm gonna head into town and, get ice cream. You wanna come?" I had to lie. I knew if I told him the truth, then he wouldn't believe me, or he just wouldn't listen. "Ice cream? Yeah, but shouldn't we wait for Mom and Dad?" I paused. No. They wouldn't want us to go anyways." He had a smile on his face, and I knew he was in. We went outside and got into the SUV and took off back into town. It took us longer than I remembered, but we rolled in around 4 p.m. To my surprise, despite finally having cellular data again, the town didn't have a police station. I called 911 and got an operator on the line, but when she asked me for the address, I completely blanked. "The address? There's no address, it's just some cabin in the woods." The woman on the other line wasn't helpful. "Well, what's your emergency that you'd like to report?" A slight hint of sass in her voice. "My parents have been missing all morning. I don't know what to do." The woman paused before responding. "Well, let me see what I can do." I kept the woman on the line and drove back to the cabin, still on hold as we waited for a response. Eric was upset about the ice cream, but I told him I'd make it up to him later. I parked outside the cabin and told him to wait here and talk to the operator if she ever got back on the line. I knew what I had to do. I had to look for them, myself. I went into the cabin and found a large steak knife in the kitchen, and a flashlight under the sink. For good measure, I went back upstairs and grabbed the key and put it in my pocket. I went out the back door of the cabin and headed on the trail that led deep into the woods. The trail was less pleasant than earlier, my mind still swarming with thoughts of what I just witnessed on that old TV. I just hoped that my parents had gotten lost or something incredibly harmless happened, but it was so unlike them just to run off like this. I approached the end of the trail and peered down to the structure where the hatch was. I walked down slowly, unsure of what I was about to see. To my surprise, as I walked closer, I saw that the hatch from earlier was no longer open, but was now closed. The hatch had a similar lock on it like the one the closet had from inside the cabin. I felt around and retrieved the key from my pocket, the long rush trinket still attached. I inserted the key and twisted. The lock gave much more resistance this time, but eventually clicked open. I lifted the heavy hatch, which required most of my strength, and peered down inside. Below was an old ladder that descended about 15 feet or so. At the bottom, I could see a concrete floor that had leaves and some dirt scattered about. "Mom? Dad?" I called. No answer. I shined my light down. I guided the light in hopes of seeing another sign of something to better explain what this place was, but nothing. "This is so stupid," I whispered as I lowered myself down the hatch and onto the ladder. Once at the bottom of the ladder, a smell of mold mixed with something foul and offensive struck my nostrils. It was overwhelming. It took me a moment to catch my breath and focus at the task at hand. Once at the bottom of the ladder, I saw that I was now in a much bigger room than what I initially thought. Cement floors and walls extended in other directions, making me unsure of what lurked beyond in the dark. I shuffled slowly in, stepping further and further away from the light that came in from the open hatch. My heart was already racing when I heard a sound that made me regret everything. The sound of tearing and breaking of bones could be heard not too far off into the darkness. I stopped and turned off my light, and feared that I just made myself known to whatever was down here. Before I could turn, a hand grabbed my mouth and pulled me away. I swung the knife hard behind me, in the direction of the hand, but I missed. I tried to scream, but the hand muffled my mouth. I got ready to stab when I heard the whisper of a familiar voice. "Kay, you have to be quiet," my mom said, in a hushed and worried tone. She slowly released me and I calmed down. I felt a mixture of emotions, but aside from the overwhelming dread, I was relieved. I'd found my mother, and she was still alive. My mind was now slowly putting together what was going on when she spoke. "We need to leave. We aren't alone down here," she said, trying not to cry. My blood ran cold. "Where's Dad?" I asked, frantically. My mother paused. Something took him. It took him into the darkness a while ago, and it's been making that sound for a while. I don't think he's coming back, sweetie." I had so many questions. I was so confused. Why were they even down here? What took him? My mother got up and held my hand. "Thanks for opening the hatch, sweetie," she whispered. By this time, the light outside had gone. We needed the flashlight to find the ladder. I turned on the light and shined it behind us when my mom whispered, "Wait." I panicked. I turned the light off, unsure of what to do. The ominous sounds from the darkness had stopped. A brief moment of silence hung in the odorous air. Whatever was down here with us was trying to listen, trying to locate us. I felt myself bolting backwards as my mother began to pull me to the ladder. Cries erupted from behind us, sending waves of terror throughout my body. We didn't have to go far, but we both had to climb the ladder, and quickly. My mother went first, but quickly went up, and I followed her impatiently. I could hear her coming for us. My mother finally cleared the ladder and reached down to pull me up. "Oh my gosh," she cried, as she could see it behind me. I climbed like my life depended on it. My mom reached down and lifted me up. I grabbed the hatch and slammed it down, but something obstructed it. I felt resistance pushing against it as I pushed down hard on the heavy hatch. A pale hand clawed at us, trying to grab hold of us to drag us down. My mother and I put all of our weight on the heavy metal, knowing that if we failed, we were both dead. By some miracle, the hand had retracted back into the darkness, and we closed the hatch while locking it. We sat on top of it as we caught our breaths with tears in our eyes. We could hear muffled screams beneath us, as whatever this thing was now locked away. It was nighttime now. Our long back to the cabin was one of sadness and relief. My name is Derek Shaw. I'm a survivalist, a man with a deep passion for nature and the wilderness. There's something about stripping life down to its basics. No tents, no gadgets, just me, the earth, and what I can pull from it. Over the years, I've spent more nights than I can count under the stars, in forests and mountains where most wouldn't dare to tread alone. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened a few months ago. I tried to push it out of my mind, try to bury the memory in the same way I buried my fire pits. But the truth has a way of gnawing at you, like the wind rattling the branches in the dead of night. I guess I'm finally ready to tell my story. The story of the most horrific camping encounter of my life. It was in Algonquin, a place I thought I knew well, a place I loved. Now I'll never look at it the same again. The air was cold enough to sting my lungs with each breath, and the snow crunched under my boots as I trudged deeper into the forest. I've been to Algonquin countless times, but never here, never this deep into the untouched wilderness. That was the thrill of it, the unknown. A stretch of land where no trails led and no campers had ever likely set foot. I carried just enough gear to get by. A flint, a small hatchet, a few essentials, but the rest, as always, would come from the land. That's how I did things. The tree grew denser the further I went, their branches sagging under the weight of snow. The landscape was quiet, almost too quiet, except for the occasional crack of a branch or the rustle of wind whipping through the evergreens. It was that stillness, that isolation that made my heart race in a way nothing else could. This part of the forest was new to me, untouched and wild. I could feel the excitement building as I scanned the terrain for a suitable campsite. After another hour or so of hiking, I found it. A small clearing nestled between two towering spruces, their branches arching above to form a natural canopy. The ground was blanketed in snow, but beneath it, I could make out a rise in the land, an ideal spot for shelter. I dropped my pack and stretched, surveying the space. It was perfect. Untouched by human hands. The idea of being the first to camp here, to explore these woods, sent a rush of energy through me. I could already picture the fire crackling in the center of my clearing, my shelter set up against the wind. This would be my home, at least for the next few nights. Once the fire was going, the warmth of the flames began to melt the cold that had settled deep into my bones. The light flickered against the snowy backdrop, casting shadows that danced along the tree line. I took a deep breath, savoring the stillness for a moment before getting to work on my shelter. I gathered branches from the nearby trees, testing each one for strength before laying them out in a rough framework. A simple lean-to would do for the night. I layered the branches with smaller brush to insulate against the wind, which had started to pick up. My movements were automatic. This was routine for me by now. But as I worked, something began to feel off. It was subtle at first, just a faint tug at the back of my mind. A strange sense that something was different. I paused for a moment listening, but all I heard was the crackle of the fire and the occasional whisper of wind through the trees. I shook it off and kept working, telling myself it was just the unfamiliarity of the place, the excitement of discovering new territory. But the feeling didn't go away. In fact, It grew stronger with each passing minute. I stood up straight, wiping the sweat from my brow despite the cold, and glanced around the clearing. My eyes scanned the tree line, searching for movement, anything out of the ordinary. But there was nothing. Just the quiet snow-covered woods. And yet the sensation crept up my spine, like a cold hand pressing against the back of my neck. It was irrational, I told myself. I was alone out here. I had to be. But there was something about the way the tree stood, the way the shadows seemed to shift just beyond the fire's rage. I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was watching me. I felt this way before back in my early days of camping. That unsettling sense of being watched, always lurking just beneath the surface, gnawing at my nerves. I used to chalk it up to my imagination, the natural paranoia of being alone in the wilderness. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself, that feeling never fully went away. After getting camp set up, I decided to head out and forage. I'd packed some emergency rations, but I always preferred living off of the land. Mushrooms, berries, the occasional fish if I got lucky. It was all part of the challenge, part of why I loved survivalist camping. As the fire flickered behind me, I grabbed my small foraging sack and made my way into the trees, the snow crunching softly beneath my boots. It wasn't long before I found signs of life, a set of tracks leading off deeper into the forest. At first I thought they were deer tracks. The pattern was familiar, but as I looked closer, something wasn't quite right. The prints were spaced strangely, almost like they'd been made by something walking on two legs, rather than four. I crouched down, examined them closely. Bipedal, but still shaped like hooves. A chill ran down my spine. I told myself it was silly, that there was a perfectly reasonable explanation. Deer occasionally stand on their hind legs, especially when startled or trying to reach higher branches. It was rare, but not impossible. Still, something about these tracks felt off, unnatural. That's when the thought crept into my mind, the legend of the Wendigo. I had heard the stories before, whispered around campfires late at night. A monstrous creature that roamed the forest, once human but transformed by hunger that could never be satisfied. I shook my head, pushing the thought aside. It was ridiculous, I told myself. Just a story, a legend meant to spook children. Still staring at those tracks, I couldn't help but feel the cold fingers of dread tightening around me. I decided to head back to camp, my mind still buzzing with thoughts of the strange tracks. On my way, I came across a fallen log, and there, clustered near its base, I found a patch of velvet foot mushrooms. Small brown-capped fungi that thrived even in cold weather. I recognized them immediately. They were edible, and their resilience in these conditions always amazed me. There wasn't much, but enough to complement the winter berries I'd gathered earlier. I carefully plucked a few of the mushrooms and made my way back to camp, revealed to have found something familiar. Once there, I tossed a few more branches onto the fire, stoking the flames back to life. The crackle and warmth steadied me as I prepared a simple meal, grateful that the wilderness could still provide, even in the dead of winter. After eating, I settled into my shelter, letting the fire's warmth wrap around me as I lay back. The quiet of the forest was soothing, and the flicker of the flames lulled me into a sense of calm. Before long, I drifted off to sleep. But something deep into the night, something stirred me awake. At first I thought it was the wind, but there was a rhythm to the noise, a deliberate crunching sound, something moving slowly just outside the camp. My heart raced as I strained to listen, my breath freezing in the cold air. It wasn't the wind. Something was creeping around the perimeter of my camp, each step slow, calculated. Whatever it was close. I gripped my hunting knife tightly, my fingers tense around the handle as I listened. Whatever it was It sounded large, but its steps were small, deliberate. It wasn't a bear. I'd encountered bears in the wild before, and they made much more noise, especially when trudging through snow. No, this was something else. Something quieter, more cautious. As I strained my ears trying to make sense of the sounds, a strange foul odor drifted through the air. It was faint at first, but quickly grew stronger. It smelled of decay, like something rotting, foul and unnatural. My stomach turned and I felt a chill creep over me that had nothing to do with the cold. The fire was dying, its light fading fast. I couldn't let it go out, not with something creeping around out here. Slowly I reached over and grabbed a few pieces of wood, throwing them onto the embers. Sparks flew up, and the fire flickered back to life, casting long dancing shadows around the trees. I sat up, listening intently, knife in hand, trying to locate the source of the smell and the sounds. But as the wind picked up, the noises began to fade. It was as if whatever had been circling the camp was walking away, its footsteps growing softer and softer until they disappeared completely into the night. For a long time, I just sat there, my senses on high alert, waiting for the sound to return, but all I heard was the wind rustling through the trees. After what felt like an eternity of silence, I finally let myself relax a little, convincing myself that whatever had been there was gone. The rest of the night passed without incident, and despite the unease gnawing at the back of my mind, I eventually drifted off again. The forest remained quiet, almost peaceful, but that lingering sense of something watching me never truly left. The next morning, with the sun shining through the trees and the fire reduced to glowing embers, the events of the previous night felt distant, like a half-remembered dream. The unsettling sounds, the strange smell, all of it seemed like the product of an overactive mind, stirred up by the isolation. I packed up what little I had to use and set off to forage again, my focus shifting back to the task at hand. The forest was calm, and the cold air felt refreshing. But as I wandered further from the camp, that creeping sense of unease returned. It wasn't anything immediate. No sounds, no movement, just a feeling, gnawing at the edge of my awareness. Then, I saw them. Tracks in the snow. My breath caught in my throat as I crouched down to get a better look. The same hoof tracks from yesterday. The same strange pattern, as though whatever left them here was walking on two legs. And they were close. Too close. My camp wasn't more than 100 yards away, and these tracks, they circled it. I stood up trying to shake off the rising dread. This didn't make sense. I had been sure it was just a deer or some animal, but seeing those tracks again, so close to where I had been sleeping, it was unsettling. My mind raced with possibilities, but I forced myself to stay calm, to keep moving. There was a logical explanation. There had to be. Then, a sharp crack pierced the stillness of the forest, a sound so large it seemed to echo off the trees. It wasn't the rustling of the wind, or the snap of a small twig. It was deliberate, heavy, like a large branch snapping under the weight of something. I whipped around, my eyes scanning the dense forest where the sound had come from. For a moment, I thought I saw something. A large hulking figure, just at the edge of the trees, blending into the shadows. My heart pounded in my chest as I squinted, trying to make out any details. But after a few agonizing moments of silence, the figure was gone. Or maybe it had never been there at all. I stood frozen, the tension building in my chest as my mind fought to rationalize what I had seen, or what I thought I had seen. It had to be my imagination, the shadows playing tricks on me. I hadn't slept well, and the isolation was getting to me. That's all it was. I returned to camp, the strange feeling still clinging to me like a second skin. My mind kept drifting back to those tracks, the heavy snap in the distance, and that brief glimpse of something, if it had been anything at all. I shook it off and focused on gathering wood, deciding to collect more than I needed this time. If nothing else, I wanted the fire to burn strong through the night. As the day dragged on, the sense of being watched never left. It was subtle, like an itch I couldn't scratch, but always there, keeping me on edge. I tried to focus my tasks, checking the perimeter, stoking the fire, but the unease gnawed at me. When the sun began to sink below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, I could feel the tension rising again. Night fell quickly, and soon it was time to settle in. The wind had died down, leaving the forest eerily still. My fire crackled in front of me, the soft glow offering some comfort against the darkness, pressing in from all sides. I lay down, pulling my sleeping bag tight around me, trying to relax. The fire was strong, the camp was secure, everything would be fine. But then, deep into the night, I was jolted awake. A sound. No, a scream. It wasn't close, but it was loud enough to cut through the silence like a blade. A screeching wail, distant but piercing. The sound of something that doesn't belong in the natural world. My heart leapt into my throat, and goosebumps rippled up my arms and neck. I sat up, the knife back in my hand before I realized it. Every muscle in my body was tense, my ears straining to hear anything else. I had heard animals cry out in the night before. Wolves, coyotes, even owls, but this was different. It was a raw, primal sound, full of something I couldn't place. Fear, anger, pain, I didn't know. But whatever had made it, I knew one thing for sure. I'd never heard anything like it before. It was then that the realization had hit me, hard and cold. I was no longer safe. The creature, whatever it was out here, and it was real. The tracks, the strange figure in the shadows, the eerie scream in the night. It had been watching me this whole time, waiting. I didn't know how long it had been lurking, but now, after the scream, I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't alone out here. My mind raced, trying to piece together what to do next. My truck was about 5 miles away, parked near the edge of the trailhead where I had started. 5 miles through dense, dark forest with that thing, whatever it was, out there, stalking me. The thought of escaping, of getting out of these woods gnawed at me. It was the only thing that made sense, the only chance I had. But then, just as I was starting to gather my thoughts, I heard it. Footsteps. Soft at first, distant but unmistakable. They were slow, deliberate, as if whatever was out there wanted me to hear it coming. My pulse quickened and the grip on my knife tightened. The sound was getting closer, each step crunching in the snow, growing louder with each step. I sat frozen, staring out into the darkness beyond the glow of the fire, but I couldn't see anything. The flames flickered weakly now, casting shadows that danced against the trees. It was close, closer than it had been last night. My breath hitched as I tried to steady myself, but the pounding in my chest drowned out every rational thought. I wasn't ready for this. My instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of the camp and head for the truck, but my legs wouldn't move. Fear rooted me to the spot, and all I could do was listen as the footsteps grew nearer, the air thick with the smell of decay once again. I had to make a decision, stay and face whatever was out there, or make a break for it into the unknown darkness. Either way, the creature knew where I was. I had to run. There was no more time to think. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't going to stay there, circling my camp forever. I needed to get to my truck, back to the safety of civilization. The thought of fleeing surged through me like a bolt of adrenaline, but I knew I had to be smart about it. Quiet. I didn't want to alert the creature until I had a head start. I moved quickly, my hands shaking as I tried to pack up my gear. My mind raced, trying to figure out the best route back. The forest was a maze in the dark, but the path wasn't entirely invisible. The snow, coupled with the bright moonlight, reflected enough that I could see through the trees, even if only barely. It was dangerous, but at this point it didn't matter. I'd rather be lost out here than trapped with whatever was stalking me. I grabbed my bag and slung it over my shoulder, keeping my knife gripped tightly in my hand. The weight of the blade was reassuring, even though I wasn't sure if it would do me any good. With one last glance to the dying fire, I stepped away from the camp, moving quickly, but as quietly as I could. As soon as I was out of the small clearing, the sounds returned. The footsteps. They were behind me again, deliberate and slow, like the thing was pacing itself just enough to keep up, but not enough to attack. My heart pounded in my chest, the sound of it so loud in my ears that it drowned out everything else. I couldn't hear the wind or the crackle of snow under my boots, just my own heartbeat, thundering in my ears like a drum. I walked faster, trying not to break into a full run. Running would make too much noise. I needed to stay calm, but every fiber of my being was screaming at me to sprint, to flee into the darkness as fast as I could. I could feel it, just beyond the trees, watching, waiting. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The footsteps were growing louder, keeping pace with me as if it knew I was trying to escape. I clutched the knife tighter, my knuckles turning white. I had no idea how far I'd gone or if I was even heading in the right direction. After what felt like an eternity of weaving through the dark forest, the trees finally began to thin out, and suddenly, I stumbled into a familiar main trail. Relief washed over me for a moment. This was the path that would take me back to my truck. I knew I had to head left, just a few miles left to go, and I'd be safe. My legs burned from the cold and the tension, but I forced myself to keep moving, heart still racing on my chest. Then, it happened. A scream, louder and more terrifying than the one I had heard earlier, shattering the silence. It wasn't just a sound. It was a visceral, blood-chilling wail that echoed through the trees, reverberating inside my skull. My entire body tensed, and without thinking, I spun around, knife in hand, my eyes scanning the forest behind me. That's when I saw it. Standing in the shadows just beyond the tree line, illuminated faintly by the moonlight filtered through the canopy, was the creature. Tall, emaciated, its skin clinging tightly to its bones, pale as death itself. Its eyes, glowing with a sickly, unnatural light, locking into me. The creature was skeletal, its body unnaturally thin, and its mouth stretched over its horrific grin, showing rows of jagged teeth. But what struck me most were the horns. Massive twisted antlers protruding from its head, casting long shadows over its sunken, hollowed face. The Wendigo. It was real. It wasn't just some legend, some old story to scare people around the campfire. It was here. It was hunting me. My blood ran cold, and for a moment I was frozen in place, paralyzed by the sheer terror of what I was witnessing. The creature didn't move, but I could feel its hunger, its malice radiating from it. My heart pounded so loudly, I thought it might burst. This thing, this nightmare-made flesh, wasn't gonna let me leave the forest. I didn't wait for it to move. I bolted. My legs carried me faster than I thought possible down the trail towards my truck, towards safety. But no matter how fast I ran, I could still hear it behind me. The soft, methodical footsteps and the echo of that terrible scream. The Wendigo was coming. The forest blurred around me as I sprinted. My lungs burned with every breath, my legs pumped with a desperation I hadn't known I was capable of. Behind me, the Wendigo was closing in, its footsteps growing louder, faster, more aggressive. I could hear its labored breathing, feel its presence bearing down on me. I was running as fast as I could, but it wasn't enough. It was gaining on me. My heart pounded harder than ever, fear coursing through my veins like fire. I could see the moonlight ahead. The trail was narrowing as it bent through the trees. My truck was still too far, but I had no choice. I had to keep going. Every second counted. Then I heard it. Right behind me. Too close. In a movement of pure survival instinct, I spun around, knife in hand, and lunged at the creature. I drove the blade deep into its chest, the point sticking into its pale skeletal flesh. The Wendigo let out a high-pitched wail of pain, its eyes glowing brighter as it screeched, but my attack barely slowed it down. With one powerful swipe of its long, emaciated arm, it knocked me clean off my feet. I flew through the air, my body tumbling uncontrollably. It felt like I was airborne forever, crashing through the snow and leaves before skidding to a painful stop. I must have flown at least 30 feet, the wind completely knocked out of me. Dazed, I struggled to move, gasping for air, my chest heaving as I tried to regain control. I looked up, my knife still embedded into the creature's chest, but it barely seemed to notice. It stood there, its grotesque form towering over the snow, blood oozing slowly from the wound as it locked its cold, glowing eyes on me. It began to walk towards me, slow and deliberate, like a predator toying with its prey. The way it moved was horrifying, its steps almost unnatural, its hunger palpable. I tried to push myself up, but before I could, the creature let out another deafening roar. The sound tore through the night, a high-pitched screech that pierced my ears and rattled my brain. It was unbearable. The sheer volume of it sent me to my knees, hands clamped over my ears as I cried out in pain, trying to block it out. My head throbbed, my vision blurred, and the world spun around me. I could feel the Wendigo's rage, its hatred in that scream, and it was driving me to the brink of madness. I was helpless, vulnerable, and the Wendigo was closing in. As I knelt there, ears ringing from the creature's horrifying screech, a thought broke through the haze of pain. My flare gun. I'd always packed it for emergencies, as a last resort. This was beyond any emergency I'd ever imagined. The Wendigo was closing in, its twisted form looming over me, ready to strike again. Desperately, I scrambled for my bag, fingers shaking as I fumbled with the zipper. The creature's footsteps were heavy, growing closer with each agonizing second. Finally, I grabbed hold of the flare gun, yanking it free. My heart raced as I cocked the hammer back, my vision still swimming as I raised the flare gun with trembling hands. The Wendigo's glowing eyes locked onto mine, and I could feel its malice, its hunger bearing down on me. Without hesitation, I pulled the trigger. The flare shot out with a blinding flash, filling the night with a brilliant red-orange glow. The world around me lit up in an instant, every tree, every snow-covered branch illuminated in the harsh, fiery light. The flare struck the creature square in the chest, embedding itself next to my knife. For a split second, the Wendigo stood frozen, its skeletal form outlined in the intense light. Then, it screeched again, an ear-piercing guttural wail that shook the very ground beneath me. The flare burned fiercely, sending plumes of smoke curling up towards its chest as the creature thrashed in agony. Its movements became frantic and wild as it staggered backwards, clawing at the burning flare launched in its chest. I watched, breathless, as the Wendigo turned and bolted into the forest, retreating into the dark wilderness from where it had come. The fiery glow of the flare flickered through the trees as the creature vanished into the night, my knife still embedded in its chest. Its howls echoed in the distance, growing fainter and fainter until finally, there was nothing. I collapsed to the ground, my body trembling with exhaustion and relief. The creature had retreated into the forest, but I couldn't waste a second. Pain shot through my body with every step as I forced myself to run. My legs burned and my ribs throbbed from the impact of the Wendigo's earlier strike, but the adrenaline kept me moving. The woods blurred around me as I sprinted towards my truck, each breath sharp and ragged in the freezing air. I burst onto the trail, barely keeping my footing on the icy ground. My truck was just ahead, its shape almost surreal in the moonlight. I stumbled towards it, wrenching the door open and collapsing under the driver's seat. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for the keys, and when I turned the ignition, the engine sputtered and groaned, refusing to catch. Come on, I muttered, panic rising in my chest. My heart pounded in my ears as I glanced frantically at the surrounding forest, half expecting the Wendigo to burst from the trees at any second. Finally, with a rough cough, the engine roared to life. I slammed the truck into drive, but just as I pressed the gas, I heard something. The same sickening screech from before. I whipped my head around and my blood ran cold. The Wendigo was right outside my window. Before I could react, its bony hand smashed through the glass, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. The freezing night air rushed in as its claws raked across my face. The pain was immediate and excruciating, a burning sting that cut into my skin. It was like its touch carried fire, searing my flesh. I screamed in agonizing pain. For a moment I thought it had me, its long fingers digging into my flesh, but I hit the gas, the tires spinning into the snow before catching. The truck lurched forward, and I felt the Wendigo's grip slip as it tumbled away from the window, screeching as I sped down the icy road. The cold air howled through the broken window, biting into my skin like needles, but I kept my foot down on the accelerator. My breath came out in desperate, ragged gasps, my face throbbing from the Wendigo's attack. I glanced into the rearview mirror and saw its tall, dark silhouette. Its glowing eyes locked onto me as it gave chase, its form unnatural and terrifying in the moonlight. It was fast, too fast, but as I pushed the truck harder, I could see the distance between us grow. Slowly, inch by inch, the Wendigo faded into the dark, its silhouette disappearing into the snowy wilderness. But I didn't slow down. Not until I knew I was miles away. For weeks after that night, sleep had been elusive. Even when the exhaustion finally pulled me under, the nightmares always dragged me back into the cold, haunted wilderness. My ribs, fractured from the creature's vicious strike, ached constantly. I hadn't even realized how badly I'd been hurt until I made it home. The adrenaline, the need to survive, it all had numbed the pain until I collapsed in the driveway. Now my body bore the scars of that encounter. 3 long, jagged lines across my face, a permanent reminder of the Wendigo's claws. Every time I look into the mirror, I was forced to relive that night. The night I came face to face with a legend. People had always asked about the scars, and I gave them the same answer: a bear attack. It was easier that way, easier than trying to explain what had really happened. Who would believe me? Tonight, though, the warmth of my home did little to soothe my nerves. Even surrounded by safety, I couldn't shake the lingering dread. It clung to me, a constant shadow always waiting. Then, it came. A sound in the dead of night, cutting through the silence with chilling clarity. A loud screeching wail, unnatural and piercing. I shot up in bed, my breath catching in my throat. The sound was distant but unmistakable. It was the same wail that had shattered the night in Algonquin. My heart raced as I sat there, listening. The creature, whatever it was, it had found me. The Wendigo was still out there. My dad had recently lost his job and moved us across state to his childhood town. It was a small farming town, not really ideal for anyone wanting to do anything with their life, but we were in a tough spot. My dad claimed he wanted to move back to see his parents more, but we weren't close to them. I knew that it was because the housing was so cheap in the area, and it made sense as to why. Everything was so behind in the times, easily dating back at least 10 years. My sister and I were both in middle school, so you can imagine the transition of changing schools halfway through the year. We're at least 2 years apart grade-wise, but 3 years apart in reality. My little sister was very smart for her age, which made things interesting, considering that I had to watch after her. Ever since the accident, I had to take on the role of her mother, which is something no 14-year-old should have to do. I don't know what exactly happened, and Dad doesn't like to talk about it, but I pieced enough of it together that her mother's passing was a violent one. I was so young when it happened that it almost feels like a memory that doesn't belong to me, something merely implanted from someone else's experience. The one thing that got me through such a tough time were my friends, and seeing how I had to leave them, I felt as if I was leaving a part of myself. It felt as if I was leaving the safe and familiar harbor for more treacherous seas. The living room was still full of boxes as Sandra and I got ready for school. Our outfits were mismatched, so we tried our luck opening unmarked boxes, hopefully to find something remotely suitable to wear. "Alright guys, let's pick something quick. I need to take you guys to school and I'm already late for work," my dad said, defeatedly. Sandra shot me a look before diving back in to retrieve an outfit. What I had on wasn't exactly fashionable, but it would have to do. Despite all the chaos my life had given so far, there was one thing I did have to look forward to. I tried to be optimistic with most things, and I saw this as a new chapter in my life. A new fresh start. A clean slate. That hopefully I could try my luck at being popular here. I wasn't popular at my old school, but I think I could be if I had the right start here. Sandra and I hopped into the car, and Dad routed us to school. As we pulled up to the location routed on my dad's phone, he was surprised that the town had a new middle school, one different than the one he had as a child. "Huh?" he said. "Looks like they got rid of O.P. Evans." The school was rather nice, despite the clear setback that the town had on it. The 2-story building stood out amidst the old buildings that were near the area. Man, it was probably good they got rid of that old school. That place was old even when I went there. I could see a look on my dad's face as he reminisced of old memories. A slight smile began to crawl across his face. "Oh man, that's right," he whispered to himself. "You okay, Dad?" Sandra said from the back seat. Yeah, I'm good. You guys hop on out and I'll tell you a good scary story when you come home tonight." We jumped out of the car and waved as he took off out of the parking lot. The small crowd of kids funneled their way inside as they were being guided by teachers and went to class. As I walked in the halls of school, I couldn't help but think of what my dad was smiling about. What could his scary story possibly be? It didn't take long for me to forget the morning, as I was doing my best to try to make new friends at school. I wasn't having much luck considering I was probably trying too hard. I did, however, eventually make a small group of friends in my one drama class. They were not popular, but we had enough in common that I was able to make it work. It wasn't the outcome I was looking for, but I was just happy to have made a small group of friends. They were all nice, although some of them were kinda weird, but that was fine. I took that win for the day as a smile plastered across my face. The rest of the day after that seemed to fly by. School eventually ended and I met Sandra outside of the school as we waited for Dad. "Hey Sandra," I said. "How was your day?" I asked as a smile still lingered on my face. "Pretty good all around. All my classes have good teachers," she said while nodding. "Did you make any friends? Meet any cute boys?" I egged her on. She blushed briefly. No, not yet." Sandra was smart as she was shy. We got along pretty well and she would oftentimes just join my group of friends by association, which I really didn't mind. Normally something like that would have probably bothered me, but ever since Mom died, I made sure that she was included with things. Dad eventually pulled up, clearly tired from work. He faked a smile as we hopped in the car. "Hey girls, how was school?" "It was good. How was work?" I replied. "Work is work," he said while chuckling. He always said that, which made himself laugh, which I found amusing. We pulled out of the parking lot and started driving home, when Sandra piped up from the back. Dad, tell us that scary story you mentioned this morning." My dad shot me a look and a mischievous grin returned. "Oh, do I have a scary story for you?" he said in an eerie voice. "Wait, let me see if I can find the place first." My dad then drove through town, peering down old streets as if he was looking for something. As we drove, he told us a story about his old school he used to attend. How the school O.P. Evans used to be a prison before being turned into a school. He took us down a couple back roads, kinda tucked away from the already slow back streets that the town seemed to have an endless amount of. Surely enough, we eventually found it. An old building, about 2 stories high. A tall chain-link fence surrounded the once school. Razor wire was tangled in a mess above the fence, making sure no one was climbing over it. But ironically enough, the front gate to the school had since been rusted and withered, and now sat askew, leaving large gaps near the gate frame that one could easily crawl through. Ah, yes, there it is. So the story about this school is that it used to be a prison. Certain sections of the building were closed off, as they were no longer needed or too dangerous to have kids around. They took out most of the cells, obviously, but left a few that were built into the actual building. Anyways, so what we would do when we were younger was that we would sneak in here after soccer practice and try to explore the certain sections that were forbidden. The staff would make up rumors like ghosts haunted the sealed off sections, or that some terrible monster would grab you. But one time, a buddy of mine, Mike, snuck into the basement. Now the basement didn't have any cells, but it did have old piping in areas unknown to even the staff. Now he swears that he saw something down there that changed him. He used to be a fun-loving and rambunctious child, but after that event, he always seemed on edge. Sandra and I looked at the old school with mixed emotions of bewilderment and awe. The school's appearance alone looked terrifying. If I didn't know any better, this was clearly a place that housed some forbidden terror. Tormented spirits or other creatures of the night certainly dwelt here. We sat parked for a couple of minutes as Dad looked at the building that certainly housed many memories for him. We all eventually came back to reality and drove back to our sad lives. Today for me was a disappointment in some ways, but also successful in others. I wasn't with the popular group, but I did make some friends. It was also good to see my dad no longer his sad, miserable self, but able to see a brief glimpse of his inner child that he once was. Not much changed after that day. Despite my best efforts, Dad continued just to get by. My own attempts to be popular never resulted in anything meaningful, and the sad state of the town slowly began to drag us down with it. I got by in school, but it was difficult. My new friends were the only thing that seemed to keep my head above water. My friends and Sandra, that is. The 5 of us eventually became pretty close. Rebecca, Stacy, and Jared slowly became a common sight around my house. They were quirky, but polite, which my dad seemed to enjoy. I think he was just happy that Sandra and I had something to look forward to. Since the town was so small, we had to come up with new ways to entertain ourselves. Video games were a go-to, but it was hard since there were 5 of us and only 4 controllers. What we would normally like to do would go out and play on the small playground and try to parkour, but none of us were any good. But that was the fun thing about our group. We always found a way to make something out of nothing. Oddly enough, the small town had a rather large cemetery. If we were feeling up to it, we would play ghosts in the graveyard at night. However, we eventually got caught by the police, which we weren't allowed back in. One day after school, we sat in the drama room discussing what we should do tonight. It had been a while since we played ghosts in the graveyard, but we were all dying to play. We tried playing a few rounds in the new school, but the few staff that stayed late after work had gotten mad at us. We sat there discussing other places to play when an idea popped into my mind. I know where we can play, but... The group looked at me as I paused. But the place is a bit creepy. My warning was anything but. Everyone aside from Sandra began to smile. But what was this place you're thinking of? There's nothing left in town that we haven't tried. Before I could respond, Sandra piped up. She's thinking of the old school. All of them were confused. What old school? Jared replied. For some reason, no one knew what we were talking about. It was as if the town had swept this creepy building under the rug and away from public eyes. Yeah, there's this place tucked away that my dad used to go to school here. It's in town, but it's kind of far, if we're walking, that is. I mean, what else are we gonna do? Jared said. We all agreed to meet at my house after we all went home to grab a couple things that we thought we might need. Sandra and I walked home and Dad wasn't there yet. I could feel the slight sensation of dread build in my stomach as I didn't want to go inside of that place, but I was the one to suggest it. Plus, I didn't want to look lame in front of my friends, or even Sandra. About an hour had passed and the group showed up at my house. Stacy and Rebecca both had backpacks of items, as well as flashlights. Jared had a headlamp and a samurai sword. Really, dude? I said, and I let them in the house. Jared had convinced his mom to let him take the car for the night. I don't know if she knew about the sword, though. We all piled in and took off down the back streets while Sandra and I tried our best to remember where the school was. Time was not on our side as the sun had set and it was getting dark. This made recognizing the half-dozen back streets all the more difficult. Unfortunately, Sandra had a photographic memory, or at least so she claimed. She was successful in guiding us to the old school, further validating her memory claim. Jared dropped us off as he parked the car off a ways, on the off chance that someone would come here and see it parked. The four of us waited as Jared returned. The school stood more ominous than what I remembered. The night definitely didn't help ease my nerves in any way. The gate was still lopsided, leaving the gap for us to crawl through. We all squeezed through one by one and began circling around to find a way inside. As we expected, most entrances were either boarded up or locked. Now remembering it was once a prison, I should have expected it to be difficult to break into. Our flashlights scanned the building, looking for any possible opening or even a clue to allow us access inside. The dark overgrowth of trees and brush gave off muffled sounds of nightlife, slightly easing the already building tension. We walked around back and checked all the doors. They all appeared to be secure. Out of frustration, Jared swung his sword at one of the boards that covered a door, which got stuck in the soft decayed wood. We all looked at each other with light bulbs going off in our brains. Although the sword was fairly low quality, he was able to cut just enough for us to get our hands inside and pull chunks of the board off the doorway. In a matter of 5 minutes, we had produced a hole big enough that we could squeeze through. We had Jared lead the way as he stepped inside the dark school. We then handed him our bags as we all slipped in one by one. Inside, the smell of faint mold and a mystery odor slowly came to our nostrils. We shined our light inside and sure enough, the old building had the appearance of a dated school. Rooms without doors held old desks and sat in disarray, as it was clear that we were not the first ones to find this abandoned school. Old tile lined the floors, and bare walls sat silently, holding in many secrets it had seen over the years. The idea to play ghost in the graveyard had been put on hold, as the amazement of investigating such a peculiar place had slowly become our main objective. That is until Stacy spoke up. "Wait," she whispered. "We shouldn't investigate first. We should just play. That way it'll be extra hard to find each other." The group agreed. Rebecca picked a number and we all had to guess. Sandra was the closest, thus making her the ghost for the first round. Sandra ran off into the dark school as we all counted before going to look for her. When we reached the allotted amount of time, we broke up into 2 teams to search for her. Sandra was the unspoken champion at the game. The one time we got caught in the cemetery, she had hit so well that the police were not able to find her. We decided to split up. Stacy and Jared went one direction and Rebecca and I went the other. We found a set of stairs that led to the second story, which we hesitantly went up. The stairs were towards the front of the building. None of the higher windows were boarded up, considering no one could reach them from the outside. It was more of the same on the second floor. Some garbage laid on the ground and occasional teaching material was seen here and there. For the most part, the school was fairly clean. It was clear that not many people had been here since its closure. We checked each classroom, which yielded no result. The building was shaped in a U, which we followed. Our flashlights were the only source of light in the building, and it was incredibly dark. There were no streetlights on the road, nor anything outside the school that still worked. The moon wasn't out tonight, making our game especially dark. We spent a good 20 minutes on the second floor, inspecting each room for Sandra, while also scoping out a good spot to hide when it was our turn. The shadows casted by our flashlights were eerie. Every now and then, they would cast what looked like an outline of some sort of shadow person before my eyes were able to make sense of what I was looking at. We had reached the end of the second floor when lights from outside shined in. My heart dropped as we ran to the window to see an old pickup truck pull up to the rusted gate out front. An old farmer type got out and unlocked the gate before pulling into the courtyard. The truck was an older model and was pretty loud. Rebecca and I gasped as we were unsure as to why this man had pulled in. Was he security? Did he now own the property? More importantly, did he know that we were in here? I wanted to sprint down the stairs and try to warn the others, but I had no idea where they were. I couldn't yell because that would alert the old man outside. All we could do was watch as he parked near the front of the school. He got out again and unlocked the front door of the school and went back to the end of his truck, all the while leaving his truck running. The headlights gave just enough light that we could see what looked like a tarp covering something on his truck bed. The man came to the front of the truck, carrying what looked like an old rolled-up rug, and brought it inside. We sat by the window and listened to see if he was coming up the stairs. We watched as he exited the school and went back to the end of his truck. This time, instead of a rug, he tried to carry what looked like something heavy, wrapped in a bloody bedsheet. The man struggled to lift it and set it on the ground and dragged it inside, leaving a bloody trail behind him. "Oh my gosh," Rebecca whispered. Our fears of being caught had been replaced by something more sinister. It was clear that we were not only somewhere we shouldn't be, but we also saw something way worse. My anxiety began to fill my body as my hands began to shake. I could hear Rebecca starting to cry softly as the realization began to set in. We sat in darkness, just praying that the man would emerge from the school and leave. We could briefly hear the man on the main floor make his way around the school before exiting again, locking the door behind him and leaving the parking lot. It appeared that none of us were detected by the old man. Once he locked up the front gate and headed back down the dirt road, Rebecca and I took off down the main floor. We quietly called out to the group when we spotted the bloody trail on the tile floor. All suspicions had been confirmed. Dark red streaks led inside to an unknown location in the school. It didn't take us long to find Stacy and Jared. They looked equally as terrified as we did. "Did you guys see that guy? He was dragging something heavy and dumped it somewhere," Stacy said as he got close to Jared. Jared looked around frantically, clearly scared out of his mind. "We need to leave. We saw too much. The less we know, the better." "Don't you want to see what he dragged in here?" Rebecca whispered. "Absolutely not," I said. "Let's just find Sandra and get out of here." The other two looked at me nervously. "You didn't find her yet?" "She's not with us. What do you think?" I said sarcastically. "Well, I'm not going to wait around to find your sister. I gotta get out of here. I just need to leave," Jared said. I shot him a look of surprise and anger. "Really? You're going to leave my baby sister here by herself? She doesn't even know what just happened. We have to find her." Jared didn't say anything and he tossed his sword on the ground. "Bring it back to me when you're done," he said. I gritted my teeth. "You're a coward," I hissed as I picked up the sword. Stacy and Rebecca looked at me with sad faces. "You're not going to make us stay with you, are you?" Stacy whimpered. "We'll be right outside," Rebecca replied. "Don't even bother waiting," I said, as I took off down the hall, leaving Stacy and Rebecca behind. Frustration had replaced my once overwhelming terror. I gripped the sword tightly as I shined my light in hopes of seeing Sandra. I tried calling out to her, but in past games we would trick the ghost and say that the game was over in order to get them to come out. She wasn't gonna believe me. I was gonna have to find her, myself. I shined my light on the main floor in hopes of finding my sister, but I saw no sign of her. Just the occasional desk or the recent streak of red on the tile. I had wished at least one of the girls had stayed with me, but I took off before I could convince them to help. I searched most of the first floor to find myself following the bloody trail. It was unlikely it led to Sandra, but it was the only few places I had yet to look. Oddly enough, the trail led me to the middle of the hallway, and instead of seeing a bloody sheet and a rug, I saw something more surprising. The trail led to a large hole in the floor. "The basement," I whispered. I shined my light down the dark hole in hopes of seeing anything, but my light didn't reach that far. I stepped back, frustrated at the position I was in. "You would hide down there, wouldn't you?" I said while hitting the sword on the hard tile floor. I could hear something shuffling down there. I stepped up to the hole again. "Sandra?" I called out. The shuffling got closer. I remember my dad's story about the basement. How even when he was a kid, the basement was forbidden, even for the staff. I also remember how my dad's friend had seen something down there that left him scarred. I could feel the anger slowly fade as fear replaced it. I couldn't see anything in the dark pit, but I felt a sensation of dread wash over me, as if the darkness had unseen eyes peering up at me. No matter my fears, I wasn't going to leave my sister, one of the few people to have been there through my darkest days. I turned back around and started looking for some stairs. I checked each classroom, but nothing. I then checked what I assumed to be the front office. I couldn't find any stairs on the main floor, but I did find another hole, except this time it laid next to a wall. I shined my light down below and I saw piping lining the wall leading down to the hole, acting like a natural ladder. I couldn't carry both the sword and the flashlight, so I dropped the sword down into the hole and started climbing in. I reached the bottom and shined my light around. I wanted to call out, but something about the basement made me want to be quiet. It appeared wherever I was in some kind of hallway. I picked up a random direction and hoped for the best. If Sandra wasn't down here, then I had no idea where to find her. The concrete floor had dust on it, which finally dawned on me that it also had freshly made shoe marks as well. But as I looked at the floor, I saw something unsettling. I saw what looked like footprints also. Large footprints. Whatever was down here with this was really big and was also not wearing any shoes. I stopped in my tracks and debated turning off my light. I decided against it as I inched myself forward. By some miracle, I was finally able to hear soft sobbing coming from the far end of the hallway. Boxes and shelves lined the crypt-like area, and my light was able to catch the top part of Sandra's head that was poking out. I quickly rushed over and felt a wave of relief embrace me as I saw Sandra sitting behind the box crying. Before I could say anything, Sandra whispered, "It's not her." Sandra's face was red from intense crying. I was both horrified and confused. What's not her? She tried to catch her breath as she sobbed. "It's not Mom. It just looks like her." My heart skipped a beat. I tried to rationalize what Sandra was saying. Had she been down here too long and was seeing things, or was there actually someone else down here with us? "We're gonna get you out of here, sweetie," I said soothingly. I pulled her up and she could barely stand. She was shaking so much. "Here, you hold this," I said while putting the sword into her hand. "All we have to do now is follow her steps back to the hole and climb out. It'll be easy." Her crying seemed to intensify, but she clutched the sword and I pulled her back over to the opening. We quickly made it back to the hole, but a tall, skinny figure stood a good ways down the way. Strands of hair covered its face, but I could see red gums and yellow teeth through it. "I'm here now. Don't you miss me?" the figure said. Whatever this thing was had immediately disturbed me, but at the same time, it sounded exactly like Mom. It had been years since I heard her voice, but that's a sound that hardly no one ever forgets. I was too scared to move, but I spoke. "What are you doing?" "I missed you. I missed both of you." The thing stepped forward, and I could see dark stains around its mouth and neck. The hole was right next to us. I grabbed the sword from Sandra, and she started frantically to climb. I aimed the light at the creature's face, and it lifted its gnarled hand to block the light. "I was hurt so bad, but I'm better now. Do you want to see?" I glanced behind and saw that Sandra had cleared the hole. She waited at the top and shined the light down at me. I turned to the creature and noticed that even though it was crouched, it was still taller than me. She began to speak, but out of instinct, I threw the sword at the creature and missed badly. I could briefly see a wide smile emerge as it stood upright, no longer needing to pretend now that I was disarmed. As a last-ditched effort, I hurled my light at the creature's head, and miraculously, it connected firmly. The light spun in all directions as it cracked the creature's head, and I began my climb up. Frantic breathing and grunts erupted from the creature. I somehow emerged from the hole, and Sandra pulled me to my feet. We sprinted out of the office area and back to the doorway that we'd entered from. We didn't glance back, not even once. Sandra and I emerged from the school and kept going till we made it out of the fence. Once we cleared the area, we were able to calm down and take a breath. Sandra was still sobbing when she hugged me tightly, and I fought back tears as we slowly walked home. I drove the U-Haul through the unrelenting rain of the Washington countryside. The windshield wipers worked furiously as I struggled to get a clear view of the unpaved road I'd been driving on. I just dropped out of college. I had enough money saved, however, to give my dream as a writer a chance. My uncle, who I was fairly close with ever since my father had died, had a couple rental homes in the Pacific Northwest. I wasn't from here, so it was a bit of a change of scenery for me. Uncle Bryce offered me one of his lower quality homes to rent for practically nothing. Despite not having seen the place, I accepted. I pulled off the gravel road and called him really quick. My poor directions, mixed with the constant downpour and the lack of road signs, made finding this place nearly impossible. He answered in 2 rings, almost as if he was anticipating the call. "Hey, Bug, having trouble?" His voice slightly amused. I gave a light chuckle despite being frustrated. "Yeah, I've just been on the road a good bit and I haven't seen it yet. I'm just worried I passed it since it's not showing on the maps." "Yeah, Google really screwed up the maps on this one. No one can ever find it." "Have you crossed a bridge yet?" he asked inquisitively. I racked my brain but was fairly certain that I hadn't. No bridge yet." "Okay, good. If you crossed the bridge, then you've gone too far. You're coming from the south, so the place will be on your left. There's no mailbox there, but there is a large stone right at the turn-in." I rubbed my brow. "Okay, before the bridge, a large stone at the turn-in. Got it," I said. "Okay, well, call me if you need anything else," he said before hanging up. The rain lightened slightly, but the overcast hardly changed. I put the wipers down a speed and pulled back onto the road. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, a large stone was seen on the left-hand side of the road, and an ominous-looking dirt road led deep into the dark woods. "There we are," I said, as I focused on pulling the van into the narrow driveway. Had it not been for the stone, I would have never seen the place through the impenetrable trees. I'm glad I called Uncle Bryce when I did. The driveway, if you could call it that, was even worse than the gravel road. It was more of a trail than anything. An unmarked trail, really. Thankfully, the driveway wasn't terribly long, and soon enough, a quaint little home stood in the slightest of clearings. There was a small front yard where poorly maintained grass sprouted through the thick dead pine needles that laid everywhere. The single-story home, despite its sad surroundings of haunting gloom, had a charm to it. A place where a good cup of coffee and a good book would cure just about any cold. Perfect for any writer. I hopped out of the van and quickly jogged over to the porch, doing my best to cover my head from the thick rain. Once sheltered by the mossy porch overhang, I approached the door and entered my code, which my uncle gave me. The new number pad on the old worn door was quite the juxtaposition, like a caveman using a smartphone instead of a torch, but perhaps that was the point. The lock beeped with each number I put in, including the enter button, which lit up green when completed. I could hear the mechanism whir inside the door, unlocking it. I pushed the door open and surprisingly, it was heavy. Inside was slightly cooler but very dark. Practically no natural light entered this place. It was as if this place was condemned to an eternity of wet darkness. I flipped the lights on and a warm glow illuminated the home. Dated but fairly nice furniture stood scattered in a way that an interior designer must have had some influence. Bearskin rugs laid on the floor and walls while distasteful hunting mounts hung silently, watching my every move with lifeless eyes. I went through the home, inspecting my new residence with curiosity and surprise. I made sure to leave the lights on for each room I went into. I was a bit uneasy, entering a home I'd never been in before, just making sure that everything was in fact empty. I wasn't sure how often Uncle Bryce checked on his properties, but I wanted to make sure a squatter didn't give me a nasty surprise. I didn't own a gun, but for the first time in my life, I wish I did. After 10 minutes of walking the home, I was satisfied with knowing I was alone. I wouldn't want to live here forever. The overall mood and aura of the place was scary, but I kinda liked it. It was one of those places that wasn't the best, but good for what you needed at the moment. The old style and design took me back to my childhood. Something you might see at a friend's house or perhaps an older relative. But still, something about the home or the area in general was off-putting. I wasn't completely comfortable with being here alone, mainly because I wasn't familiar with it. The gloom outside was eerie enough, but being tucked away in this wooden thicket of solitude and darkness compounded into a mental state that was completely foreign to me. It felt like I was trespassing, like danger was just looming behind the corner. The rain outside was still an issue, which gave me a perfect excuse to not unpack my stuff. I was tired after the long drive. I laid on the couch, wanting to waste time watching TV, but sure enough, this house didn't have one. I also noted that it didn't have any Wi-Fi. Cellular data still worked, but reception was poor. This was perfect, especially for an aspiring writer that was battling constant issues with brain rot, but I took comfort in knowing that most people also had that same problem. This environment, removed from distractions, would just cause me to focus even more. I checked the time and decided to call it an early evening. I grabbed the essentials from the van outside and set up in one of the empty rooms. It was quite early in the evening, but it didn't take long for me to fall asleep. I woke up the next morning before my alarm clock. It was quite dark out. I peered outside and was able to confirm that the rain had finally stopped. I got up and realized that all my stuff was still in the U-Haul, and that if I wanted coffee, I would need to unpack it. I spent a good portion of the morning tackling the titanic issue of unloading the van, in desperate hopes of having a decent breakfast anytime soon. I finally put all the boxes inside, although I didn't empty them, and whipped up a quick breakfast with what little food I brought with me. I had so much leftover time today since I got up early that I wasn't sure what to do with the rest of my day. I still had to unpack the boxes themselves, but I crossed that bridge when I got there. I doom-scrolled on my phone as I finished breakfast, rays of light barely able to creep through the woods, and the dense fog that seemed to cling on the green branches. I looked outside with optimism. Sunshine? I had to take advantage of it. Nothing is more naturally beautiful than a hike in the Pacific Northwest. Even in a weird forest like this, you're bound to be amazed by nature. I went to my room and to the closet where I had set several boxes of my clothes. The closet had a faint musty odor, but I didn't really mind. I pulled the drawstring to the light and it flickered on. I searched the boxes for my boots, but made an interesting discovery. In the dark corner of the closet was a small door. I'd never seen anything like this before. I walked over and turned my flashlight on my phone as I got on my hands and knees. I opened the door, and to my amazement, it accessed underneath the house. A crawl space. I was aware of the concepts, but I'd never seen one like this being accessed in a closet before. I peered inside briefly, before eventually closing the door. I had to take advantage of the weather before it would quickly turn on me. I dug through my stuff and eventually found my old boots as well as a good raincoat, just in case. I exited the home while punching in the code to the front door. I knew that there probably wasn't anyone around for miles, but I was alone and it was a good habit to make sure I did. I walked around to the backyard, but it was just as bad, if not worse, than the front yard. To my disappointment, I didn't see a trailhead, but I did see one of those cheap small fire pits you could buy at Walmart. The sun casted muffled shadows in the fog, nestled in the trees beyond. I looked to the back of the house and saw a small door, much like the one I saw in my closet, which I assumed was the outer access to the crawl space. I went to the front of the house and walked up to the main road. I started hiking north. Maybe I'll find the bridge, I thought. I whistled a song or two as I ventured on the poor excuse of the roadway. The wet gravel sloshed under my boots as I ventured northward. The small road was desolate. No signs of cars or other humans aside from the gravel itself shone in the vibrant landscape. I could hear thunder in the distance, but thankfully, the sun prevailed. However, this wouldn't last for very long. I stopped whistling and decided to turn back before I got rained on. Just as I reached the driveway, small droplets pittered on my coat. I enjoyed the brief walk I managed to get, but I needed to start writing. I didn't have Wi-Fi, so I just had to pull up a Word document. The brief moments of sun flood, leaving me back in shadowy fog. I tried to write. I really did, but all inspiration had been exhausted by the move. All I could think of to write was horror. I didn't normally write horror, but I did write a ghost story or two back in the day. Granted, that was a while ago, and I moved on to other genres. Seeing how I was unfit for a writing session, an idea popped into my mind. I remembered the fire pit out back, and I decided that if I were to have a fire in this wet wasteland, I'd need to find some wood and let it dry first. I didn't have a hatchet or a saw, so I would need to gather the wood that I could find, laying around. It was still slightly raining, but it was only going to get worse throughout the day. I put my raincoat back on and went into the backyard. I pressed past the grass and tall weeds and ventured my way into the woods. My cheery optimism, accompanied with my whistling, cut through the eerie atmosphere. The air was crisp, with a slight smell of pine. The pine needles provided enough of a canopy to keep the rain from reaching me. I found some sticks that I gathered, but nothing big. I made several trips back and forth, keeping my eyes open. I eventually found a dead tree nestled on the back, and I was able to break some of the small branches off with what little strength that I had. I put all that I had gathered into the garage when my phone rang. It was my uncle. I answered. "Hey, Uncle Bryce." "Hey, Bug, just checking on you. I assumed you found the place." "I sure did. It's cute," I responded. "I don't know if it's cute, but it should hold you over for however long you need. Hey, really quick, I totally spaced on this, but don't go too deep into the backyard. He fumbled with his words for a moment. "If you go back there far enough, it's a hunting ground." I paused. I didn't tell him I was just back there. I just agreed. "Okay, yeah, sure. I'll stay out of there." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, great. I can't believe I almost forgot that. How are you?" He forced the conversation to pretend that he wanted to catch up. I was polite and entertained the small talk, but the conversation eventually ended. I hung up and closed the garage door and went inside. Night seemed to come earlier, but that was due to the trees. I had totally gotten sidetracked, and I had forgotten to get groceries that day, so I made a last-minute drive into town and grabbed some food. Driving back was much easier now, knowing that I had to look for the stone. The gravel road was still an eerie drive. It didn't help that the sky was thick with darkness. I made a point to leave some lights on in the house, but it didn't matter. It wasn't visible from the road. I pulled into the driveway and back inside. I spent most of the evening on my phone when the battery started getting low. I remembered the wood I had gathered earlier and went out to the garage to find it fairly dry. I saw an old canister of gas which I grabbed, and I made 2 trips out back to the fire pit to carry the wood. I went back inside to try to find some matches, but I couldn't. I didn't smoke, so I didn't have a lighter. Dang, I couldn't believe I didn't grab the one thing I needed to start a fire. I'll get it tomorrow. I went out back to put the wood away, so it would stay dry. I did the same with the gas canister, which, now thinking about it, was probably too old to be useful. However, as I was in the backyard, my attention was drawn to the oppressive darkness just beyond. The back porch light only lit so much. I glanced out there, thinking about what my uncle had said earlier. He was probably right about it being hunting land, but the way he said it was so weird. Like he made it up on the spot. I don't recall how long I'd been staring at the woods, but a distant sound from within jarred me from my trance. It sounded like a heavy branch had broken. I jumped and went back inside. I made a point, though, to deadbolt the back door. I spent the rest of the night on my phone in my room. My phone was low on battery, so it had to be connected to a charger, so I ended up having to take breaks and finished unpacking several boxes in my room. Next to the bed were these big shelves that held several books, as well as random antiques used to decorate the room. I had removed all the items and began placing my large collection of plushies I had acquired over the years. I had so many, and they were so big that they all couldn't fit on the 2 shelves above my bed. I let time get away from me, and I decided way too late to go to bed. I found my toiletry bag in one of the boxes and went to the bathroom down the hall. I made sure to leave some of the lights on in the house to provide some comfort. The noise I heard out in the woods from earlier had me on edge. As I was brushing my teeth, I heard a strange noise. Normally, I am one to dismiss something as a natural cause. Despite having written 2 cheesy ghost stories, I didn't actually believe in ghosts. But this sound that I heard had stopped me in my tracks. Having thought I imagined it, I turned off the water and listened to the silent hum when I heard the distinct sound of whistling outside. What freaked me out even more was the tune that it was whistling. It was the same tune I had been whistling when I was outside. Who or whatever was whistling must have seen me, or at least heard me. The sound was coming from the back of the house towards the woods. A brief thought crept into my mind of going back there and checking it out, but I wasn't going to do that, especially since I was unarmed and alone. I then thought about just leaving, making a run for it to the U-Haul and getting out of here. As I was debating what to do, the sound eventually stopped. It's one of those things where I wish it kept doing it more. That way I could validate some type of action to get out of here, but it never did. I stood in the hallway, looking to the rear of the house, straining my ears to hear anything, but I didn't. I went to bed that night unsure of what I was experiencing. The rain made it difficult to hear anything outside, but I was now aware that something might be lurking out there. The next morning I got up later than usual. I kept waking up throughout the night at random times, so when I finally did fall asleep, it was later than normal. I got up and made breakfast with the last amount of food I brought with me. I needed to go to the store. While I was eating, last night's events came back to me. I went out the back door and looked into the woods, unsure of what I was going to find, if anything. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I went back inside and got ready for the day. I made sure I had a list of things to get while I was in town, matches being one of them. I took my time getting ready, making a list in the process and locking up before leaving. Driving the U-Haul was not ideal as a commuter car, but that's all I had at the moment. I needed to make arrangements to drop this off somewhere and get a smaller rental somewhere else, but I had a couple more days on the agreement that I wanted to use. I drove into town. They only had mom and pop stores rather than anything that I would recognize. I picked one and pulled into the nearly empty parking lot. I was quick with my shopping. I only needed food and a handful of odds and ends, but everything else I had brought with me. I drove back in the cloudy weather, slightly anxious about going home. I considered going on another walk as the rain had yet to make its daily presence, but I then remembered my late-night visitor. Someone had been outside whistling. My desire to go on a walk faded. I made it back to the gravel road. I was thinking about what I was going to make for dinner when I saw a strange sight in the middle of the road. It was the first time I'd seen anything on this road, but it wasn't a car. It was large and hulking, but its dark mass confused me as it stood against the gloomy backdrop of the foggy woods. I slowed up the van and squinted my eyes as its appearance began to make more sense to me. I was nearly on top of it when I finally realized what it was. It was a horse. A black horse stood in the middle of the road, its hair matted and unkempt. I checked for a saddle, but it didn't have one. I rolled down the window as it was within arm's reach of me, but it didn't move. It just shifted its head in my direction and looked at me head on. "Hey there, buddy," I cooed to the beast. "What are you doing out here?" I reached my arm out to try to pet it, but I then saw its eyes. They were milky white. The flesh of the beast gave off a terrible odor, and I realized touching a potential feral animal was probably not the best idea. It looked at me with full attention, a bizarre thing you don't really see in wild animals, unless they're predatory. I drew my arm back and rolled up the window. "Yeah, no," I said, as I continued driving down the road. I have never seen a wild horse before. I didn't even think that was a thing still, but I could be wrong. I saw the stone and was about to pull in when another bizarre sight caught my attention. On the stone was a crow. Its feathers scattered and clumped as if it was crushed on top of the stone, or maybe it flew directly into it. Its legs were sticking up, twisted and broken, resting in a violent manner. Underneath the bird, its blood had been arranged, forming symbols and letters that were unfamiliar to me. I parked the van and got out to take a better look. I looked around, seeing nothing but the endless trees. What the hell? I called my uncle, but he didn't answer. It appeared that someone was giving me a hard time, or something else was happening that I didn't know about. I took a picture of the bird and another of what was on the stone and texted it to Uncle Bryce. "What is this?" I texted. Offended by the sight, I found a stick and removed the bird. I tossed the stick in the woods and got back into the van. I reached the house and unloaded the groceries quickly. I made an effort to check my phone to see if Uncle Bryce responded, but he hadn't. The rest of the day was accompanied by uneasy tension of the prior event. To take my mind off of things, I took some medicine to help calm me down, but I hesitated, knowing that if I did, I wouldn't be able to drive. "I should be fine tonight," I said as I swallowed 2 pills. Despite having bought matches to start a fire, I decided on not going back outside. I had seen too much weird stuff today to not be in the right mindset to actually enjoy the woods. In fact, it would be the opposite. When the medicine had finally kicked in, I found myself going to bed quite early. I wasn't sure if it was fate, or if the effects of the medicine wore off at the right time. but I found myself waking up to a unique but horrifying sound coming from the front of the house. It wasn't the whistling I had heard the night prior, but the beeping of the keypad on the door. Someone was trying to get in. I sat up in bed, listening as random numbers were entered, but access was denied. I could hear the slight jingling of the handle, but all of this was done with stealth. Whoever was out there was trying to be quiet. However, this didn't last long. The handle twisted louder and the door shook. The sturdy frame and the heavy door held tightly. Soon banging on the door could be heard, as whoever this was clearly frustrated. Startled, I tried to remain quiet as I called the police. A polite and calm woman responded, asking for my address. I panicked as I didn't have it on hand. However, it was in my text with my uncle from just a few days ago. I opened my text to find the address when the banging had stopped. I paused, looking around nervously as I was unsure whoever was outside and what they were doing now. I finally found the address and gave it to the woman on the phone. She informed me that it would take the police about 40 minutes to get there. It might as well have been a million years, I thought. She wanted to keep me on the phone as I waited for the police, which I obviously agreed to. I then heard a sound coming from the back of the house, like something opening, but I made sure to lock all the doors I could think of. It then got real quiet, and the woman on the phone asked me what was going on. I told her that the banging had stopped, but something else was going on. I couldn't hear or actually see any danger, but my mind was screaming at me. My nerves were firing as my fight or flight system kicked in. I was in danger, but I wasn't sure why. It finally dawned on me what was going on, but when it did, it was far too late. I could hear the door open within the closet, and it all made sense what was happening. Someone had entered through the crawl space and was now in my closet. I wanted to get up and barricade the door, but I was too terrified. Even if I did, I wouldn't have enough stuff to stop whoever was trying to come in. The woman on the phone kept talking and making noise, which I finally just had to hang up on her. I did the only thing I could think to do, which was to hide. I got up on my shelf above my bed and moved my plushies so I could lay behind them. I just prayed to God that the shelf would hold. I heard the door handle turn slowly in the dark room. I peered through the plushies to see it opening slowly. Had it went through this approach first, I probably would have never heard it come in. The door opened silently as a horrid figure shrouded in shadows entered my room. I couldn't see much as the darkness concealed the thing that just entered, but it also hid me as well. I could hear it approach my bed, and the putrid smell of decay reached my nose. Whoever this was, it wasn't someone I wanted to meet. My phone rang again, which was lying on my bed. It was facing upwards and illuminated a small portion of my room, which revealed a horrifying sight. Standing near the closet was a tall, skinny figure. Its skin seemed oddly shiny, reflecting the LED light off of my phone. I watched in horror as it did something I never thought I would see. It approached my phone, each step revealing this figure was more monster than human. A long arm extended as a clawed hand grabbed my phone and answered it. Whatever this thing was, it was silent for a moment. The familiar voice of the woman was on the other line, asking questions. "How are you? Are you safe? What's going on?" This and other things could be vaguely heard as I laid only feet above. Terror struck me as the creature responded, but not in a voice matching its terrible appearance, but mine. My voice. My young feminine voice. "I'm better now. Turns out it was just the neighbor's dog," it responded. I silently gasped as I fought back tears, my heart beating loudly in my chest. I could tell the woman on the line was confused, since there was a noticeable pause on the line. "Are you sure? Do you still need help?" she asked. "I'm okay," the beast answered. "I don't need help anymore. Thank you." I was astonished. Not only could this thing replicate my voice almost perfectly, it just called off my help. The woman on the other line tried asking more questions, but the creature hung up, preventing any more conversation. I was doomed. I knew the second the creature turned a light on, I'd be found, but it never did. I laid only feet above the bed, my small army of plushies providing an incredible small barrier against this thing. It searched the room briefly, but never thought to glance at the shelves. It then opened the bedroom door to the rest of the house and walked out silently, slightly hunched as if it was ready to attack. My eyes locked into the doorway, waiting for any moment for the creature to come back and kill me. I could hear soft shufflings and things being moved ever so slightly. Even if I wanted to leave, I had no idea where this thing was in the house. I laid on that shelf for what felt like hours, waiting for the sun to rise or a clear indication that the creature left the home, but it never did. I laid in darkness, just praying for anything to get me out of this situation, but I was on my own. I breathed deeply, trying to think how on earth I would be able to get out of this situation in one piece, when I glanced over to the closet. A faint, terrible idea whispered in my mind. I didn't know where this thing was in the house, but I knew for sure where it wasn't. It wasn't in the crawlspace. It would never look for me there. I just had to be smart about this, as I would only have one shot of getting out of here. I shifted my weight slowly, just praying that the shelves wouldn't creak. I was able to make it onto the bed and then onto the floor. I searched briefly for my phone, but I couldn't find it. There was a good chance that the creature still had it. I grabbed the U-Haul key, which I thankfully kept in my room, and entered the closet. The closet was pitch black. I felt around as I blindly stumbled into the small area. I finally felt the door, which was left open, and crouched down into the small space. Once inside, I had to think. Where was the door that led to the backyard? I couldn't see anything, so I had to rack my brain the layout of the home as to guess which way I needed to go. The cold, wet ground added unneeded difficulty to the already terrifying situation. Above me, I could hear the sounds of floorboards creaking as the creature continued to scour the home. I crawled on my hands and knees, feeling the damp walls, just hoping that eventually I'd feel a door. I spent hours down in the crawlspace, crying and silently screaming to myself. The sounds above me eventually got louder as the creature got more and more frustrated. I'd crawled aimlessly for hours down here without making any progress. Eventually, the sounds above me stopped completely. I just sat in the fetal position, ready for whatever this thing was to come down here and grab me. I could tell it was morning time, because I could hear the birds outside chirp their cheerful tune, completely oblivious to the hellish night I just spent. I perked up. I could finally see the faintest rays of the morning light coming from the furthest direction of the crawlspace. I still had to be smart though. I didn't hear the thing leave the house above. It was still inside. It had to be. I crawled slowly towards the dim light, shivering with both anticipation and the cold night I just endured in the crawlspace. I finally reached the door, peering out slowly to find the gloom landscape to greet me. I was so tired. I emerged from the darkened space beneath and slowly rose to my feet. The next series of moments were just a blur. All rationale and critical thinking went out the window. I bolted with all the energy I had to the front of the house. The large van sat tucked away in the morning fog. I didn't have my wallet or my phone, just the keys to the behemoth vehicle. I got out of there, without ever looking back at the house. Around 30 years ago, my dad purchased 18 acres of property in southeastern Ohio, right about where Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia meet. Think north central Appalachia. When my father bought the land, it was a retired strip mine. Before that, it had butted up against a Civil War site, and before that, it fell along a prominent trade route for the Wyandot, Mingo, and Delaware tribes. By the time the acreage came into my family's possession, it was scrubby, depleted, and full of crumbling shale, My dad, an avid outdoorsman, intended to turn the old strip mine around for hunting, camping, and fishing. He and my grandfather stocked the ponds left behind where the mines were with fish, planted trees and grasses in the barren areas, and did their best to heal the land from the damage the mine did to it. 30 years later, the result is scrubby meadows over rolling hills with power lines in the middle, new growth forests on the north and south thirds of the property. My dad wanted to keep the property as wild and untouched as he possibly could. Any construction on the property is very primitive. There's a small shack with a wood-burning stove, a fire pit, a creaky old outhouse that haunts my nightmares, and a rifle range. There's no electricity, no running water, barely any cell service, and you can bet your ass, no internet. As soon as it was purchased, my family began camping on the land just about every weekend. You could say I grew up there, despite the land being over an hour away from our home. It sounds amazing, until you realize that you are not, in fact, a fan of fishing, hunting, marksmanship, or roughing it intents. That's right. I grew up in an outdoorsy paradise, but decided to be more indoorsy type of child. I cried the first time I caught a fish, because I was afraid I had hurt it, and I never had the heart to actually hunt an animal. While everyone was fishing or riding ATVs, I chose to wander the property by myself or find a nice spot in the sun to sit up my camp chair and read. It was during these times of solitude on the property that I noticed something with the land was not quite right. My earliest memory of strange things happening on the land happened when I was about 12 years old. I'd been hanging out around the camp while the rest of my family were doing whatever it was that they were doing, and I decided to take a walk to one of the less frequent ponds on the property. The route there led through a grassy meadow, almost as tall as I was, and as the pond got closer, a pretty thick stand of evergreens and deciduous trees. As I reached the tree line, I heard what sounded like the heavy panting of a dog behind me. At first I wasn't concerned, because my family had always had several dogs. I turned around, happy to have a companion with me, and spotted our old beagle, Raccoon, out of the corner of my eye. Only Raccoon had passed away the previous winter. His eyes weren't the same. They were vaguely human and looking at me in this way that I could only describe as knowing. I was thoroughly on edge, but when I finally turned my head, the thing that looked like Raccoon was gone. Not wanting to turn around in the direction of the thing, I pushed onto the pond, where thankfully I found my dad fishing by himself. I told him what had happened, and he smiled and said, "Sometimes these woods play tricks on you like that." Something similar like that happened a few years later, when I was watching a Rottweiler puppy, Titan, at the camp by myself. Titan and I were sitting by the fire. I was lost in my book when a dog appeared suddenly. Titan, even though just a puppy, was super protective of me, but the presence of the dog made him cling to me and hide. The dog was like none I'd ever seen before. It moved in complete silence, even when walking over the woodpile. Its eyes were the most piercing blue I'd ever seen, even on a husky. They almost glowed. When I looked at it, the dog made the most intense, unbroken eye contact I'd ever gotten from an animal, and I had the distinct feeling that Titan and I were in danger. I scooped Titan up and ran to my dad's truck, locking us inside until well after the dog left and my family returned to camp. I don't know why whatever presence there always chose to present itself to me as a dog, but my presence on my dad's land is nothing compared to recent events my dad and brother have experienced. This is where my story really gets creepy. Fast forward to the autumn of 2023. My dad and brother were visiting the property just about every weekend for hunting when, early on, they arrived at the shack, only to notice the bodies of small animals strewn in a circle and the scent of decay overbearing. The shack looked like something large had raked its claws up and down its sides. Assuming this was the work of a badger, a bobcat, or even a black bear, my brother purchased trail cams and placed them around the shack. It didn't take them long to spot a red fox emerging from under the shack with a dead snake in its mouth. Mystery solved. Until the next weekend, when my dad and brother arrived at the shack to find the fox centered on the concrete doorstep of the shack, with its face entirely ripped off. No other signs of the body having been eaten were found. Curious, my brother checked the trail cam pointed at the shack, but the trail cams have gone dead at some point the night before. Thinking someone had trespassed onto the property and killed the fox, he checked the cameras lining the trails that led to the shack. They showed absolutely nothing. Wary of predators, my dad and brother set out their hunt. Now, anyone who had spent a significant amount of time in the woods knows that it can play tricks on your mind. My dad has told me stories, ranging from bobcats climbing into his tree stand while he was hunting to instances of woods going dead silent, phantom winds, shadow figures drifting amongst the trees, and hearing his name shouted loud and clear, even though he was the only person around for 18 acres. One time, as he was in his tree stand around evening, he heard my grandpa, the same one who had helped him work so hard on the land, say, "Hey bub," right over his shoulder. My dad for a moment thought it was his father coming to tell him that he'd been in the tree long enough and it was time to give up and try the next day, until he remembered that my grandfather had passed 15 years prior. Hugely uncomfortable, he packed up and headed back to camp. The next day, my brother and his friend arrived to join my dad's weekend of hunting. The three men set up blinds and tree stands at opposite ends of the acreage, so as to not spoil each other's hunts. Around evening, my brother heard my dad yelling his name in a distressed voice. My brother was immediately put on edge because the area my dad's voice was coming from was not where his tree stand was. To be safe, my brother texted and asked Dad if he was okay and if he called his name. My dad responded that no. He had absolutely not yelled or ever even spoken my brother's name of fear of scaring off the deer. Very shortly after, my dad heard a growling sound like he'd never heard before, and louder than any local predator should be able to make. When describing it, he said it was like someone with a massive speaker at full volume ran at him while playing a recording of a wolf snarling. Then, the sound just stopped, as if someone flipped a switch. Immediately after, he got a text from my brother, saying that he'd like to leave the property right then. Apparently at the exact same time, my brother and his friend heard the exact same sound like it was right next to them, even though all three men were on opposite ends of the property. Without bothering to take down their tree stands, the men packed up their camp and cut their hunt short to head home, thoroughly unsettled by whatever was mimicking my dad and growling at them that day. Ever persistent hunters, my dad and brother returned to the camp the following weekend. My brother, more curious than cautious, decided that he was going to investigate the area of the property that my dad's voice had come from. This particular corner of the land was very seldomly visited, as it butted up against the property line and there were no obvious deer trails in the area. When he explored the area, my brother found something no one else had ever found in almost 30 years of roaming the property. Graves. Almost a dozen of them, all perfectly squared and lined up neatly, and bordered by rocks. As soon as he laid eyes on all the graves, my brother knew that this was not somewhere he was supposed to be. He turned tail and headed back to camp to tell my dad. Dad, not to be content with taking my brother's word for it, convinced my brother to take him to see the graves. He brought his metal detector along because he is a middle-aged man and all middle-aged men have metal detectors, of course. Passing over the graves, no metallic indications appeared until he got to the grave that was the furthest from the others. The metal detector went nuts. My family has debated calling a forensics team to investigate the graves, but ultimately decided not to because the graves were obviously over 100 years old. We don't go near the graves at all now. We contracted the town historical society to see if there was any notable homesteads in the area, and it was confirmed that, in fact, there had been. We notified the local police department, who do not seem that concerned, so we decided to let the dead rest. Even the allure or historical artifacts have not tempted us to poke around the graves that gave off metallic signatures. My family still uses the property for camping, fishing, hunting, and recreation, but things have been different lately. My dad has all but abandoned the hunting shack, preferring to camping in his own camper down by the road. My brother's friend who heard the horrible growling refuses to go back there. And me? I know not to go wandering alone there. Ever. Again. Twice I saw the face in the window, pressed up against the surface, its icy breath fogging the cold glass. At first it appeared strange to me, the skin beneath its eyes drooping in ripples of flesh, exposing the red sensitive strata underneath. It was the winter of '83, and I had booked the cabin for 3 nights. Only 3. A break was needed, somewhere to relax, somewhere to recover. I had had a heart attack 2 months earlier, a painful, excruciating experience, which I would not wish on my worst enemy. Lying there, sprawled across the kitchen floor, the sharp agony had siphoned through my veins, chest, arm, and jaw. I lost consciousness, only to find myself in a hospital bed days later. It was my daughter, Jen, who discovered me. Thank God for her. The cabin was to be a retreat, a place far removed from the stresses of my life, the fallout from a failed marriage, the pressures of a flagging career, and the ordeal of staring death in the face. Comfort had become a stranger. Fear, however, was both now my enemy and my constant companion. Each beat of my heart was felt, the slightest change of rhythm or palpitation a nursery of terror. The knowledge that, at any time, the agony of death could be brought upon me by the very thing which gave life, seemed perverted, an abomination of purpose. I now wandered through life like glass, afraid that the slightest exertion might shatter me. The doctors had done their part through surgery and medication. Now it was my turn, to help my body heal as best as it could. Only time would tell how successful such efforts had been. I was advised to relax, to undertake some limited physical therapy, and to avoid any anxiety or sudden shocks. But how does one avoid a shock or a nasty surprise? By its very definition, a shock is an unknown, unforeseen, unexpected event which lurks in the darkness of obscurity, out there, mingled with the fog of yet to come, around a corner in the next room. A wrong turn taken, or an unwelcome phone call bearing bad news. I found the entire concept of avoiding the unanticipated to be a laughable one. And still, there I was, preparing for the quiet solitude of the countryside, following the advice of the experts and those men and women in sterile white coats. I had almost ignored their recommendations, remaining slumped at home, festering, counting the hours and the beats of my heart as finite measures of my life, when still, the mind can unleash a terrible onslaught of memories. I thought of Susie, of the years spent together and now wasted. We had been happy once, but I had played my part in where we ended. She came to visit me in the hospital. Perhaps she too wished for reconciliation, but feeling the gulf between us, as she sat at my bedside, was worse than any physical heartache. We smiled and spoke the empty words of day-to-day which litter each and every hospital ward. As she left, she touched my hand for the briefest of moments, and yet, I could tell that she no longer sheltered the spark she once had held for me. She tried to be kind, but some things done and said can never be taken back. A fire of resentment which can never be extinguished. They say that time heals all wounds, but some cuts are deeper than others. In those bleak days of loneliness, I had only the thought of my daughter to keep me from slipping into a dark depression, and yet, she stayed with her mother most of the time. Perhaps I had been cold towards her too. I knew my failings as a husband, but I'd never conceived that I'd been anything but a loving father. And so I lived for those brief 2 days a week when I could see her. The in-between times were filled with fear of death and the thoughts of worthlessness. Friends, family, doctors, they all urged me to go on a holiday, but I was afraid. Scared of my heart giving up, frightened by the possibilities brought forth by an anxious mind, preoccupied with the fragile body which housed it. If it hadn't been for Jay, I would have never gone. He visited me several times a week and encouraged me to be as upbeat as possible, with his usual quips and jokes. He kept me going, in fact, and finally persuaded me that a few days away in the countryside would do me good. Still, I was terrified of being left alone, isolated, away from things and people. What if I had another attack? Perhaps the next one would be fatal, and even if I could be saved, I would be too far from help to be reached in time. I needed somewhere that I could relax away from the world, and yet not so far from the wonders of modern medicine. That was why we chose the Blackwood cabin. Jay had visited there as a child. It sat on the outskirts of a large forest, hemmed in one patch of open ground by a beautiful flowing river on the other side. Despite its seeming detachment from the world, it was in fact only 6 miles from the nearest hospital, which stood near a small town on the boundary of the thick, darkened web of trees. This and the insistence of Jay that he would stay as well left me content enough in the knowledge that help would always be at hand. I could feel myself begin to relax as we left the city, and during the drive we both talked and laughed, reminiscing about our days together at university. For the first time in months, I felt positive about the world, watching the motorway recede into the distance, relinquishing its concrete grip to the wild, untamed and imposing grandeur of the great outdoors. Only once did I bring up the mention of Susie and our separation, but Jai quickly turned the conversation around to something more positive and fun, as he often did. I held out hope that the divorce would never be finalized, and that she'd come back to me, but hope too can be an exhausting predicament, so I attempted to filter Susie from my mind as best as I could. The single-track road weaved its way through the Black Forest. We wriggled over 6 miles of twists and turns and serpentine slitherings before we finally reached the clearing. A large waterlogged patch of wild grass captured the area, so much so that we had to park a car a few hundred feet from our destination for fear of getting stuck. In the center of the soaked, near marshland ground stood the rickety and aging shelter, which we intended to call home for the following 3 days. The cabin was itself small, with one main room complete with cozy log burner and stove, and 2 cramped bedrooms at the back. It had been there for an age, that much was certain, and the darkened timber beams which carried the heavy burden of time above sagged and dipped as they lurched across the ceiling. The smell of moss and bark swayed the air, and the sound of the flowing river on the other side of the cabin bubbled and brewed, peaceful, serene yet mysterious. The first day was uneventful, exactly what I needed. Relaxing with a book in front of 3 large logs smoldering in the fire, and spending a little while sitting on the steps to the cabin, watching the river swell and swarm with the winter currents. It was then that I understood the naming of the place. Peering out across the bobbled grass to the tree line, the forest seemed picturesque, yet impenetrable from distance. And the clearing where the cabin sat provided only a temporary pause to its encroachment, before it once again continued to blanket the land on the other side of the river. The woodland was dark and black, yes, but full of life, of vibrancy, of things. Deer, foxes, beetles, rabbits, but I would have never guessed at the horrors which lurked between its tightly woven evergreen branches. Many tourist traps survive on tales of ghosts and ghouls, hidden somewhere nearby. Stories exaggerated by pub landlords or hotel managers, speaking of rooms where something ominous walks at the midnight hour. Visitors flock to such places, hoping to spend the night in a haunted room, to glimpse something in the darkness which whispers the thought that life is more bizarre, more interesting than we could possibly imagine. Even that lonely and forgotten cabin seemed to have something of a myth attached to it, In a book, tucked away in the corner of one of the bedrooms, Jai found a wrapped old hardback. The papers were yellowed, and while it contained the publication date of 1967, I was certain that it had only ever seen one pressing, left in the cabin to titillate those staying there. The book was called The Beast of Blackwood Forest. Rifling through it, I found that the author had dedicated much of her life to the documentation of a local legend. I had myself heard the stories when I was younger, as I had once dated a girl who lived in a nearby town. All the kids talked about the Beast of Blackwood, a creature which everyone's uncle had seen while out hunting in the forest. Dark, hulking, monstrous. Of course, I always laughed at such things, and no concrete evidence for it had ever been found, but each winter there were rumors, whispers about something shambling through the woods at night. As the day gave way to twilight, I read through some of those pages while Jay stocked the stove and prepared supper. Although I discarded the legend as nonsense, I found the book quite compelling, and the eyewitness testimonies contained therein affected me enough to cause me to see something which wasn't there. Shadows moving outside, under the cloak of dusk. I began to feel my heart once more, and decided that it was best to leave the terrors of the horror genre, fact and fiction, behind. My mind was still fraught with the strain of Susie leaving me, and the fear of the slightest palpitation signaling another heart attack. So, accounts of a terrifying creature preying on those in the immediate vicinity, no matter how preposterous, were not suitable for a fragile disposition. The clean country air, on the other hand, was doing me the world of good. After dinner, Jay surprised me with a bottle of my favorite whiskey, 16-year Lagavulin. I knew that the doctors would frown upon it, but the idea of swishing that warming liquid gold around in my mouth and taking a deep gulp reminded me of something essential. It reminded me of being normal again, of being strong, of sitting in my family home with my wife and daughter, enjoying the finer side of life. A few drams would not be unwelcomed. We talked and laughed about the past while playing cards and enjoying again, reliving old adventures we had traveling together during our university summers with the old gang. I would have happily stayed there, wrapped in the comfort of those memories for an eternity, and in many ways I wish I could have sunk further into that moment of relief with my recent worries, but that was not to be. Around 11 o'clock the log burner was running low, and we had all but run out of wood. Jay drunkenly picked up a torch and decided that he would go and quickly gather some more, so that we could keep the good times flowing. I didn't protest. I was happy. I was content to allow the night to continue. He was a good friend, and insisted that I not raise a finger out there in the cold darkness. He always was braver than me, and I'd be lying if I said that the outlandish thought of something lurking in the woods hadn't left its mark. I watched from the window for a moment as the beam from his torch bounced along the uneven, now frozen grass. The light dropped to the ground for a second, and I heard the drunken merry laughter of my friend echoing out as he picked himself back up before continuing towards the tree line. Smiling, I returned to my book of Joyce, flickering through a few pages of an Ellery Queen detective novel, less dangerous than the previous read. After about 15 minutes, I realized how truly silent the cabin was. No noise, no wind, no sound of life or the living, and for the first time I sensed something sinister resting in the stillness. Suddenly, Jay burst into the cabin and collapsed on the floor, panting. He turned to the door and kicked it shut with his heels frantically, his eyes wide, panicked, disbelieving. Scrambling back to his feet, he turned a small table on its end and wedged it against the skin of the aging wood under the handle. "Help me, for Christ's sake," he whispered anxiously. I stood up quickly and rushed to my friend's aid, helping him pack furniture, anything with weight, against the door. It was the first time since the heart attack that I had physically exerted myself, and it would not be the last. I felt the blood pump through my chest and momentarily quivered at the sensation. I tried to find out what had happened, but Jay was exhausted and distraught. A shiny streak of sweat ran down his cheek as he wheezed and gasped for air. He flicked the light switch, smothering us in darkness which was only broken by a crescent moon hanging in the sky outside, its slivered light vaguely illuminating the inside of the cabin. Prowling the window which gazed out towards the forest, his stare never broke for a moment from the frozen world outside. We stood there, my repeated questions going unanswered, and slowly, my fragility returned. I rubbed my chest for a moment as my friend's anxiety seemed to spread to me. My heart raced and my mind swung like a pendulum between the fear of an agonizing heart attack and the terror etched on Jay's face. Just what had scared him so badly? I breathed deeply to calm myself, but Jay took notice. He was too fixated on the darkness outside. It was only when I poured him a large whiskey that he finally broke his silence. I've never been more frightened by words, but my friend's certainty shook me. There's something out there. I did not reply immediately, but when I did, I could only think to ask, something? What could he have meant by such an indefinite term? There were no bears in that part of the country, no large predators at all, but it did indeed seem that Jay had seen something big in the woods. He had been gathering wood for the stove around the tree line of the forest, and as he described, standing there listening to a short flurry of rain tap the canopy above him. I could see the fear grip his insides, as it did mine. My heart began to pound harder as Jay stuttered over the words. I saw it moving between the trees, straight for me. I didn't look back, but I'm telling you, it wasn't human. I knew my friend was convinced by what he said, but while I dismissed the notion of an unknown creature stalking the woods outside, and perhaps in the attempt hid the description from the yellow pages of that book which had etched into my mind, I very much did entertain the idea that there was someone out there. Someone dangerous, mad, or perhaps both. My pulse continued to race and I could feel my heart beating wildly at the thought of a shadowy figure prowling around outside, watching us, waiting. After finally composing himself, Jay asked if I was okay, his fear now turning to concern for his friend, but I myself was transfixed on one course of action: escape. I rushed over to the cabin's phone, but on picking up the receiver, I was greeted by an icy silence. The line was dead, and what that still, lifeless receiver said about the unseen threat I was sure we now faced was enough to thrust dread into my very soul. I stood there for a moment, desperately trying to formulate a course of action. That serene, peaceful place in the daytime now felt imposing and absent of mercy. I just wanted to go home. Jay motioned for me, and then pointed with a shaking hand at the darkness outside. It was then that he let out a suffocated whisper. It's there. Looking out into the moonlit night, I saw nothing at first, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkened landscape outside, I finally saw it. Deep down, I had hoped that Jay had simply drunk too much and spooked himself while out there, but now, any dream of a simple and harmless explanation was extinguished. Someone was standing amongst the trees, just standing and looking, bathed in darkness. It was difficult to make out any detail. All I could see was an outline. The outline of a stooped and hunched figure, its arm wrapped around the tree, as if steadying itself. I could not be sure, but it felt as though its stare was firmly transfixed on our cabin, our rickety shelter for the night which had no doubt seen many winters there before, and perhaps even encountered whoever or whatever was looking at us from across the sodden stretch of icy marsh which surrounded us. Who is that? I stammered. Keep your voice down, Jay snapped in return. And so we whispered and spoke of the hunched figure standing only a few hundred feet from us. It's not a man, Jay kept saying, but I continued in my attempts to dissuade him from that conclusion. I saw it through the trees. It moved in a weird way. limping like it was off-balanced or deformed or something, but it moved fast. I have no idea how I made it back. Maybe it won't leave the trees. His eyes widened, and it was clear that a revelation had sprung forth from his mind. He turned suddenly, walking across the room to a table where I had left those yellow pages which spoke of a strange creature living in the woods. Jay thumbed through it, shielding the light from his torch as best as he could with his hand. As I watched him scan through the contents and flick to what he seemed so animated about, I almost laughed at the insinuation. It's a man, Jay, just someone messing with us. But he was convinced otherwise. Look at this, he said, following the text with his finger as he read. Accounts have varied over the centuries, but a central element to the myth states that the beast of the Black Wood only wanders from the forest late at night. It had been suggested that the creature uses the thick canopy as protection during daylight hours. Locals claim that it's entirely nocturnal. There's no such thing as the beast. I could feel my pulse thicken as my blood pressure increased at the idea, so much that I had to sit down for a moment to allow my heart to recover to its normal beat. Are you okay? I'll be fine. Let's just wait until it gets light and we can leave. Are you crazy? You didn't see that thing up close. It's huge and quick. If it wants to get in here, it will. So there's a weirdo in the woods. He can't wait us out all night. Anyway, he's probably just a hunter or someone camping in the forest. He'll be harmless. I listened to the words exit my mouth, even though I didn't believe them. There was something about this place. A silence. Deathly, icy. A sickly sense of dread hanging in the air, hidden between the bark and the moss. Jade turned to look outside to the grassland, which edged towards our car, sleeping in the night chill between us and the brooding forest. We need to leave, or you can stay here and I'll get the police. Either way, I'm going. He turned to look at me sternly. Which do you prefer? I might not have been convinced that it had been an unknown creature that had stalked him through the woods, but by God, I didn't want to stay in the cabin alone. I threw my stuff in a bag as Jay did the same, each of us grabbing a knife from the kitchen for protection, and there we stood, looking at the door, a pile of furniture wedged behind it. We dismantled our makeshift barricade as quietly as we could and then, brandishing our kitchen knives nervously, slowly opened the door. It creaked softly, sucking in the night air which felt cold and bitter and revealed a slow patter of light rain, threatening something greater from the heavens. Jay poked his head out first, and then after a brief silence waved me on. We descended the dozen or so steps which led down into the grass, and as we peered around the corner, we could see our ticket home. The car was parked a few hundred feet from where we stood, nestled in the last piece of dirt track, which would give way to road, and then the safe embrace of home, if we made it. It would take a minute or so to reach, but with the knowledge of the figure in the forest lurking around somewhere nearby, it seemed like an eternity away. I slung the strap of my bag over my shoulder, and Jay, mindful of my condition, headed towards the car first. Keep looking around, he urged me with a whisper. The waterlogged grass squelched underfoot, and the rain began to grow more angered as we stepped tentatively towards the safety of the car. We tried to be as quiet as possible, but even in the moonlight we had to use our torches to see what was ahead of us, advertising our position to anyone or anything in the vicinity. I kept looking out towards the forest, the tree line, the thickening river behind me, but I could see nothing, nor could I hear anything but the raindrops which now battered against the car and splattered on my hood. Then, Jay suddenly stopped. What is it? I whispered over the rain, my heart now beating wildly, throat dried by worry. The rain subsided slightly, replaced by the silence of a landscape petrified, frozen by a winter chill. Jay spoke without turning his head towards me, his breath visible in the beam of my torch. I thought I saw something, moving in the tree line. A crack of wood, the sound of the unseen walking over the forest floor. "Come on," Jay whispered with urgency, and we broke into a brisk jog. Adrenaline coursed through my veins as my pulse thumped desperately. As we continued on, all I could think of was my heart and the deep stuttered and freezing breaths I took in trying to calm myself. As we drew closer to the car, the faintest wisp of moonlight hung in the air as the crescent above us swung behind a pack of clouds, and the world took on a strange icy blue. Stumbling over the grass, we finally reached the gray outline of our ride home. "Open the door, let's get out of here," I pleaded as Jay fumbled for his keys, dropping them to the ground. "Bastard," he growled. Instinctively, I pointed my torch downward, illuminating the long wild grass, now whitened by a thick coating of frost beneath our feet. I waited for an instant, and as I peered down at the ground, I recognized that something was very wrong. Jay was not moving. He hadn't even looked down to see where he dropped the keys. He was staring at something, and the look of sheer panic in his eyes told me that we were not alone. I raised my hand, and with it a beam of light glinted off of the car. Two large eyes stared back from the other side of the vehicle. A hunched, hulking thing glaring up at us, crouched behind the car bonnet. It shivered, and then again, as it rose up, I saw it for a moment. Wet, drenched hair, mouth gaping, its face a pallid and quivering gray. It groaned loud with a strange, unearthly and high-pitched undertone, which only added to the creature's horrid appearance. "Run!" Jay yelled. I did not need to be told twice. I dropped my bag and ran as fast as I could. I panted, sweat, stumbled, thrust myself forward with every ounce of energy I had left in me, and as I did so, the first pains came. The freezing cold stung my eyes. I fell twice, helped to my feet by my friend. My heart staggered. It heaved and battered in my chest. I could feel the slight twinge of pain run up my neck, nestle in my jaw. My chest tightened. I cried in terror. This was a heart attack. I yelled out, "Help!" But all I could hear was Jay running behind me, screaming for me to move faster. "Keep going, don't look back." As the cabin came into touching distance, I heard the heartbreaking absence of my friend's footsteps. I knew Jay. All those years as close as we were, he was always the brave one, something I had at times been jealous of, the one stubborn enough to stand up to anything. I understood implicitly that he was buying me time, a selfless gesture which helped me make it to the steps, scrambling up them only to turn and see him staring the creature down, face to face, the beast shrouded in shards of night. As its hulking mass lunged towards him, a searing pain ran up my neck from my chest. I collapsed to the ground, but he needed me, and whatever life was left in my failing body, I was compelled to use to help him. Staggering to my feet, the night air stinging my lungs, I lurched forward, clutching my chest, ready to strike the beast with everything I had left. Before I could assist, Jay appeared from the darkness, grabbed my arm and threw me into the cabin. He frantically barricaded the door once more. We slumped to the floor, breathless, deciding to keep the lights out, and listened, shuffling in the darkness, but nothing more. The pain in my chest had subsided slightly. It was clear that the heart attack had begun, but when it would end me seemed uncertain. What was that thing?" I asked between gasps. "I don't know, but it wasn't human," said Jay, solemnly, before showing me the knife he'd used during the fight, now covered in a putrid black liquid. "I don't even think this hurt him much." "This is crazy. What do we do now?" "I don't know. I just don't know." And so we waited, and waited. But the pain in my chest grew steadily, my breath more erratic. I took my pills, but I knew that the old enemy had returned, and that I needed more than something to calm my nerves. If I didn't receive medical attention, there was every chance I would die. Jay stared at me as I sat on the old couch against the window, worried that each breath would be my last. "We need to get you to a hospital," he said, gently. "Yeah, just chopper me in." We both laughed for a moment. Jay stood up and looked outside. He seemed reluctant at first, and no wonder considering what lurked outside, but his concern for me appeared to slowly drown out his fear. "I can't see anything out there anymore. The moon is behind those clouds, and we might not get another chance. I think I can make it to the car quicker on my own." "But that thing out there," I said, deep down ashamed that my fear of death galvanized a hope that my friend would indeed find the courage to try again. He leaned over me and smiled kindly, patting me on the shoulder. "I can do this. It's pitch black out there. You need to use a torch, and then it would see you," I said, wincing once more at the growing pain in my chest. "I'll flash it on and off, that way it won't know where I am. Maybe it'll get confused. I don't know." He clenched the torch tightly while looking at the kitchen knife in his other hand. "Hopefully that'll give me enough time to see what's in front of me and head for the car. The keys should still be where I dropped them." "Jay, please, wait until morning," I asked. But as my friend looked at me, clutching my chest, I knew he had already made up his mind, and part of me was glad for the hope his bravery provided. "Barricade the door as soon as I'm out." "Okay," I said, trying to hold back tears of both pain and worry for my friend's life. He gave me a hug, and then he was gone. I closed the door and bolstered it once more with anything I could find before pulling myself back onto the couch and looking outside. At first I could see nothing but the black stillness of the forest. Then a blast of light, then another and another, as Jay's torch sporadically burst into life. Each flash illuminated the landscape around him, like a ghostly photograph documenting his progress towards the car. I could see what he was doing, and I smiled to myself for a moment, once more impressed by his ingenuity. He wasn't moving in a straight line, but zigzagged so that the path could not be anticipated. Another flash, and another. Each time no sign of the creature, and one more precious moment closer to the car. Grass, tree, an anonymous wilderness of blackness. Another flash, another patch of grass. He was so close. Then, the intermittent light became erratic, moving one way then another. Backwards, left, right. Was he lost? Was he unsure which direction the car was in? A more horrific thought then entered my mind. Was he being chased? A flash of light. Nothing. Then another. Nothing again. Finally, the light beamed. He made it to the car. The light was quickly extinguished, followed by the sound of a door opening. One last flash of the torch. The isolated outline of a hunched figure standing behind my friend. A blood-curdling scream. Then, nothing. Jay was gone. The beast had got him, and I was alone. Grief now mingled with fear, feeding the pains in my chest and arm. My friend was most probably dead, and I was certain that I would soon follow him. I fell to my knees, sure that this was it. The end. Agony ran up my chest once more. There I knelt in the darkness, alone, resigned to my death. But as my heart slowed, my thoughts became clear. They turned to my daughter. Whether a good dad or not, I would be damned if I was going to leave her fatherless. And what of Susie? I still loved her, and perhaps in those sweet memories of better times between us, I could fix things, bring us back together as a family. She could learn to love me again. I would set things right. My heart still beat, and as long as it did, there was time left yet, for hope, for escape, for life. But time to do what? The phone was dead, and all I could wait for was daylight. Yet that was at least 3 hours away, and I severely doubted that I would last that long. Never mind that I was unsure that the old cabin door could survive an attack from whatever that hulking creature was, which lurked outside. I peered out through the window, the rain lashing down once more, obscuring an already ill-defined exterior world, and still, I was certain that I could see something limping around in the darkness. As glints of moonlight pierced through the charcoal clouds above, I was sure that the attacker was out there, somewhere, pacing, circling, waiting. But what was it? Was it a man? Or a thing yet to be discovered by science? I did not know where to turn, but all I could think of was getting home to my family. The hopeful, warm embrace of Susie and my daughter was enough to fuel my search for a way out. My only refuge was the book, that volume which I had mocked so readily before. I had to now consider the possibility that my dear friend and I had both come into contact with the beast of Blackwood. At the start of the day, that idea would have seemed ridiculous, but fear opens the mind quickly to any avenue of escape. I sat at the table and used the light from my torch to illuminate the pages, still shielding it from the outside. What I read intrigued me. The creature had been described since the 1700s, and there was even the suggestion that it had been seen before that, as there were references to the Gray Man of the Blackwood Forest, and fragmented accounts from centuries earlier. There didn't seem to be much in the way of 20th century sightings. In fact, the last person to come forward officially had been in 1952, claiming to have encountered a stooped, gray-faced figure with a contorted arched back, disappearing between the trees on the other side of the forest. The original myths did not say much about its origins, but it certainly spoke of its motivations. The creature was drawn or attracted by greed. Children would be told to share and be kind, otherwise the beast of Blackwood would appear from the forest and snatch them away at night. I could not look into the mirror and say that I was never guilty of greed or of selfishness, or of a number of other petty human frailties, but to be punished in this way seemed cruel, trapped in the cabin of Blackwood Forest. Returning to the book, the only supposed protection against the creature was light, or being a person without selfish frailty. In centuries gone by, villagers in the local area would line the path through the forest with burning torches when the beast had been sighted, to ward it away from unwary travelers. Thud, thud, thud. Each thump sent waves of terror through my body. It was not my heart, but someone at the door. Thud, thud, thud. I hoped beyond hope that my friend had once again managed to evade the creature's grasp. Brandishing a kitchen knife, I hobbled to the door and plucked up the courage to shout, "Jay, is that you?" I prayed that it was, but the answer I was given was not the voice of my oldest friend, nor was it even that of a man, but the shrill cry of something utterly inhuman. A sound which spoke of time and age and of moss and dank forest. A childlike shriek of unspeakable purpose. The door shook violently as I piled more chairs, pots, anything I could find behind the wooden barrier. The pounding was loud and angered, and the cries continued. I clutched my ears in despair. Then I remembered. The light. The torches of old warding the beast away. I flicked the switch and the porch light came on outside. Another cry echoed out against the empty landscape, and at that, the thudding stopped. I quickly turned on all the lights in the house, now realizing the creature's weakness. I wasn't sure if I would last, but I would just make it till dawn. Maybe the sun would save me. Then, I heard it. The sound of something moving, shuffling, climbing. I stood paralyzed at the realization. It came from my bedroom. The beast had gotten in, attracted no doubt by any greed and selfishness I had harbored throughout my life. Slowly the door from the bedroom creaked open. My heart pounded, and against my thoughts turned to my family, to my daughter's laugh, and the comforting caress of my wife. They fueled me drove me to a strength I did not know I had. I launched in terror across the room, battering against the door. Even with all of my momentum, the creature's hand managed to slip through the gap, its bobbled gray skin and black matted hair soaked by the rain. I swung with the knife, only to miss its arm. The beast seemed to hesitate for a moment, and as it did, I shoved my hand through the gap in the door and flicked on the light in the room. A howl of pain, and then nothing. I gasped for air and rested against the door for a time before I finally plucked up the courage to look inside. A window lay open, but the room was empty. I closed the window and staggered back into the main room. My heart raced, and while I fought to stay on my feet, a sweeping pain arched through my back and needled into my chest, knocking the wind out of me. I felt like I was going to pass out and stumbled forward, landing on the couch. I breathed slow and deep. Not yet. Please, God, not yet. The cabin remained eerily quiet, and in that silence sat the memories of better times. Of my daughter playing as a child, of traveling with Jay in her 20s, of Susie's smile. I don't know how long I lay there, but I knew that soon my body would give up. I looked out through the large bay window behind the couch and hoped to see the first welcome rays of sunlight, but I saw nothing but darkness. If I was to survive, I had to make it to that car, outrun the beast, and drive through the forest to a hospital, or at least the main road. If I ever was to see my family again, to put everything right, the car was my only hope. It was all or nothing. Then suddenly, the creature's stilted head rose up from beneath the windowsill. The inhuman face pressed against the cold glass. Its gray skin sagged and weeped away from its eyes. The moist red flesh underneath visible in the cabin's light. The shock had finished me. My heart stopped for a brief moment and then thudded, struggling to maintain my life. My body went limp, my head resting only inches from the window. Looking up helplessly, I watched as the beast stared into my eyes through the pane of glass. My heart sprang into another deluge of beats, battering away at the inside of my chest. A sharp pain ran up my neck. The creature's green-tinged stare stabbed through me, and as its breath fogged the glass, I grabbed the only thing at hand, the old yellow book, and thrust it at that putrid face. Book followed by fist shattered the glass. Countless pieces and shards showered down upon both the beast and myself. A scream, a hideous shriek of derision cut through the icy blackened night as I struck those horrid, accursed features, and again, and again. Its thorned hand waved and flailed, grabbing a hold of me, and for a second, I thought it was going to tear me from the inside of the cabin. Then, the winter frost came to my defense. The beast slipped from its footing on a pipe which clung to the outside of the rickety old shack, and as I clawed at its face with utter disgust, the creature fell the 6 or 7 feet to the ground below. The sound of something hurt lying beneath the shattered window broke my daze as I stared at the contents of my hands. Where there once had been eyes, the face now stared eyeless at me. Where there once had been a mouth, the creature gaped wide, lifeless, jawless, and utterly without agency. For in my fading grip lay the torn and crumpled remains of a mask. On the ground below, a man writhed in pain, wrapped in the vestiges of a hulking, false, monstrous suit, the fall having knocked the wind from him. Something then moved in the darkness nearby. A patter of feet, light and agile. Susie, my soon-to-be ex-wife, the one I had adored and agonized over. She screamed, attending to her lover on the ground. My closest and dearest friend Jay, the beast of Blackwood Forest. Susie looked up at me with hatred and contempt in her eyes, but I couldn't muster anger nor jealousy. All I could think of was that I must have been a monster to have deserved such malice from those I loved. The two people I trusted most in the world. Jay slowly rose to his feet, and yet he could not acknowledge me. He could not look up to the friend he had betrayed. Then, it came. Finally, my heart began to give in. Not at fright or fear, but at sadness, loss, the anguish of a broken heart. I stood up, clutching my chest, and as I staggered backwards, I saw the smiling face of Susie, and then the words of my once trusted friend. Thank God. They embraced beneath the window as I fell to the cold and solid wooden cabin floor, and yet I did not lose consciousness. The pain was agonizing, but nothing compared to the sharp incisions made by each word spoken from below the window. What are we going to do about the window? Susie asked. I'll just say that he smashed it during his heart attack. But maybe they'll guess. No, baby. They won't guess anything. He'll be dead and we can start a new life together when the insurance pays out. Now, you need to go back to the woods and go home. I'll clean up here and then phone an ambulance once I'm sure he's gone. I almost chuckled to myself as I writhed around helpless on the floor. I had hoped that Susie had refused a divorce because of love, because deep down she still wanted me. But instead, it was only to hang on to how much money my death would make her. For a while I heard Jay slip and swear as he attempted to climb up the broken window once more, but each time he failed to pull himself inside. He then changed tactic and tried to push the door open, but again I had barricaded effectively and obviously did not want to force it open and leave further evidence of foul play. It was then he started shouting in anger, even cursing my name of all things. It was only a matter of time before he got in, cleaned the place up and told the police how sorry he was that his dear old friend's heart just gave up. My last thoughts were of my daughter, of never having the chance to fix my mistake as a father. I finally passed out. And yet, my assumed death would not be. I woke up to find myself in the white glow of a hospital room, my hand held tightly by my daughter, who slept in a chair next to my bed. The doctor who attended me said that I had suffered another heart attack, but one which was not as severe as the last. While I was to take it easy, with some therapy, I would recover. The police were keen to speak with me. I gave them my account of what had occurred, and they in turn told me of what they knew. My unconscious body had been discovered next to the main road, just outside of the Blackwood Forest, on the outskirts of the nearest town. The cabin was thoroughly searched and was found in the same condition as I had left it. The window smashed and the front door locked and barricaded from the inside. There was no trace of Jay or my wife. They simply could not be found. The only evidence that they had ever been there were their footprints in the mud around the cabin, accompanied by a third, much larger set, which led back, deep into Blackwood Forest. Randy stumbled under the weight of the camping gear, grabbing at shrubbery to keep from tumbling down the hill. I looked back at him, sighing softly before I made my way over to his tiny frame, sliding over brightly colored leaves. Reaching around him, I attempted to grab the strap from one end of the pack, beginning to lift it from his shoulders. Here, let me take. No! His brown hair, the same shade of his brother's, masked his eyes as he shook the pack violently, displacing my grip. I can do it myself. I frowned slightly, my hand still poised above the strap, as Randy straightened the pack on his shoulders. Randy, you know better than to let a lady carry the weight, a deep voice called from behind us. Randy and I both turned to see Kyle, clicking his tongue in disapproval as he pulled himself forward by a small tree that shook under his weight. Now going up the hill, it's not that heavy. You're 13 now, a man, so I don't want any complaints. Randy nodded vigorously, flushed face steeling itself as he continued on. He's not one of your pledges, Kyle. He's your younger brother. Chelsea, I'm just gonna toughen him up a bit. There's no harm in it. I folded my arms across my chest, pursing my lips in disapproval. Jack laughed from behind Kyle, bear crawling up the remainder of the hill before pulling 2 beers from his pack and offering one to me. "Lighten up, Chels. We're just messing around." I eyed Jack warily before taking the beer and popping the tab. A loud thud echoed from the peak of the hill, the 3 of us turning to see Randy on his stomach, uprooting a small bush as he attempted to clamber to his feet. Jack and Kyle threw each other a smirk before racing up the remainder of the hill, shooting commands at Randy as they went. Running my hand through my hair in exasperation, I turned my eyes to the sky as I meandered forward, surveying the stars and full moon. It was amazingly bright that evening, a perfect night for camping. I'd always been fond of the woods. Throughout my high school years, I was prone to disappear beneath the looming branches, failing to resurface for hours at a time. They had been my safe haven, offering sanctuary from the most tiresome of tests and petty high school struggles. But that night, something was off. I couldn't help but feel small, vulnerable in the vast expanse before me. It was as if on that evening, the wind bit just a tad harder, the trees rustled just a decibel louder, and the shadows danced just a bit more wildly. "We're here," Kyle exclaimed as Randy threw the gear down, bending forward to rest his hands on his knees and spitting into the muddy ground. The tree before us had been massive, its roots creeping over the surrounding earth, twisting over its surface before diving back beneath the hard clay. Its size, although impressive, was merely an afterthought to the tear that extended directly down the center of the trunk, the bark an ashy black along the edges of a now gaping hole. The split itself was big enough for at least 2 people to stand in comfortably, and somehow had managed to not pose much of a detriment to the tree as its branches stretched forward, leaves golden and red. "So this is it? An old tree?" Jack laughed, shaking his messy blonde hair in disapproval. "There's a good story." "Save it, Kyle. Nature's calling. I'll listen to your horrifying story later." Jack waved his hands in mock terror before slinking into the expansive greenery before us, disappearing into the abyss. I finished my own beer before setting it down on a rock, wandering over to where Randy stood, tussling his hair affectionately as he shot me a smile. "Alright, well, since Jack seems to feel like being a dick tonight," Kyle raised his voice slightly on the last 3 words, turning to look behind him with a smirk. "I guess I'll just tell the 2 of you." I rolled my eyes at Kyle's dramatics, but felt Randy straighten up a bit, leaning in. Many years ago, there was a tribe of Indians that lived in the marshlands. Now, there have been many tribes to come from the southern marshes, but this specific tribe was of particular note. It wasn't because they were the best warriors, the most adept of survival, or even had the best folktales. In fact, compared to the surrounding tribes, they were rather historically insignificant as a whole. No, this tribe is only known because of one thing, and one thing only. This tribe was cursed. It was plagued by a disease that turned men into murderous beasts that stalked the night in madness. Such curses are hardly happened upon, and when those who were brave enough would ask about the origin of the curse, the only response from the other tribes was that there had once been a violation of nature, so perverse and so heinous that men were forced to wear their transgression in the form of a transformation. Although the original perpetrators of the crime against nature were run off or had mysteriously vanished many years ago, the curse lived on, claiming men from the tribe and those who took their women. It was never clear who the curse was going to afflict, but it followed the tribe like a shadow, always lurking behind them as they walked through the centuries. The Wendigo, as they called those who were afflicted with this curse, was a beast that tore the flesh from its victims and bathed in their blood. It was even known to enjoy the putrid delicacy that was rotting flesh, unearthing the dead when it felt the need, leaving nothing but scraps in its ravenous wake. It was rumored to have dug up hundreds of the surrounding tribes' graves and taken many more live victims, and the curse impacted all those who came in contact with the tribe. Because of this, these people were feared and rejected by all. This isolation, drawn up by the chieftains of old, allowed the neighboring tribes to live without incident for many years, until white men entered the lands with small pieces of thin, flexible cloth with red wax on them, declaring that the natives were now on someone else's land and needed to relocate. When the wars had been fought and the white men had defeated the tribe's warriors, a truce was drawn. In the truce, there was a single condition which the chieftains demanded be met if the white men wished them to leave peacefully: that their tribes were to be relocated before the white man made contact with the tribe on the furthest edge of the marsh. Amused by the superstition of the chieftains, the white men agreed, keeping their word and allowing the tribes to leave before they made their way to the edge of the marshlands. The white men entered the marshes in the dead of night, and after many days, found the tiny tribe living on a small plot of land. The men descended on the natives, demanding that the chieftains of the small tribe move his people from the marshes to a newly plotted reservation. In an attempt to appeal to the white men, the chieftain gave his only daughter to the leader of the group, Thomas Dittany. When Dittany looked upon the beautiful woman, her black hair held tight with intricate braids, eyes dark as the night sky, lips as red and full as the wild rose petals she wore around her neck, he fell madly in love with her. He immediately drew up the truce with the chieftain, marrying the girl the next morning. With the truce, the people lived in harmony, often trading and socializing with one another. They threw raucous parties during the harvest season and banded together in the bleakness of the winter months. The tribe was happy to have been accepted into the world again, and the white men found that the natives knew much about the land, including survival skills passed down through the tribes for centuries. All was peaceful, and perhaps this was the most amicable encounters between Indians and Americans for years to come. This unity, however, ended late one August evening, when the beautiful Indian wife of the newly appointed governor, Dittany, ran screaming into the white village. Many of the villagers attempted to calm the woman down as she babbled on about ancient curses. Her fit for hysteria continued for nearly an hour before her face turned deadly pale and she dropped dead into the square. Dittany was so broken by the sight of his dead wife, her once tanned face now pale and cold, was driven to the brink of sanity, forbidding anyone to move her body for burial. The men of the village tried to talk sense into the governor, but he persisted, stating that the next person to attempt to move the body would be given a death sentence. After his outburst, the governor locked himself in the upper room of his home, refusing to speak to a soul and seeking comfort for his grief and solitude. The villagers would only see him at the first light of dawn, when he would slowly make his way to the body of his wife, laying a bouquet of wild roses in her hands before the sun had finally risen, scampering back to his home when done, running from the light as if the sun's rays would sear his very flesh. This continued on for a week, and when the sun had set on the 7th day, the killings began. Men, women, and children were found slaughtered every night, stripped of flesh and devoid of blood. Even corpses began to be torn from their graves, bloated bodies missing rotting flesh. The villagers started to talk as the bodies in the square ripened, flesh peeling from the woman's bones in thin, crusted layers. They wondered at first, in silence, why a dead body laying in the open would be left untouched by this creature. Certainly it would be easier to take a body in the open, rather than dig in the earth for one. As the days passed and more bodies were found, the townspeople began to wonder aloud, accusing Dittany of heinous crimes. It seemed to be the only logical explanation. The untouched corpse had been his wife after all, and it was obvious that he'd been driven to insanity by her death. Soon, the townspeople showed up to Dittany's doorstep, demanding an answer, but they received none. They banged on the door until a frightened servant boy answered, his frail body being thrown aside as the men of the village assailed the house, searching for the absent governor. The people searched Dittany's home, overturning sealed government documents and rummaging through his store of rancid food. Blood covered the walls, and when the villagers had finally pushed their way into the upper room of the house, bodies laid strewn across the floor, their tongues swollen in their mouths as empty arteries looked up angrily at the men before them. Maggots littered the floor, crawling in and out of bodies, the lifeless mounds undulating with maggots' exertion. The flesh and muscle of the corpses had obviously been cleaved from the bone. The oldest bodies seemed to have been dismantled more methodically, done with a knife, each slice done with the skill of a surgeon. The fresher kills were done with much more haste. Their limbs were torn in thick chunks, which dotted the room, thick gouges that seemed almost to have been done by powerful swipes of large claws. Many of the men became sick upon seeing the menagerie before them, letting loose the contents of their stomachs, mixing acid with putrid flesh. Those with stronger constitutions located the servant boy, hiding in a kitchen cupboard, and dragged him out into the square, beating the boy until he found himself able to provide the village with a suitable answer. The boy could see the vehement anger on the faces of the men above him. As they spat and kicked him, he feared that if he blamed Dintney for the murders, he may be killed simply by association, if only to sate the town's anger. For this reason, the boy told them that the chieftain had put a curse on the town and had used his daughter to carry it through the woods with her and into the White Village, setting up the houses to make it look as if Dintney had done the crimes, murdering the grieving husband in the darkness of night. Appalled by this new revelation and the savagery of the natives' ways, the villagers quickly assembled, leading an attack on the Indians. They raided the tribe and captured the chieftain. The old man tried to explain that the beast that was hunting them was not under his control, nor that of the tribes, but the townspeople would not listen, and a battle began, raging throughout the night. The villagers emerged victorious, and what was left of the tribe fled through the village, congregating in these very woods for safety. The first night the Indians set foot on this ground, that tree, Kyle indicated to his left, turning on his heel and stalking over to the tree, running a hand along its bark for effect, was struck by lightning. The very moment a small boy stabbed one of the white men, died in his crying mother's arms. The Indians who had taken to cremating the bodies of the dead to avoid their taking by the Wendigo took this as a sign that this was a tree of death and that the death should be turned to ashes in its base. As they burned both the bodies of the fallen warriors and the little boy, the crying mother, stricken with grief and covered in blood, walked to the outskirts of the woods, bringing with her an offering, and called out to the Wendigo. Never before had any of the tribe reached out to the creature, but the mother was determined to seek revenge that she alone could not attain. After several hours, the Wendigo appeared before her, its large figure casting her in what seemed to be an eternal shadow. In the darkness, the mother fell to her knees, offering it a single wild rose taken from the few she had laid in her dead son's arms. The minuscule amount of humanity that was left in the beast was moved by the mother's grief, accepting the rose and allowing her to speak. The woman pleaded for the beast to avenge her son by killing all the men that attacked the village and to protect this land from the white men, so that he could live on for centuries, immortalized in the tree that became his final resting place. After the mother was sure that the Wendigo would keep its word, she bowed her head, knowing that no one could ask such a creature a favor would live to speak of it. She waited in silence for a few moments before the Wendigo raised its mighty arm above her head, severing it from her shoulders with a single swipe. Randy jumped into me, and Kyle looked back at us smiling. At that moment, the ultimate payment had been made, and they say to this day, the beast still wanders these woods, protecting the boy's legacy, waiting for someone to desecrate the ground so that it can strike again. A rustling sound from the bushes, and Kyle spun around, his face going white. What is it? Randy asked, wrapping his arms around my waist. Knock it off, Kyle, I yelled, rubbing Randy's back soothingly. You're scaring him. Before Kyle could respond, a black figure jumped from the bushes, tackling Kyle to the ground. He shrieked, "Randy, run!" Without question, Randy took off, sprinting into the woods and vanishing between the trees. Randy, come back, I called, turning when I heard the sound of raucous laughter from the two boys rolling on the ground. Jack pulled the black hood of his sweatshirt down, slapping a breathless Kyle on the back. "You see him run?" "Shut up, that was terrible." I clenched my fist before bending down, throwing leaves and sticks at the pair. Whoa, Chels, calm down. It was just a joke. We're less than a mile from my house, he'll be fine." Kyle stood, pinning my arms to my side as he spoke, trying to avoid the assailing foliage. He let me go as I covered my face, shaking my head. "He's just a kid, Kyle. You shouldn't scare him like that." I felt exhausted. Dealing with the two of them and their insensitive jokes was beyond tiring. All right. I'll make it up to him. Tomorrow. And I'll call Mom to make sure he's home safe, okay? Kyle gave me a lopsided smile, and I slowly acquiesced. Jack stood, stumbling slightly before regaining his balance. I couldn't help but chuckle. "You finished the rest of the beer?" Jack simply glared in response before the corners of his mouth turned upwards in a self-satisfying smirk. "Not all, but that does remind me." Jack walked over to the tree before unzipping his fly. I made a noise of disgust before covering my eyes, burying my face in the chest of a chuckling Kyle. "Let's see how Mr. Beastie likes that," Jack slurred, slightly, walking over to his pack and picking it up, with much more grace than I believe him capable of in his current state. Kyle gently lifted my chin with his index finger, looking into my eyes. "Hey, there's an abandoned house up a ways a bit. Why don't we sleep in there tonight, huh? A little bit more privacy?" Kyle rubbed his nose against mine, and I raised an eyebrow. "I don't think I've forgiven you quite yet." Kyle flipped his hair to the side, eyeing me closely with a grin. "Well, we got all night now, don't we?" The walk to the abandoned house was relatively peaceful. The wind rustled the trees, and though the discomfort I felt had failed to settle, Kyle's warm hand in mine grounded me, his thumb gently rubbing against my knuckle every so often. Kyle finally called home when we arrived at the dilapidated house, and after a good berating by his mother, confirmed that Randy had in fact made it home relatively safe, although rather out of breath. Kyle began to put down sleeping bags as Jack wandered around the house, picking up the peeling wallpaper, another beer in hand. When Kyle was finishing setting up for the night, Jack coincidentally excused himself, disappearing out of the hole that had once sported our front door. Well, that was convenient timing. Kyle looked at me innocently, returning to his bag, searching for something in its depths. It really was, wasn't it? Almost. He paused, pulling a single rose from his pack, eyeing me from over the red petals. Like we planned it. I smiled as he leaned in, pressing my lips against his as he slid the stem of the flower in between my fingers. We talked for nearly an hour as I fingered the soft petals of the rose, careful to avoid the thorns. At first we spoke of nothing, just little things about our time spent away at college, new friends we had made. It wasn't until I had finished my story about a particularly nasty professor that Kyle attempted to shift the conversation. "Listen, I know that we haven't seen eye to eye lately," he cleared his throat, "but I want to let you know that I really do care about you, and..." A scream tore through the woods, echoing off the empty graffiti-covered walls. Kyle and I froze, looking towards the entrance of the house. "Jack?" Kyle called, his voice filled with trepidation as he reached for the flashlight next to us, turning the beam on with a click, and angled it onto the lawn. We both waited for a moment, straining to hear Jack yell back, a slurred, sarcastic reply, but the only answer we received was the fluttering of an old shutter against the decaying drywall of the house. Jack, this isn't funny, man." Kyle's voice wavered slightly as he stood, making his way to the front steps. I kept my eyes trained on Kyle until he disappeared from sight. A sickening feeling had spread deep into the pit of my stomach, and the intense unease I had felt earlier began to return with renewed vigor. I stood quickly, moving to a broken window, peering out to try to see Kyle. He was sweeping the flashlight back and forth, muttering nervously under his breath. After a few moments, I made my way over to the overgrown lawn, stopping next to Kyle. "Kyle, come on. He's probably just messing with us. That or the drunken idiot has fallen down somewhere. I nervously played with the thorn on the stem of the rose as we descended into the shrubbery, calling Jack's name out into the darkness. Eventually, we broke away from the brush, entering into a clearing and a road visible on the other side. There was a steep hill to our right, and I turned to scan its surface, assuming that Jack had attempted to drunkenly climb it. The lights from a passing car flashed across the field, and from the corner of my eyes, I caught a glimpse of something reflective. Kyle was calling Jack's name and had retreated back to the tree line to continue to search. I stood still, surveying the hill as another set of headlights drew near, shining onto something scuttling up the hill. I narrowed my eyes, focusing on the creature while I moved closer. I made it to the base of the hill before I stopped, my heart dropping into my stomach as I attempted to swallow the thick lump that had formed in my throat. The thing was easily 6 feet tall, hunkering close to the ground as it moved on all fours in a sweeping gait. I could make out the contour of its spine poking through its reflective skin, its ribs jutting out with extreme emaciation. As it slinked forward, its wrist twisted unnaturally, and its thin leg strained as it pulled itself forward. I felt every hair raise on my skin, goosebumps spreading across my arms as I took an uneasy step backwards. My ankle twisted, and I fell with a yelp, the thorns of the rose sinking into my firm flesh of my palm. Suddenly, the creature's head turned. Empty sockets with an eerie yellow glow stared vacantly at me as its mouth dropped open in what appeared to be a silent scream, taut cheeks pulling inwards. I nearly shrieked, covering my mouth with my hands as the thorns of the rose pierced my face. The thing let a loose, sickening howl, its body contorting as it launched itself down the hill, barreling towards me. Kyle! Kyle! I turned on the spot, blood dripping down my hands as I clenched the rose in my fist, sprinting through the woods. The beam of Kyle's flashlight blinded me as I approached. What? What is it? I found Jack, the drunk idiot fell. I felt something grab my jacket, slicing my back as it pulled me from my feet. I slammed into the ground, a sickening crunch echoing somewhere behind my eyes. My vision swam, and small gray dots burst into intricate patterns as I attempted to steady my gaze. It took me a moment to regain my sight, and when I did, I vomited into my hands, the world spinning as tears began to leak from my eyes. I couldn't see Kyle, but Jack. The creature had sunk its claws into Jack's chest, hooking them between his ribs and violently pulling. I saw the flesh of Jack's chest burst as his ribs were pulled through the ashen skin. The ringing in my ears masked his scream as the creature plowed him into the ground. Its other clawed appendage slid downwards, easily slipping into the soft flesh of Jack's stomach, his intestines falling from the gashes as he grabbed at them, attempting to pick them up and place them back inside the torn flesh. The ringing in my ears finally dulled as I tried to stand, but the world spun violently and I fell back to my knees. Something warm was rolling down my face and into my eyes. I tried to wipe it away, but the harder I tried, the more there seemed to be. I watched, horrified, as a long forked tongue emerged from the creature's mouth, stabbing into Jack's jugular, gurgling noises emanating from the creature's bobbing throat. I pushed myself to my feet and crab walked away from the creature before falling into a ditch beside the dirt road. I landed on something soft and warm. I cranked my neck to see the unconscious form of Kyle laying beneath me, his leg twisting at an odd angle. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, the screen flashing as I unlocked it. Again, I heard a horrible howl as the creature swiped my phone from my hand, repeatedly slicing at it with its claws until the device turned black. I could hear its wheezing breath, and from where I was laying, I could clearly see it. Its skin was like a metallic, magnetic fluid, reflective with little spikes rising here and there as it moved, flattening into a glass when it was stilled. It had no nose, and its mouth an empty hole that seemed to have no end. I sobbed in abject fear as the creature turned to face me, its eyes swirling pools of electric yellow. Slowly, it turned its head to the side, a single bloody clawed appendage reaching towards me. I screamed and it recoiled slightly before reaching out again, poking something in my hands. The rose. Its claw lightly traced the flower before it leaned in, its shuddering breath lightly teasing my face. Quickly, I was thrown to the side. I landed on my back against a tree a few feet away. I screamed as I watched the creature slice across Kyle's chest. "Please." My voice was hoarse and my body shook with sobs. "Please, don't kill him, please." It turned its head to the side, much like a confused dog, before abandoning Kyle and approaching me again. Its face neared mine, and I couldn't help but look away, shaking with fear. I felt the tongue of the creature trace my cheek, sliding along my neck and down my arm. I whimpered, expecting it to deliver its final blow, as I held my breath, clenching my eyes shut. Instead, I felt the creature wrench open my fist and pull the rose. Its thorn still lodged in my palm from my hand. My eyes opened instinctively, and our gazes met for a brief moment. Then, without a sound, the creature turned, darting into the oppressive darkness and disappearing beneath the shadowy veil. The police say that a ranger found Kyle and I in the afternoon, 2 days later, unconscious and bleeding from several impressive wounds. They found the body of Jack nearly 3 weeks later and nearly 30 miles from the site of the attack. The rangers decided that he must have been dragged by the animal that had attacked us, although the report was scarcely detailed and no particular animal had ever been identified. Kyle unfortunately never recovered. The doctor said it was the trauma that had made him lose his mind, ranting about a black creature that runs around the woods at night. Of course, I believe him. But the medication and therapy made me rethink the entire experience, eventually coming to the conclusion that it had in fact been a bear that had mauled us, and not something from an Indian folktale. I returned to college in a year, and my parents decided that we should move to help me put the past behind me. I agreed, and I suggested somewhere in the city, far, far away from the woods. It wasn't until I moved into my new apartment, now many years later, that I realized I'd never forget. As even now, when I look out into my apartment window, into the small patch of woods behind my complex, I can see it there, staring back at me, patiently waiting. Because no matter how many variations of stories I read or how many folktale specialists I consult, they can all say one thing for certain about the creature lurking amongst the woods. One never makes a bargain with the Wendigo, and lives to tell the tale. I had been homeless for 2 years when I found the Shady Acre apartment complex. Before that, I had been sleeping under roadways and behind dumpsters, which were some of the lowest points in my life. Having found the mostly completed apartments, being abandoned before they were officially completed, was like hitting the jackpot for someone like me. Tucked away in a cleared lot nestled against the woods, on the slower part of town, the Shady Acres were a complex for newer families and lower-income individuals, but somehow, it never found itself finally being completed. The walls were not painted, and the flooring was not yet installed, but aside from the minor features, the place was practically livable. Of course, electric wasn't working alongside the water and plumbing, but as the saying goes, beggars can't be choosers. I peeked my head inside as I entered the first floor. Tools, materials, and odds and ends still laid strewn about, as if someone was going to come back to finish the job, or at least clean up the mess, but it appeared that no one ever did. I grabbed a sizable pipe laying on the ground, just in case. Homeless people, if startled, can and will turn violent very quickly. I did a brief inspection of the main floor, peeking my head inside of doorways to confirm that I was alone in this substantially sized building, but sure enough, I couldn't find anyone else. As I continued to inspect the main floor, I found a stairway. A metal door once stood in the way, but now laid on the ground. It was clear that someone had damaged it with some type of tool in order to keep it open. I went to the stairway and looked inside. The natural light provided by the sun, aided by the many windows, could only spill over so much. Inside was a set of stairs going both upwards, but also downwards below. I didn't have a flashlight, but what little natural sun entered the stairway was just enough to give me the courage to explore upwards. I went up the metal stairs quietly, so as to not alarm anyone else to my presence here. The second floor was nearly identical to the first. I walked down the halls gripping the pipe, ready to defend myself from any unknown attackers. Again, much like the first floor, I didn't see anyone. However, I did find troubling signs of people having lived here at one point. I saw an old mattress littered with trash and old cigarettes, clothes tossed in a pile in the corner of the room. Several dark stains covered the floor, and one splattered on the wall next to the head of the mattress. My heart sank. It was more than likely something sinister had been committed here. I was going to turn to leave, but alongside the disheartening evidence of someone being here, I found a flashlight and an old pistol. I took both and checked the gun to see that it still had 3 bullets remaining in the cylinders. I was going to leave, but seeing how now that I had a gun and a flashlight, this changes things. The flashlight worked perfectly, emitting a strong blue LED light on the stained wall when I clicked it on. I still kept the pipe with me as a backup, but the pistol was now firmly gripped in my right hand. The second floor had bits and pieces of trash here and there, but nothing else as concerning as what I saw in that one room. I entered the stairway with my flashlight guiding me. Unlike the first 2 floors, the third floor had an actual door standing at the entrance. Lucky for me, the handle turned slowly when I tried it and granted me access. A quick inspection of the door revealed a marvelous find. This door could be locked from the inside. If this floor was cleared, this would be a great setup. I could lock the door and prevent any vagrants, much like myself, coming up here and killing me in my sleep. All I would need to do is verify that the floor was clear, and I'd be all set. The third floor had varied greatly from the first 2. No bits of drywall on the floor, or discarded nails laying haphazardly. There still wasn't any electricity, but nothing my new flashlight couldn't handle. The floor was unfinished but oddly clean, as if it was getting prepped for carpet or new flooring before this place shut down. I cleared each room slowly, making sure to check every closet and cupboard before finally letting my guard down. I went back to the stairway and locked the door, preventing anyone else from coming up. I picked a room facing the parking lot. That way I could look out and see if anyone was coming. I spent the rest of the day in my newfound home. The flashlight and gun were an amazing find, but that unsettling sight of blood-stained floor and walls were somewhat concerning. Maybe it was something else. Perhaps someone spilled something there and it just looked bad, I thought to myself, trying to not freak myself out as much. The thought also crept into my mind about how I had yet to inspect the basement and what horrors lurked down there. For being homeless, I was fairly paranoid. I made myself a game plan for tomorrow that I would go out and find cheap furniture and food to fill my bare-bone apartment. It would take several trips, but well worth the effort. Nighttime and boredom eventually found me. I sat in the corner of the room trying to get comfortable and let sleep carry me away into tomorrow, but it was difficult. Sure enough, I managed to fall asleep, but staying asleep was another story. I woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't have anything to check the time, but it was several hours before the sun would be rising. I got up feeling the urge to go to the bathroom. This complex didn't have running water, so I'd have to go outside to relieve myself. I grabbed the gun and the flashlight and walked over to the stairway and unlocked the door. I went down the 2 flights of stairs and walked out to the back to go to the bathroom. The back of the complex was as neglected as the complex itself. Tall weeds filled the field that stretched out to the dark trees. Moonlight was scarce, and a cool chill breezed over me as I went to the bathroom. I glanced at the complex as I did my business. Anxiety had yet to find me, as I was still sleepy. I could hear cars off in the distance from the nearby highway, but no animal life could be heard. It was probably too cold for them, I thought, as I pulled my pants up and made my way inside. I entered the hollow shell of the first floor. Stealth was not my main concern, seeing that sleep was my only goal. I entered the stairway, ready to ascend back up to my room of safety, when I stopped. For the briefest of moments, I could have sworn I heard what sounded like mumbling down below into the basement. My flashlight was on, but I didn't dare shine it down into the basement. In fact, a moment of curiosity washed over me as I turned my flashlight off and listened in the stairway. I gripped the gun as I stepped over to the stairs that led downwards. My suspicions were confirmed as I felt my way down a step or two to hear more clearly the rambling of someone down there. I paused for a moment, unsure of what to do. Whoever was down there sounded as if they were speaking and no one else was responding. Perhaps a mentally ill person took shelter down there. I walked back up the stairs silently as the soft mumblings of whoever was down there slowly faded beneath the stairs. I was fairly fit and mentally strong, so having an altercation with anyone would be more likely in my favor. I made it to the third floor, and the sound was no longer existent. It was clear that the distance between us had enough cushion to drown out the sound from either of us, which was relieving. I made sure to lock the door to the stairway before heading back to my room. Although the realization I wasn't alone in this building was brief and honestly quite harmless, it made me find sleep all the more difficult. I don't know if I slept much that night, but I woke up feeling very tired. I got up and glanced out the window to see the complex parking lot empty and the sun beaming over the distant trees. I unlocked the stairway door and went down the stairs and outside. I spent the day in town, getting things ready for my new place. The local thrift store had a cheap air mattress that I purchased, but it didn't come with a pump. I loaded up other essentials, like huge gallon-sized jugs of water, and food that would be easy to make or didn't require power. After making a trip or two back to the empty complex, my room was decent enough for me to not have to worry about it for a week or so. The only thing I wasn't able to work out was the bathroom situation. That would require me to go down the sets of stairs and out back, facing the woods. I was going to go into the basement later that day, but got caught up doing other things, and by the time I was available, the sun had set. This wouldn't affect the actual lighting of the basement, obviously, but I didn't want to face whatever was down there and come up to a pitch black night. Besides, whoever was down there didn't seem aware of me or my setup, and that was enough comfort for me to leave that problem for another day. I made sure to use the bathroom around back before going back up to my room. I didn't want to have to make the bathroom hike in the middle of the night again. While I was using the restroom, I peered out into the woods several hundred yards away. I wasn't sure how long I'd be able to keep up the abandoned apartment situation, so I briefly considered checking out the woods as a backup if I were to be found out. Again, that would be another task I would save for daylight. The woods seemed just as terrifying as the dark basement below. I went back inside, flashlight in hand. As I approached the stairwell, I noticed that on the ground, dark streaks of a mysterious liquid leading down the stairs. The stains mixed with the unfinished floor looked ominous. It was hard to tell exactly what it was, but I didn't like what I was seeing. I turned off my light as I entered the stairway, as to not alert who was below. I made sure to be quiet, but my pace was probably quicker than what it should have been. I opened the third floor and locked it behind me. I did a quick inspection of the third floor as a safety precaution, but everything looked how I left it. I was tired from all the walking, mainly having to carry all my stuff around, and setting up my room took all my energy. I laid on my air mattress and closed my eyes, trying not to think about anything, as sleep began to grab hold of my consciousness, when a faint noise jarred me awake. It was subtle, but my mind, being on high alert, was able to detect movement down below. Normally, I would not have been able to hear what was rummaging down beneath, but since the complex didn't have windows to insulate the noise, I could faintly hear the sound of someone walking around. The shuffling wasn't terribly loud, but whatever it was clearly working its way up the complex. What concerned me wasn't the noise itself, but rather how things sounded. There was a hint of stealth in the movements, like whoever it was didn't want to be detected. I followed the sounds beneath me as I laid in darkness. I lost track of where they had went when they were over near the stairwell. I sat up on my mattress and looked over in the direction of the stairs. Did I lock the door to the stairs? I thought. I had been so busy that day that it was very likely that I had forgotten. I got up slowly, doing my best to keep my sound low. In my hurry, I only brought my flashlight to guide me through the darkness of the halls. I quickly made it to the doorway and tugged on the handle. I did remember. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned my light off. I sat by the door, my nerves slowly getting worked up. I need to stop overthinking, I whispered as I sat in silence after spending 15 minutes trying to locate the sound beneath me. I was ready to get up and head back to my bed when a jostling of the door handle startled me. Someone was outside the door. A brief rustling on the handle shocked my anxiety as I sat in darkness. I could hear someone talking to themselves, but the handle had stopped shaking. Whoever was on the other side had stopped their attempt to gain entry, but still stood outside the door. I stared at it petrified of what would happen if the door lock no longer held. Would it be another person, like me, seeking refuge and wanting to spend the night with a roof over their head? Or was it something else? The person on the other side of the door left the door almost immediately, but still stayed within the complex. Fear gripped me to the door, not allowing me to move. It was clear that this building had another uninvited guest, but that wouldn't last. As I was debating on how to proceed, I heard another sound, but this one didn't come from the other side of the door, but beneath me. The piercing sound of a shriek filled the complex. Whoever had the misfortune of finding themselves on the lower levels began to shuffle around. They tried to get to the first floor, but I could hear a struggle and more screaming coming from the stairway. The sound of commotion erupted. Screams of pain and terror edged up the stairway, but not for long. The screams quickly died, and the sound of something being dragged away slowly faded down into the basement below. I couldn't be sure, but it sounded as if I just heard a murder take place. I sat by the stairway all night, eyes wide. I couldn't bring myself down enough to enjoy the luxury of sleep. When the sun finally rose, I found the courage to get up and head to my room. I didn't go outside that day, despite having the urgent need of using the bathroom. I ended up just using an empty room and designated that as my bathroom area, until I figured out how to get out of this place. I had enough food and water to last me a couple of days, so I had time to figure out what I wanted to do. During the day, sleep finally overcame me, and I drifted to a realm of peace, but that wouldn't last. I woke up later in the day. The sun was completely smothered behind rain clouds, and loud rumblings of thunder rolled in the distance. I could hear a few droplets hit the roof and the windowsill, a prelude of what was to come. The complex was much darker now. My flashlight was needed for just about anything. The day was only going to get darker, so I had to decide. Stay another night and hope that I can evade notice for 10 or so more hours, or sneak my way out of here. I grabbed the pistol and decided to try my luck. I packed up as much stuff as I could carry in one take and headed for the stairs. I made my way over to the door and unlocked it, my light beaming into the thick darkness below. I made sure to check the close was clear before leaving my sanctuary. I slowly descended the stairs, doing my best to navigate the metal steps while also keeping my noise down. I slowly completed the first flight of steps, and nothing seemed out of place. On the second floor, my fears had been confirmed. I could see drag marks leading to the stairs, with stains accompanying it. I wanted to check out the second floor more, but my nerves wouldn't allow it. The drag marks continued down the steps, leaving thick stains of blood and bits and pieces of flesh. This wasn't just a killing. This was a mutilation. Whoever had done this was disturbed, and they were the last person I wanted to encounter in this dark stairway. I needed to leave. The rain had already begun to come down now. I would get soaked the second I'd step foot outside, but I had to do it. I was frustrated by this new development, since I would not be able to hear as well if something was heading towards my direction. I worked my way down to the first floor, but halfway down, my light reached something at the bottom of the stairs that stopped me cold in my tracks. Standing in the corner of the stairway next to the exit stood an absolutely horrid creature. The creature stood hunched facing the corner. My light only caught the lower half of the figure before I turned it off, but it was enough for me to piece what I thought the creature looked like together. The brief moment of horror revealed something blocking my exit. Had it not been standing, I would have thought it was a rotting corpse. Flesh peeled from what limbs I could see, and bone appeared to be jetting out of the lower spine. I didn't get to see the rest of it, and I'm kinda glad I didn't. I held my breath as my heart began to race. I was immersed in darkness with whatever this thing was, a dozen or so feet away from me. Rain and thunder continued outside, now thankfully concealing my sound. I couldn't see anything, but what little I could hear, it didn't sound like it had moved. I stood petrified on the stairs, knowing fully well I wasn't able to make it out of here this way, at least in one piece. In moments like this, you really don't think clearly. You can only think of survival and nothing else. I'd never seen anything like this before. I wasn't sure what kind of gun I had, or if it would even affect this creature in any meaningful way, but I wasn't going to test it now. I began to backstep up the stairs awkwardly. My hands were full, and my heavy pack made the unnatural backpedaling even more difficult. I went for another step back when my shoe didn't clear the step, and I fell backwards. Out of reaction, I dropped the gun and my flashlight to brace myself, reaching out for non-existent handrails to catch my fall. The thud of the heavy flashlight on the metal stairs clambered loudly as it fell down the stairs, echoing in the stairwell. I gasped. A shock of anxiety and dread flooded my system. Without a doubt, I had gained the attention of whatever lurked just beneath me. I dropped my backpack to lighten my load and felt around for the gun. Shrieks filled the complex. As an odd twist of events, it would appear that I had startled whatever was down there. I could hear shuffling beneath me. Its attention focused briefly on the flashlight that came to a stop, buying me precious time to find my only weapon to defend myself. I felt around, my hands petting the ground, still feeling the wet stains of drag marks from earlier. I was so focused on finding the gun, I hadn't noticed the creature was no longer interested in the flashlight and had begun ascending the stairs. Finally, I felt something solid and gripped it tightly. It took me a few moments to orient myself with the weapon, but before I could, I was tackled on the ground. Immediately, I felt sharp pain in my side as I was now being attacked. I could feel claws beginning to slash out my outer coat and heavy pressure on my chest. I pressed the barrel in the direction I heard the shrieking and felt something solid. I pulled the trigger 3 times and my hand knocked back from the power. The gun burst briefly illuminated the area. The flashes of images haunted my vision. I could briefly see in those very few moments what appeared to be a decomposing demon. It was so quick and I was in so much pain that I wasn't able to process everything right then. The pressure relieved off my chest as it seemed I had injured this grotesque attacker. However, I still heard movement squirming around on the ground and loud horrifying screams. I left the empty gun in my backpack with all my stuff and ran past the sounds of shuffling. I went to the stairs and went as quickly as I could without falling in the dark. The pain in my side seemed to disappear as adrenaline began to pump in my system. I made it to the first floor, and I kicked the flashlight that I had dropped earlier. I picked it up and turned it on and ran out of there. I left the complex with whatever it was still screaming inside, the warm rain slowly drenching me the further I jogged away. The screams never did stop. They just muffled the further I went off into the dark, rainy night. When I was a good distance away, a part of me wanted to glance back and shine the light on the complex. Perhaps my demonic attacker had gotten better and was now pursuing me, but not looking back would be a risk that I was willing to take. Have you ever heard of a skinwalker? I've avoided telling this story before because I want to believe that it wasn't real, that it was just a dream. But I've read so many similar encounters that I feel like maybe I should tell someone. Maybe it was real, and something like this really lives out there. I wish I'd known it was possible back then. The story starts at my aunt's house. At the time, my mother and father were going through a divorce. I was about 11, and my younger sister was only 6. The details of the divorce don't really matter, but we were staying at my aunt's house with my mom until she could find a place she could afford on her own. My sister and I were too young to fully understand, so it was almost like a vacation. It helped that my aunt had a really cool house. It was big, and it seemed even bigger to a couple of kids. I don't really know house lingo, but it was very modern, with 2 long main wings. One side housed the bedrooms and a small library. The other had the kitchen. The kitchen had these huge windows, the kind that lots of modern-style houses have when they take up the whole wall. Nestled in this wall of windows was a sliding glass door, but my sister and I rarely used it because it was large and heavy and hard for us to open. Another thing about these windows, though, was that they faced the woods. My aunt's house was surrounded, right on the edge of a large wooded area. The trees ended only a couple of feet away from where the sliding glass door was. Of course, this was one of the benefits of her house. Living near the woods was peaceful, or at least that's what my aunt said. My aunt had a small sitting area by the windows where she could watch nature. She told us that oftentimes she had little herds of deer walking through, and that she even seen a mountain lion once. Anyways, you get the idea. It was a big house with big windows and it sat close to the woods. For the majority of the time that we lived there, we had no issue. My sister and I would even go play in the woods, always staying inside of the house. My mother would often sit in the sitting area by the windows and keep an eye on us. We'd play hide and seek or tag or see if we could climb the trees. Things changed at night though. I hated those windows at night. When I walked down the long hallway to the south wing of the house to get a glass of water from the kitchen or something, I'd always see the trees moving, swaying unnaturally. Not like from the wind where it started from the top and worked its way down, but like something was pushing against them from below and the tree shook from that. It freaked me out, but I was only 11 so it wasn't that hard. I usually just hurry up and get my water and run back to my room. I hated it so much that I rarely forgot to get water before bed after the first couple of times. Wasn't risking that creepy shit again. Later on, I wasn't given a choice though. One night I had a dream that my mother was calling me. Her voice was coming from the kitchen, asking for my help with something. I stood up from bed and made my way towards where she called, my brain fuzzy from sleep. Her voice was soft, but it carried to me as I walked, warm and familiar. The closer I got though, the weirder it sounded, becoming slightly distorted and deeper. It was like a mix of my mother's voice with some animalistic cries that just got louder until I was shocked awake. Just before I stepped through the doorway into the kitchen, I quickly looked around, confused. My mom wasn't there, and the whole house was dark except for the moonlight that illuminated just enough of the room for me to know it was empty. I shrugged it off as a sleepwalking dream, though I'd never had one before, so I turned around and walked back to my room. A few nights passed before it happened again. This time it was my father who called me. "Please," he called. "I need to talk to you. Come here." Just like last time, I stood up from my bed like in a trance, aware and unaware of what I was doing. Each step brought me closer to the kitchen, where I could hear my father, his voice becoming more gravelly and broken as I walked. I stepped into the kitchen and thought I saw him there, standing by the kitchen island, illuminated in the moonlight. He turned and looked at me, and I woke up, realizing there was nothing there at all. It took a few days again, but on the third night I heard my little sister. She was crying for me, telling me she had hurt herself and needed my help. I stood up and started hurrying to the kitchen, like every big sister. This time I barely noticed when her voice started changing, becoming a distorted gasp as I drew closer. I stepped into the kitchen and saw her. She was knelt crying on the ground near the windows. I started to walk over to her but stopped when I realized something. She was kneeling behind the glass. She was outside. Her cries became a laugh and I startled awake, but I still saw a shape kneeled outside the window. Only it was bigger and dark and misshaped. I screamed in terror and it moved, faster than I'd seen anything before, disappearing into the woods. My mother came running from her room, turning on the lights and comforting me. I told her about the sleepwalking and passing, so she chalked it up to me just still being asleep when I told her about the monster. She walked me back to my room and had me take some sleeping medicine to help me get back to sleep. After that, everything seemed like it might be okay. A week passed and then two. My mom found a nice apartment that she planned to move us into. My sister and I were sad to leave, but I was secretly relieved. I've been on edge every night since it happened, wondering if it would call me again, but everything was silent until the night before we were meant to leave. I was just starting to drift off to sleep when I heard shuffling outside my door. I froze, certain that the monster had returned from me, that it had somehow gotten in the house and was about to open my door, but the sound simply moved past me and down the hallway towards the kitchen. I stayed where I was, waiting to make sure it wasn't a trick, then got up as quietly as I could and crept over to the door. I hovered, unsure if I should open it. After a few seconds, I made up my mind to run to my mom's room and wake her up. I slowly cracked open the door and peeked into the hallway towards where the sound was coming from. There at the end of the hallway and shuffling into the kitchen was the form of my little sister. I blinked and then squeezed my eyes shut and opened them again, making sure I wasn't asleep. But no, she was real, and she was disappearing into the kitchen right before my eyes. As I realized this, I realized I could hear something, a kind of faraway moaning whine coming from the direction she was going. Dread ran up my body, and I looked down the hallway at my mom's door, the opposite direction that my sister was walking. Fear told me to run and get her first, but instinct moved my feet towards the kitchen, where my sister had gone out of sight. I ran as silently as I could down the hall and peered around the doorway to look for her. There she was. She was standing right in front of the windows, her eyes open but glazed. As I watched, I realized the trees were swaying, the same way they used to but much faster now, and the swaying seemed to be getting closer, moving towards us at an alarming speed. I could hear branches breaking and the trees creak and protest as something hit them, and the moaning whine I had heard from far away was getting louder, sounding like a dying animal. One tree was rocked so violently, a flock of birds flew screaming out into the night air. As this was happening, my sister was reaching for something, the lock on the sliding door. Even at 11, I knew something was coming through the woods towards us, and it was running, sprinting, right at my sister. I ignored my brain screaming at me to run the other way and raced towards my sister. The noise was all-encompassing now. It had become a screeching so loud, it sounded like it was all around me. I grabbed my sister around the waist, pulling her back before her fingers touched the lock, and I pulled both of us behind the wall beside the window, just out of sight. The sound stopped. The trees no longer swayed, and the screeching had fallen silent. I could hear my sister breathing frantically, but I held her mouth closed, willing her not to cry. My own breathing was shallow and fast, but as I tried to quiet it, I realized there was another sound. My sister's breathing, my breathing, and the even breathing of someone, something else, standing just outside the window next to us. A too large humanoid shadow blocked the moonlight that usually fell into the kitchen, and I watched the figure reach out its unnaturally long arm. I held my breath as I heard a scratch against the sliding door and saw the shadow of the creature's arm touch where the handle of the door was. After a second, the creature withdrew its arm and let it fall to its side. Then it stood there, still, for what felt like hours. Finally, the shadow shrunk and I could hear whatever it was leave. The underbrush rustled and the trees swayed, but the sound moved away this time, instead of towards us. Still, I didn't move. I waited until all traces of its presence was gone before I slowly pulled my sister away towards the hall, keeping out of sight at the window as much as I could. My sister was crying as I led her down the hall. I think I was squeezing her hand too tight, but I felt overwhelming relief as I opened the door to my mother's room and crawled into her bed. My mother never believed us, of course, and we moved away the next day. I refused to return to my aunt's house ever since, and she eventually moved away. I've never had an encounter like that again, but that might be because I stay away from the woods like a plague now. If you're a fan of hiking or camping or live near nature, all I can say to you is, good luck. My friend Alex and I went camping at Red River Gorge last year. He never came back. The police say I made up what happened, a twisted way of coping with losing with him. They think it was an accident, or maybe that I was hiding some horrible truth, but I know what I saw out there. I know there's something in those woods. A creature, a monster. It's out there hiding in the shadows, watching. Waiting. I can still hear the crunch of leaves and the way the night seemed to breathe around us. It started as a perfect autumn hike, the forest glowing red and gold in the setting sun. But when darkness fell, we weren't alone. We thought it was just nerves, or our imaginations running wild in the quiet, but that was before the thing in the woods started stalking us. It was just past midnight when I heard it for the first time. A faint rustling, almost like footsteps, circling the edge of our campsite. I opened my eyes and looked over at Alex, who was lying stiff in his sleeping bag, staring wide-eyed at the trees. His breathing was shallow, barely a whisper above the cracking embers of our fire. "Did you hear that?" he murmured, voice trembling. I nodded, my throat too tight to answer. We sat up slowly, peering into the darkness, trying to convince ourselves it was just a deer, or maybe a raccoon. But the sounds were too careful, too deliberate, as if whatever was out there knew exactly where we were. Then, just as quickly as it started, the rustling stopped. Silence filled the air again, thick and oppressive. We waited, our ears straining, but there was nothing. Alex exhaled, His shoulders relaxed as he mumbled something about going back to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been there was still watching us, lurking just beyond the reach of our firelight. By morning, the fear had faded, almost like a bad dream that didn't quite stick. The golden sunlight trickled through the trees, painting the forest in a warm glow that made everything seem safe again. Alex and I exchanged uneasy smiles as we packed up our gear, shrugging off the strange sounds from the night before. Maybe we just psyched ourselves out. It was easy to let the dark play tricks on your mind. We decided to take the Oxear Ridge Trail that morning. Known for its sweeping views and jagged cliff face, the trail felt like the perfect way to ground ourselves, to let the beauty of the gorge erase the eerie feeling that lingered. We hiked along the narrow path, laughing off our shared paranoia, enjoying the crunch of leaves underfoot and the crisp autumn air. As we reached a clearing, we stopped to take in the view. The gorge stretched out below, a stunning cascade of fiery red and deep greens. For a moment, it felt like we had escaped whatever darkness had brushed against us last night. But as we continued up the trail, a nagging feeling crept back in. The forest was too quiet. No birds, no wind, just the sound of our footsteps echoing through the trees. As we rounded a bend, the trail dipped back into a dense stretch of woods, and the comforting sunlight faded under the thick canopy. Shadows stretched long across the ground, and a chill prickled my skin. I tried to shake the feeling creeping up my spine, but then I heard it. A faint stirring in the leaves, not too far off. I stopped, grabbing Alex's arm. "You hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely steady. Alex paused, listening, then shrugged, giving me a reassuring smile. "Probably just a deer or maybe a fox," he said, squeezing my shoulder. "This place is full of wildlife. Don't worry." I nodded, but something about the sound felt wrong. As we moved on, I kept glancing over my shoulder, catching the barest hints of movement in the distance. The rustling started again, closer now, and it seemed to follow us, stopping whenever we did and picking up again when we walked. Whatever was out there, it wasn't just passing through. It was following us, and every step sent a fresh wave of dread down my spine. After another hour of hiking, we came up on a shallow natural cave, a perfect spot to set up camp for the night. The rock face overhead offered some shelter, and the area felt secluded. Alex set off to gather firewood while I unpacked our gear, arranging our things to make the space as comfortable as possible. As I finished unrolling the sleeping bags, I heard leaves rustling somewhere in the distance. Assuming it was Alex on his way back, I went back to my work, but the footsteps sounded strange, light, almost fleeting, like something or someone was darting through the trees. Then, as suddenly as they started, the footsteps broke off, disappearing into the silence. Moments later, Alex emerged from the opposite direction, carrying another bundle of wood. He was whistling, completely unfazed. My heart lurched. Whatever had been moving out there, it hadn't been him. "Hey, is everything okay?" he asked, noticing my expression as he dropped the wood by the fire pit. "Alex, I heard footsteps," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Just now I thought it was you, but it was coming from the other direction, and they ran off right before you got here." He raised an eyebrow, glancing over his shoulder into the darkening woods, then back at me with a reassuring smile. "Sarah, it's probably just an animal. This place is full of them. You're spooking yourself." I shook my head, my hands fidgeting as I tried to explain. "No, it was different, Alex. It sounded like someone was following us. First on the trail, now here." My voice cracked and I could feel my pulse pounding. Alex stepped closer, putting a hand on my shoulder. "Hey, look at me," he said, his voice calm. "It's just us out here, okay? I'll keep the fire going tonight. Whatever you're hearing, I promise you, it's nothing that can't be explained." But even as he said it, I could see a flicker of doubt in his eyes. As the firelight danced across the mouth of the cave, the shadows seemed to stretch just a little too far. After we finished our meager dinner, Alex tended to the fire, piling a few larger logs onto the embers to keep it burning through the night. The warmth and steady crackling sound, along with the clear star-studded sky above us, calmed my nerves. Slowly, I drifted off, the tension of the day slipping away as sleep took over. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when I felt a hand shaking my shoulder. My eyes flew open, and there was Alex, wide-eyed, whispering urgently. "I heard something," he said, barely above a murmur. "It sounded like sticks breaking, just over in the trees." He pointed to the edge of the campsite, his voice tense but steady. A chill swept over me, and immediately my mind flashed back to the rustling footsteps I heard earlier. Every nerve in my body was on high alert as I sat up scanning the dark edges of the trees. Alex had his flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, darting back and forth as he listened, peering into the shadows. For a moment, it was silent, except for the crackling of the fire. Then, just beyond the circle of light, I thought I caught the faintest rustling, barely there. Like something moving through the underbrush, but trying to stay hidden. My heart raced, my breath coming quick and shallow. Alex and I exchanged a glance, and in his eyes, I could see he was no longer dismissing it as just an animal. Something was out there. "Stay here. Keep the light steady," Alex whispered, gripping one of the smoldering logs from the fire. He flicked his flashlight on, nodding towards the edge of the woods. "I'm gonna get close, see if I can catch it off guard." My heart pounded as I held my flashlight steady on the spot he'd been pointing at, illuminating the edge of the trees. Alex slipped down the hill quietly, moving just at the edge of my light's reach. I could barely make out his figure as he neared the trees, and then, in one quick movement, he stepped into the shadows. Suddenly, there was a loud rustling, and whatever had been lurking there bolted deeper into the woods. Alex turned his flashlight back on, its beam bouncing wildly as he sprinted after it. My light caught a flicker of movement, just for a second, but it was enough. I saw a figure barely visible, dressed in dark, earth-toned clothing, vanishing into the trees. "Alex, stop! Come back!" I screamed, my voice cracking. But he didn't even turn. He kept chasing, his light flashing sporadically through the dense trees, growing fainter with each step. I strained to listen, my breath held tight, but after a few moments, his footsteps faded into nothing, leaving me alone with only the sound of my own heartbeat echoing through the silence. The wait felt like an eternity, each second stretching longer than the last. The forest was silent, the fire crackling softly beside me. Then, finally, I saw it. Alex's flashlight, a steady beam cutting through the darkness, aimed directly at me. Relief washed over me at first, but it quickly faded when I realized he wasn't saying anything. He just kept walking, the light fixed on me, growing closer. "Alex, this isn't funny," I shouted, my voice wavering. I could feel tears stinging my eyes, a sense of dread clawing at my insides. The silence was suffocating, and the flashlight beam remained fixed on me, unyielding, as if studying me. Then, just as my fear began to tip into panic, the light flicked off. I blinked, my vision swimming in the sudden darkness as my eyes struggled to adjust. Shadows danced across the edge of the firelight, and the trees seemed to close in around me. My breath hitched, my chest tight with fear as my vision finally cleared. And then, I saw it. The figure standing there, just barely visible in the fire's dim glow, wasn't Alex. The shape was wrong. Too tall, too still. It loomed silently and unblinking, watching me with an unnatural intensity. My blood went cold as I realized it wasn't my friend who had come back. My hand shook and I stumbled back, every instinct screaming at me to run. But I couldn't tear my eyes away from that dark figure, rooted in place by a terror so profound, it left me paralyzed. I sat frozen, my mind racing but my body locked in place as the figure lingered just beyond the firelight, a silent hulking shadow. Every part of me screamed to run, but the darkness surrounding us felt too vast, too full of unknown horrors. And the thought of what it might have done to Alex helped me there, gripped me in a kind of terror that swallowed me whole. The creature then lowered itself, crouching down, its face finally catching the glow of the fire. My stomach twisted as I took in its features. It wasn't a man. The face staring back at me was stretched and elongated, more animal than human, with a dog-like snout covered in thick dark brown fur. And those eyes, two sickly yellow orbs reflecting the firelight with an unnatural glimmer. Realization hit me like a cold slap. The brown I'd seen earlier wasn't clothing. It was fur. This thing had never been human. Horrified, I turned over, yanking my blanket up to my chin, curling in on myself as if it could somehow protect me. I lay there, trembling, waiting for the inevitable, the lunge, the sharp pain of claws or teeth, but nothing happened. The creature just stayed there, crouched, watching me in silence. Time seemed to stretch, every second feeling like an eternity as I shook under my blanket. My breath shallow, my mind on the edge of breaking, but still, it didn't move. It just stayed there, keeping its vigil over me, as if it had all the time in the world. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to erase the creature's face from my mind, but those eyes, the sickly yellow glow, piercing and unblinking, were seared into my memory. It sat there for hours, crouched just at the edge of the firelight, watching me in a silence that felt like it was consuming me whole. Every second stretched and twisted, each heartbeat feeling like it could be my last. The terror was so intense, I thought it might kill me right there in the darkness. I lay there, shaking, clutching the blanket as if it could protect me, my mind spiraling in endless fear. But the creature never moved. It just stayed there, its eyes drilling into me, studying me with a patience that was somehow worse than anything it could have done. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I heard it shift. My heart hammered as I listened to it stand, its massive form looming in the dim glow of the fire. For one awful moment, I thought it was coming towards me. But then, slowly, it turned, and I heard its heavy footsteps fading away, each one feeling like a small mercy. Only when the forest returned to silence did I dare open my eyes, my heart still racing as I stared into the empty woods, too afraid to move, too numb to comprehend that I'd survived the night. I stayed curled up, clutching the blanket, listening to every small sound, every crackle of the dying fire. It felt like hours before I finally worked up the courage to turn around, to face the space where the creature had crouched, watching me. I slowly lifted my head and looked over my shoulder. It was gone. The sun was starting to rise, casting soft light through the trees, a light that felt like salvation. I let out a shaky breath, feeling my whole body beginning to release the terror that had gripped me. That thing, whatever it was, had kept me frozen in terror for over 4 hours, the longest, most horrifying hours of my life. The moment the forest was bright enough, I scrambled to my feet. I didn't even bother with the campsite, leaving everything behind as I bolted down the trail. My heart pounded, adrenaline surging, and tears streamed down my face as I ran. I didn't look back. I couldn't. All I knew was that I had to get as far away from that place as possible. Branches scraped my arm and roots snagged my feet, but nothing slowed me down. The fear pushed me forward, every step taking me farther from the nightmare I'd somehow survived. As I tore down the trail, my vision blurred by tears, I suddenly stumbled upon a pair of hikers making their way up from the direction I'd come. The sight of other people, real human people, nearly broke me. I collapsed before them, trembling, my body giving in to the weight of the fear and exhaustion. The hikers rushed over, their faces etched with alarm as they knelt beside me. They asked me what had happened, if I was hurt, but I couldn't speak. The terror choked my words, the images of the night still too raw, too vivid. I sat there gasping, trying to steady my breathing until finally, the lump in my throat loosened enough to speak. Something attacked my friend Alex, I whispered, my voice barely audible. The hikers exchanged a look, a mixture of concern and disbelief, but they didn't question me. One of them offered me a bottle of water, and after a few moments, they guided me back down the trail. Every step felt like agony, my body heavy with the shock and fear of what I'd endured. It took 2 hours to reach the parking lot. 2 hours where I glanced back over my shoulder, more times than I could count, fearing that I'd seen those sickly yellow eyes watching me again. When we finally reached the lot, I climbed into my car, my hands still trembling as I gripped the steering wheel. Without a second thought, I drove straight to the nearest police station, the fear still fresh in my mind as I prepared to file my report. After filing my report, the officers exchanged weary glances before one of them asked me to accompany them back to the campsite. They didn't say it outright, but I could see in their faces they didn't believe a word I said. To them, I was just some distraught girl, maybe imagining things after a traumatic night. But despite their disbelief, they agreed to look into it. An officer escorted me back through the trail, my heart pounding with each step. When we reached the campsite, I showed them where Alex had gone into the woods and the spot where I'd last seen him. The officer looked around, taking notes, his face carefully blank. He finally nodded, saying that they'd open an investigation into Alex's disappearance, but I could tell by his tone that he didn't expect to find anything. As he escorted me back to the parking lot, my eyes darted constantly to the surrounding trees, every rustling leaf and shadowed branch sending a fresh wave of dread through me. I half expected to see that creature lurking, watching, waiting to strike. But the woods remained still, eerily quiet as we walked. When we finally reached the lot, I climbed into my car, forcing myself to breathe, to focus. The officer gave me a final nod and a reminder to call him if I remembered anything else, but I barely heard him. The moment I could, I turned the key, pulling out of the lot and driving home, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly, my knuckles turned white. All I could think about was Alex, lost somewhere out in those woods, and the thing that had taken him. The call came the next day. I could barely bring myself to pick up, a sick feeling twisting in my stomach as the officer's voice came through the line, calm and practiced. They found Alex's body at the base of a cliff. He said it was a long fall, and that Alex's body had been badly mangled on impact. I felt numb, the words barely registering as I listened. My mind raced back to the creature I'd seen, its yellow eyes glowing in the firelight, the way it had stalked us through the trees. I tried to tell them again, to make them understand that what had happened to Alex wasn't just a fall. I told them about the monster, about how it chased him into the woods, but they dismissed it just as quickly as before. The officer's tone was sympathetic but firm. People die out there every year, he said. The cliffs are steep and at night it's easy to lose your footing. He wouldn't believe me. None of them would. To them, Alex's death was just another tragic accident, a case closed. But I knew the truth. Something had hunted us, something that drove Alex over that cliff. As I hung up, a hollow feeling settled in my chest. I was left with a terrible certainty that the monster in those woods was still out there, lurking, waiting for whoever was unfortunate enough to cross its path next. Breaking the news to Alex's parents was one of the hardest things I'd ever done. His mother's face twisted with grief as the words left my mouth, and she collapsed, sobbing, unable to bear the weight of the loss. His father just stared at me, his expression dark and accusing, as if he somehow thought I was to blame. I couldn't find the words to defend myself, not that they would have helped. I had been there, and Alex hadn't come home. That was all that mattered. Since that day, I hadn't been able to set foot on a trail. The thought of being out in the woods again sends a shiver down my spine, and even the sight of the forest from a distance makes my skin crawl. I can't sleep either, not peacefully. When I close my eyes, I'm back at the campsite, under that cruel bright moon, with the creature crouched just at the edge of the firelight, staring at me with those sickly yellow eyes. Sometimes I lie awake, wondering why it let me go. Why didn't it finish me off when it had the chance? The question gnaws at me, but I know I'll never have an answer. All I know is that it's out there, waiting in the dark, and no one will ever believe me. I hadn't seen my grandma in 3 years. My mom and I moved across the country after the divorce, and we didn't have the money for a plane ticket. At least that's what my mom claims. I think it's just because she hates my grandma. Well, funny how her attitude magically changed when her boyfriend presented her with plane tickets to Costa Rica. "Ava, your grandma's so much fun. She'll teach you how to knit, she'll teach you how to bake butterscotch cookies. She's the best." She did warn me about something though. Her mind has gotten bad, my mom told me. She has trouble remembering things, recognizing people. Is she gonna be okay? Yeah, but just be patient with her, okay? And if she seems really out of it, call Mrs. Dempsey down the street. I put her number on your phone. Okay. But you're gonna have a great time, my mom said, plastering on a smile. It's going to be wonderful. 2 days later, I was getting off at Pittsburgh Airport. Funny how my mom said I was too young to go to the diner alone with Shireen. The world is a dangerous place for a 13-year-old girl, her words. But she had no problem sending me off on an airplane alone. My grandma wasn't great with cell phones. She didn't pick up when I called, but as soon as I got to the pickup line, I saw her silver Subaru Outback at the curb. Grandma stood beside it, smiling widely. "Grandma," I said, running up to her. She didn't open her arms to hug me. She just stood there, looking down at me. "Grandma?" "Hello, dear," she said, after a pause, as if just noticing me for the first time. "How have you been? I'm so happy to see you." Then she opened the car door and gestured me inside. The car smelled like old person smell. I'm sorry that's mean, but it's true. I crinkled my nose as I pulled on my seatbelt, and she drove us back through the city, out into the Pennsylvania countryside. "Get comfortable, dear," Grandma said, as she led me inside. The house looked the same like it always did, a little stale, a little outdated, but also oddly comforting compared to the minimalistic style of my mom's house. I glanced at the needlepoint hanging in the foyer of a large pitcher of lemonade. "Make yourself at home. You can eat anything you find in the fridge or pantry," she told me. "Oh, except I almost forgot. I do have one rule. The basement is off limits." "Why?" "It's a little dangerous down there, dear. Wouldn't want you to get hurt." I frowned. The basement had never been off limits before. It was finished on one side, And she had a bunch of board games and a sofa down there. I liked hanging out down there. It was the only place that didn't smell like old people. It wasn't dangerous before, I protested. Well, it is now, she said, in a significantly firmer tone. Then her smile went right back on, and she asked me, "Would you like some butterscotch cookies?" Yes, please. My mom was right. Grandma was kind of fun. I helped her with the cookies, and she told me she'd send me home with the recipe. I did some reading and talked to my friend Shireen on the phone. Then it was bedtime. Tall and thin, Grandma looked like a ghost as she paced down the dark hallway to her bedroom. "Night-night," she said, poking her head out as she gave me a wave. "Good night, Grandma." Her blue eyes glinted in the darkness. Then the door snicked shut. I fell asleep quickly, despite the bed that was a little too soft and the loud cricket outside my window. I woke up with a start, however, and looked at my phone to see it was almost 2 a.m. My throat was parched, so I headed out to the hall bathroom to get some water. As I walked across the hallway, I noticed Grandma's bedroom door was open. And as I looked harder, what the hell? Grandma was sitting on her bed in her nightgown, staring out into the hallway, head tilted slightly, blue eyes glinting in the darkness. I stopped in my tracks. Grandma? Was she smiling? Grandma? "Ava, is that you?" she called out. No, she wasn't smiling. At least not anymore. "Yeah, it's me," I replied, my voice wavering. "Why are you up?" "I thought I heard something," she replied. "So I was just sitting here to make sure it was nothing." I got my water, feeling unsettled. When I got out of the bathroom, Grandma was poking her head out of the doorway again, waving. "Night-night." "Good night." The next day when I asked her about it, she didn't even seem to remember the interaction. "I don't remember being up," she said, looking at me. In the sunny light filtering through the window, she looked much less scary. White hair tied back, with a silver barrette, pale wrinkled skin, tired blue eyes. "You saw me up?" "Yes," I said firmly. "Huh." She rose from the seat, still in her nightgown, and shuffled towards me. "Would you like pancakes this morning, Allison?" My heart sank. Allison was my mom's name. "Ava," I corrected, following her into the kitchen. "Right, of course, Ava." She shook her head. "You're just a spitting image of her when she was your age. The dark eyebrows and the curly hair." She shook her head again. "It's like going back in time." She made the pancakes in silence, the tines of the fork hitting the bowl. Another egg glooping in, cracked eggshells set by the counter. A sharp sizzle as the viscous batter hit the cast iron pan. "I have chocolate chips I can add," she said, rifling through the counter. "Oh, wait. These expired a year ago." "It's fine," I told her. After breakfast, I thought maybe we'd play a game of Go Fish like the old times or take a walk. But Grandma had other plans. "I'm afraid I'm feeling rather tired," she told me. "Is it okay if I go rest and you just hang out here?" "That's fine. I brought my Switch," I told her. "Video games." "Oh, okay. That's nice. Well, get me if you need anything, okay?" I nodded. I found myself surprised that I was disappointed. I thought I didn't miss all of those things we used to do. Boring things like playing cards or walking. But I did. Whatever. I'm here for the whole week, I told myself, going up to my room. I booted up my Switch and started playing Pokemon. A few hours went by. When I got hungry, I went back down to the kitchen, but Grandma still wasn't around. I hope she's okay, I thought. I poked around the fridge and found some leftover chicken, dated 2 days ago. I popped it in the microwave and sat down to eat. I'd only been eating for a few minutes when I heard it. A scuffling sound coming from the basement. I got off the couch and walked towards the basement door. She told me not to go down there. What was down there then? Rats? An illegal exotic pet? Yeah, right. The scuffling sounds continued. I pressed my ear to the door, and then I heard it. "Help me," spoken in my grandma's voice. Every muscle in my body froze. She must have gotten trapped down there. Maybe she fell down the stairs. That's why I hadn't seen her for hours. I undid the deadbolt and swung the door open. "Grandma?" I called. The lights were off, but from what little I could see, it didn't look like she was laying at the bottom of the stairs. Thank God. "Grandma?" I called again, louder this time. "Help me." Hands grabbed me from behind and yanked me forcefully back. The door slammed in my face. Then my grandma was in my face, her eyes wild. "I told you not to go into the basement," she shrieked, so loudly my ears rang. I heard you down there," I said, my voice trembling. "No, you didn't," she snapped back, her face twisted in this awful, vicious expression of anger I'd never seen before. "I'm right here. I was upstairs laying down when I heard you calling for me. There is no one down there." But I heard you," I said, tears starting to prickle my eyes. I've been a park ranger in Mount Hood National Forest for over a decade, and nothing has ever truly shaken me. Sure, there are occasional lost hikers and a few wild animal sightings, but nothing out of the ordinary. That changed a few weeks ago. It started with a missing persons report. A hiker had gone out alone on the Timberline Trail, and his wife called in a panic. He was supposed to be back by 5 p.m., but now it was 7. And he wasn't answering his phone. Something about the way she sounded, frantic, desperate, told me this wasn't just a case of someone losing track of time. I took the night shift patrol to search for them. The air was cold, thick with fog, and the trees stood like silent sentinels, blocking out most of the moonlight. As I ventured deeper into the woods, a deep unease settled in my chest. It was too quiet. The usual sounds of rustling leaves or animal calls were absent. I followed the trail, each step crunching on the frost-covered ground, the silence pressing in around me. The usual sounds of the forest, distant calls of owls, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, were absent, replaced by an unnerving stillness. Then, I found it. Frantic footprints. They led off the trail, deeper into the forest. The prints were erratic, almost as if the person had been running or stumbling in a blind panic. I crouched to examine them, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The shape of the prints was unmistakable, a hiker's boot, a solid worn tread. But something wasn't right. The ground around the prints were disturbed, torn up, as though something had been dragged along with them. I followed the trail further, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, but then I found something worse. Another set of prints. Larger. Much larger. And not human. They were too deep and spread unnaturally wide, the toes splayed out like claws. The earth around them was torn, as though whatever had left them had been moving with immense weight and power. I felt the cold sweat on my brow, but I couldn't stop now. Something wasn't right, and I needed answers. The prints led further off the path, into the darker parts of the woods. The air grew heavier, the fog thicker, and for the first time in years, I regretted being out here alone. I hesitated at the edge of the steep hillside, my boots slipping on the loose rocks as I followed the prints downward. The earth seemed to be alive, shifting beneath my feet with every step I took, And then I saw it. A scrap of clothing caught on a branch. It was torn, frayed at the edges and stained with something dark. The fabric looked familiar, but it didn't matter. What matters was what I saw next. The footprints of the hiker and the creature now seemed to line up perfectly, as though the thing had been stalking the person, step by agonizing step. Whatever it wasn't just following, it was hunting. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself as the weight of the situation bore down on me. I couldn't turn back now. I had to know what was out here, and if I could help whoever was still out there. I moved further down the trail, careful not to lose the prints, when suddenly, a scream pierced the silence. Distant but unmistakable, a cry of pure terror. It sent a shockwave through my chest, freezing me in place. But then, I heard something else. A low guttural roar, far deeper than any animal I'd ever heard. It wasn't just a roar, though. It was mixed with a scream, as if whatever was chasing the hiker was so close. It had begun to drown out its cries. The sounds twisted together, sending a wave of ice through my veins. I didn't wait. I ran. I pressed my hand against my side, feeling the cold metal of my firearm beneath my jacket. It didn't give me much comfort, but it was the only thing I had. I kept telling myself that if the hiker was still alive, the gun might be the one thing that could make a difference. If I could find them in time. If I could stop whatever this thing was. The sounds of the forest seemed to grow quieter as I ran, the rush of my own breath drowning out everything else. My pulse thundered in my ears, each step making my heart beat faster. I had to focus. I had to find them. I slowed, my chest tightening as I tried to steady my breath. My heart was pounding too loudly now, and I was beginning to lose track of the sound that had been guiding me. I listened intently, straining to hear anything, but the woods were eerily silent. No more screams, no more growls, just the sound of my own feet crunching the underbrush. The gully opened up, and the fog seemed to thicken. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, a primal instinct warning me that something was very wrong. I stepped into the small clearing, shining my flashlight across the ground, scanning for any signs. My stomach twisted when I saw it, the signs of a struggle. Broken branches, trampled ground, torn up dirt. And then I saw the fabric, bloodstained, torn to shreds, lying in the grass like it had been discarded. I couldn't breathe for a second as I crouched down beside it. The fabric was too familiar. It was the same as the scrap I had found earlier. This was real. The hiker was here, and they were hurt. I fought to stay calm, but my mind was racing. This person wasn't just lost. They were being hunted. I could feel it in my gut, that sickening certainty. I had to keep going. I had to find them before it was too late. But as I scanned the clearing, the silence grew heavier, more oppressive. Like something was watching me. I kept searching, my eyes darting around the clearing, every muscle in my body tense, but all I could hear was the wind rustling through the trees. The silence was deafening, heavy, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. But then, I heard it. A gnarled, sickening crunch, a sound that made my blood run cold. I whipped around, flashlight in hand, the beam cutting through the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as my eyes locked into the unimaginable scene just beyond the tree line. There, lying in the shadows, was the hiker, or what was left of him. His body was mangled, torn open like a rag doll. His entrails spilled across the ground in a sickening display of brutality. But worse than the body, worse than the blood, was the thing crouching behind him. The creature was massive, its hulking form towering over the shredded remains of the hiker. Its body was covered in matted dark hair, thick and wild. Its head bobbed with each sickening crunch it made, the sound of bones breaking, echoing through the night air. I could barely comprehend what I was seeing. Then, it turned its head, its eyes locking with mine. Those eyes, they weren't anything like I'd ever seen. Dark, empty, and full of hunger. Its mouth was a grotesque thing, stretched wide and sharp, jagged teeth glistening with blood. The stench of it hit me like a wave, rancid and foul. In its clawed hands, it held the liker's legs, tearing through them with a grotesque ease. The creature chewed through the bone like it was nothing more than celery, its mouth moving with mechanical hunger. I stood frozen, too terrified to even breathe. The light from my flashlight wavered in my shaking hands as I tried to process what I was seeing. There was no mistaking it. This thing wasn't some wild animal or wild creature. It was something far worse, something far older, and it had just seen me. The creature let out a shriek, a high-pitched, piercing scream that rattled through my skull, making my ears feel like they were going to burst. It was a sound so unnatural, so horrible that I thought I might lose my hearing entirely. Before I could even react, the thing launched itself towards me with terrifying speed. I fumbled for my gun, heart hammering in my chest as I drew it. My hands were shaking, but I forced them steady. As it closed the distance, I fired. The first shot hit its shoulder, but the beast didn't falter. I squeezed off another shot, and this time, the bullet slammed into its massive chest. The creature stopped, its body jerking back from the impact, a guttural cry of pain escaping its monstrous mouth. For a moment, I thought it might charge again, but instead it turned and fled into the woods, the sound of its massive frame crashing through the trees, snapping branches and uprooting saplings, echoed long after it had disappeared. I stood there, frozen, my breath ragged in my chest, the adrenaline surging through me. My heart pounded in my ears as I listened for any sign of it to return. Silence. Nothing but the faint rustle of the wind. I slowly lowered my gun, still on edge. I glanced back at the hiker's remains, his torn, mutilated body, a horrible reminder of the nightmare this forest had become. The peaceful trails I had once loved were now tainted with blood and terror. The weight of what just happened crashed down on me. I forced myself to take note of my location, marking the spot where the creature had attacked. I wasn't about to leave the area unguarded, but I had to get back to the station to report what had just happened. With slow, deliberate steps, I began making my way back, keeping my gun drawn, my senses heightened. Every shadow in the forest seemed to move. Every sound felt like a threat. The night had become a living nightmare. I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was watching me, waiting for its chance. I arrived back at the station, every muscle in my body tight with tension, but nothing compared to the relief I felt when I stepped inside, the lights flickering on and casting a warm glow over the walls. I reported everything to my superior, every detail of the creature, the screams, the blood, the way it had attacked the hiker. He didn't question me, didn't even seem surprised. He just took it in, his face growing pale as I spoke. By the time I finished, it was already 9 p.m. He apologized, told me to have to stay put and give my statement to the authorities. I nodded absently, too tired to argue. It didn't matter to me how long I had to wait. I was back in the safety of the station, out of the woods, and away from that thing. The night dragged on in a haze of exhaustion and dread. My mind couldn't shake the image of the creature, its monstrous form, the way it had looked at me with those empty, bloodshot eyes. I kept telling myself that I was safe now, that nothing could touch me here. But when the vehicles finally arrived, my relief turned to confusion. I had been expecting local police, maybe an ambulance for the poor hiker, but what I saw instead made my blood run cold. 2 black SUVs pulled up to the station, their tires crunching on the gravel as they came to a halt. The men who stepped out weren't in any uniform. They wore sharp black clothing, sleek and professional, their faces hidden behind dark sunglasses despite the late hour. They moved with a quiet, deliberate precision, like wolves hunting in the night. I felt a chill crawl down my spine as one of the men approached. He didn't introduce himself, didn't offer a hand, just stared at me for a moment, his eyes hidden behind dark glasses. "Are you the ranger who encountered it?" he asked in a voice that was too calm, too controlled. I nodded, unsure of what to make of him, of them. "Good," he said, turning back to his colleagues. "We'll take it from here." It wasn't until then that I realized what was happening. These weren't local authorities. They weren't even from around here. Their presence, their demeanor, was unsettling. Like they had known this was coming. Like they'd been waiting for someone like me to find the creature. And now that I had, they were going to take control of everything. I stayed silent, my mind racing with questions, but before I could say anything, the man spoke again. "Your statement will be taken. You will be briefed later. We handle things like this." I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. There was no room for questions, no room for doubt. They had been waiting for this. Whatever this thing was, it was something more than just a creature in the woods, and I had no idea how deep it went. After giving my statement, I tried to ask them questions. I needed answers, needed to understand what was going on, but each of them just looked at me, stoic, emotionless, like they had heard it all before. Their eyes were cold, unreadable. They said nothing. Instead, one of the men reached into his jacket and pulled out a document, sliding it across the table towards me. It was a non-disclosure agreement, an NDA. The words on the paper blurred together as I tried to read, but I could barely focus. They wanted me to sign it. To keep everything I had just seen, everything I had learned, a secret, forever. I stared at the document, my hand shaking. I didn't want to sign it. I couldn't. But the way they looked at me, the way their eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that spoke of things far darker than I could understand, told me that I had no choice. The weight of their silence hung heavy in the air. They weren't asking, they were telling. I took the pen, my fingers trembled as I signed the paper, each stroke of ink feeling like a surrender, a piece of my soul being locked away. The man nodded as I finished, sliding the document back into his folder without a word. But then, he handed me another piece of paper. This one was different. It had details written in tight, precise handwriting. A story for me to tell, one that would be fed to the authorities if I ever dare speak the truth. The man suffered a bear attack. I arrived too late to stop it. That's what I was supposed to say. Nothing about the creature. Nothing about the blood, the screams, the twisted horror I had witnessed. I looked down at the paper, a sickening twist in my stomach. The lie was laid out in front of me, and it tasted like metal on my tongue. I was supposed to accept it. I had no choice but to accept it. I nodded, my voice caught in my throat as I silently accepted the agreement. I wasn't sure what was worse, the horror of what I had seen or the realization that I was now part of something far bigger than I could ever understand, and I was expected to stay silent, to forget. But I couldn't, not completely. Something in me refused to believe that this was over. After that night, I quit being a ranger. I couldn't stay in that job anymore, not after everything I had seen, everything I had been forced to bury. I tried to move on, to forget, but the nightmares never stopped. Sometimes I lie awake in the dark, hearing the man's awful screams echoing in my head. I see the creature, its massive blood-soaked mouth chewing through this thigh bone like it was nothing more than a twig. The sound of it still haunts me. What breaks me even more, though, is the thought of the man's poor wife, never knowing the truth of what had happened to her husband. I can still hear her voice on the phone, frantic with worry. The guilt gnaws at me because I can never give her the closure she deserved. She'll never know what really happened, and the thought weighs on me more than anything else. I used to love the woods. I was an avid hiker, a lover of wildlife and nature. The forest was a sanctuary for me, but now, after what I saw, I can never look at it the same way again. The smell of pine and damp earth now just reminds me of the blood and hunger lurking in the shadows. I'm writing this now, trying to finally get it out of my head because I can't live with the images anymore. I fear they found out I breached the NDA, and when they do, I know they'll come after me. They don't let people like me talk, but I can't keep living with this torment. If you're reading this, stay out of the forest. Please. It's not what it seems, and if you must go, be sure you're armed. You never know what might be lurking out there, waiting for you. It's not just the trees that can hurt you. The woods are full of things that should never be seen, things that are better left undiscovered. Not sure if it was a Wendigo, but something odd happened. When I was 8 years old, both of my parents worked full-time. My dad was predominantly on third shift at his job, and my mom was an elementary school teacher. We lived literally right up the road from my grandparents, in a very small town. It was getting close to my 9th birthday, when I contracted strep throat and scarlet fever. I was severely sick, could barely speak, had the first case of cold sweats that I remembered in my life, and could barely pull myself out of bed to even use the restroom. I was absolutely miserable, and of course, being as young as I was, I didn't take the pain very well. My poor mother was at a loss of what to do with her work, and my dad needed to use all the daylight hours to sleep. The first day I was sick, perhaps it was a Tuesday, my birthday would fall on a Friday. My dad stayed up most of the day with me, made me food, let me sleep in his lap on the couch, wiped my forehead down, made sure I took my medicine, etc. But on the second day, my grandmother had called and offered to let me stay at her house so my dad could sleep. He said yes and woke me up around 7 that morning to drive me up to her home. My grandfather also worked at this time too, so he was already gone to work when I arrived there. I don't remember too much of the early morning. I probably just slept in my grandmother's bed, tossing and turning when I'd wake up feeling extra bad. She encouraged me to swallow my awful tasting medicine a little more gently than my dad did. She did fix me some tomato soup to try and eat, and it was the first time since I'd gotten sick that I had an appetite. I should mention that my grandmother had this cute Yorkshire Terrier named Samson. He was very docile, not like the usual annoying barking all the time terriers. Samson came into my room and curled up next to me as I dozed. I do not know when I woke up at some point. It had to be the early afternoon/lunchtime because I could hear the TV faintly from the living room on some game show. My grandmother had a ritual of eating her lunch while watching a game show. I think it was The Price is Right. I was trying to fall back asleep because I'd gotten this really bad headache, maybe from dehydration. I was on the verge of sleep when I was jolted awake by Samson yelp that erupted from the living room. The terrier curled up next to me by my feet, perked up, but didn't move. I knew that it had heard its name being called too, but it was odd that he didn't respond. Samson, my grandmother called again. Samson, Samson. The dog still didn't run out of the room to her. I was confused, as he was so obedient to my grandmother. He was almost frozen, staring at the cracked open door but making no attempt to go to her. She called, Samson, maybe 3 or 4 more times. Then I got annoyed. I just remember flinging the covers off of me. Of course, my clothes are sticky with sweat, and I generally just feel uncomfortable and groggy. I stumble out of the room wiping my eyes, asking, "Grandma, do you need Samson? He's in the room with me." I'm in the living room, and I have to do a double take. The TV is still on and blaring. There's a bowl of soup sitting on the coffee table and an open Pepsi next to it. But my grandmother isn't anywhere in the room. Maybe she's in the bathroom. I crossed the room and went past the kitchen, empty too. I got to the bathroom door, which was shut, and knocked. Nothing. I then opened it. No one was in there. The house is empty. It's not a huge house either. I've covered all the rooms. So yes, my first reaction was to get scared. I could clearly hear my grandmother calling for the dog, but she was not anywhere inside. I can feel my hands and feet get all tingly. I start shouting for my grandma, but my voice is just echoing through the small, cramped home. Samson had gotten up at this point and was sitting near the couch, looking completely undisturbed. I fumbled for the remote and turned off the TV, and yelled, more like wheeze, to the top of my lungs, which you can imagine how painful this was with a scratchy, infected throat. "Grandma!" The worst part happened next. I heard her shout my name back, clear as ever, like she was standing only a few feet away. I started crying now, scared out of my mind. I feel like maybe it has to be a ghost. I grew up with scary ghost stories, courtesy of my dad, and I'm now convinced that I'm in the room with a ghost. And then, she, whatever this was, proceeded to call my name again. Then there was a second voice, definitely not my grandmother's. It was deeper, definitely more masculine, and absolutely terrifying as it shouted, "Come to the door." I did not do that. Instead, I made sure to run back to my grandparents' bedroom, lock the door, and pick up the telephone on the nightstand. I called my own home phone number, and my dad's sleepy voice answered. Though barely comprehensible, I managed to croak something like, "Daddy, there's something in the house and I can't find Grandma. She's gone." My dad, of course, said he jumped out of bed, grabbed his Swiss Army knife he kept in the drawer next to the bed, and ran down to the house in his PJs. He ran up to the front door, jiggled the handle. It was locked. So he made his way around, and since he knew the home garage code, he just punched it in and got inside. A quick sweep of the 3 rooms of the home showed that there was no one inside. It's not like there was really anywhere to hide. I ran out of the room once I was sure that he was there and began bawling in his arms. He kept reassuring me that there was no one here, and then asked if I did know where Grandma possibly was. I said I hadn't, and explained that I woke up to her calling for Samson, but she hadn't been anywhere here. This was back when cell phones were definitely around, but there were no iPhones, and my grandparents certainly wouldn't have been buying them anyways. My dad had one, but not on him at the time. I could tell he was trying to keep calm, so he just said that he needed to go back to our house. I was sure he was probably going to call the police at that point, just because my grandma still hadn't popped up, and her car was in the garage when he got in. If she left, she'd gone out on foot. We hadn't even made it 2 steps out of the driveway, when from my grandmother's neighbor's house, my grandma was strolling out, chatting to the neighbor. She saw my dad and then me, crying my eyes out, and immediately ran over to see what was wrong. She was super apologetic. She said she stepped out right when she'd heated up her soup to go see her neighbor, who called about looking at something my grandma was going to buy. My grandma had figured I would be asleep and she'd only be gone for 10 or 15 minutes. At first, people may have dismissed I was feverish, therefore delusional, but I still stand by what happened. I know for a fact I definitely wasn't alone in the house, save for Samson, but the voices I heard were real. For a time, I was hesitant to go back to my grandma's house, because this happened in the middle of the day. I later read stories at school about Wendigos, or creatures that would disguise their voices to lure people. This was the closest explanation I could ever form about what I had heard. I never shared to anyone that I thought was for sure a Wendigo, and chalked it up to maybe being a ghost. I'm close to my 20s now. Last year was the first time I shared this story fully to my grandpa, who used to say that the fever must have made me have bad dreams. We were sitting on the front porch of the house, smoking cigarettes and exchanging anecdotes. When I finished telling him for the first time, he sort of looked disturbed about it. He finally put his cigarette out and just stared out into the road. Then, he cleared his throat and looked over at me. "You know," he said slowly, "some funny things used to happen to me around that time. In the middle of the night, I'd wake up to take a piss or something. When I first sat up in bed, I could always hear your grandma sleeping away, snoring." He chuckled, but his face grew serious again. "Anyways, I'd always hear her calling for the dog." I tried to remain looking calm, but my voice still shook when I asked him, "Even when she was asleep? Sleep talking?" "No," he shook his head. "I heard her calling from outside, maybe the living room. I don't know, honey. She called for the dog, she called my name. All the while she was really sleeping next to me. Sleeping like a baby." "Have you ever told anyone?" "No, I don't want to scare her. She's real scared of ideas like ghosts and stuff. That's why when you were younger and that thing had happened, I told her just to remember you'd been sick. Fever and all. Probably having nightmares." He looked gravely at me. "Don't repeat this to her, please. She's really not the type to be scaring." Of course, I wanted to cry. I had this itchy, creepy feeling suddenly about being at that house. "Grandpa, do you still hear it sometimes?" "Oh, yes." He was now reaching into his breast pocket to get out another cigarette. "Every night. But you just gotta remember not to do what it says. Even the dog figured it out. If it says to come to the door, you stay away from the door. If it says, I don't know, come here, you just stay still in the room until it quits calling." With that, he asked to borrow my lighter again. My mother watches my kids, Thomas 4 and Rose 6, while I work. She lives only 5 minutes away, and my kids have a close bond with her and my dad. She determined after a few years of me shuffling back and forth to daycare that she would rather retire and make them her full-time job. When my parents go out of town, we take their dog Mia. She is a long-haired Dachshund, black and brown paws that my mom found on the side of the highway as a puppy. Although she always professed she didn't like small dogs, she was mourning the loss of her black lab only a few months prior, and she brought Mia home to fill the void. She always said she was meant to find her. The thing you have to understand about this dog is that while she is 100% submissive to my parents, siblings, and my family, she is extremely protective of all of us. She sits next to doors, waiting for my kids to enter the house first, and patiently waits for her turn to have dinner. Next to Tommy's chair, of course, in case he drops something. In contrast, when my husband's father plays with them, tickling and throwing them in the air, we have to crate her because she thinks that he's attacking them. Just about anything in her yard prompts a vicious response, typical for Dachshunds. She doesn't seem to know or care that she is sometimes smaller than the objects of her aggression. There is no doubt in my mind that she would attack a bear before letting it get near the kids. She seems happy knowing her place at the bottom of the pack. She's well fed, a little lazy, and her favorite position is draped across my daughter's stomach, napping while Rose watches TV. You may wonder why I'm bothering to tell you all of this, but it's important. I don't know how my mom saw a tiny black furry thing on the side of the highway, or why she stopped to check it out. I don't know why they decided not to bring her to the beach with them this weekend as they would normally, only that they asked if we could take her. I don't know that we spoil her, and even though she sleeps in a crate at home, we let her sleep with the kids when she is here. Thank God we do. It was around 3 a.m. when I woke up and padded to the bathroom, hoping that I wasn't heading into a bout of insomnia. Usually before going back to my room, I'll pop into the kids' room, turn them right side up, fix thrown around blankets, things like that. My house is small, a ranch just big enough for all of us. The bathroom is across the hall from my son's room. Next to his room is ours, with my daughter's room across from that. The first thing that I noticed through my sleepy haze was that my son's window shade was blowing gently. We had closed all the windows earlier to turn off the air conditioner, but I thought to myself that he must have opened it. All of our windows have safety features, 2 plastic pieces that can pop out on the upper frame that only allow the window to be open 3 inches. It stops curious children from falling out and anyone from breaking in. I always keep these engaged on the kids' windows. My son was sprawled sideways, his head resting on the bumper of his bed, with 1 foot on his pillow and the other propped up on the windowsill. His stuffed tiger was tucked in one arm, his blanket in the other. Dinosaurs and other toys were strewn all over his bed, evidence that he had not gone right to sleep that night. I paused for a moment to watch him sleep in his ridiculous way before fixing everything. They only stay little for a minute, you know. As I watched him sleep, the shade over my window slowly moved. I should have moved more quickly, I know, but in the middle of the night when your brain is half asleep, reaction times aren't quite up to par. Honestly, my first thought was that I must be asleep, having a nightmare. As I stood there in the growing horror, a long, pale limb reached under the shade towards him. An arm, extremely thin with long fingers, but not quite human. It was too long to be human. It grazed his stomach, still pudgy with the remnants of toddlerhood, and slowly started to wrap around one of his little legs. It was at this point that I snapped out of my stupor, nightmare or not. Nothing was going to pull my baby out of his bed. Before I made it to the bed, though, a little black form came tearing from Rose's room across the hall. With a snarl bigger than her size, Mia latched onto the arm that held Tommy's leg and fiercely shook her head, tearing into the white flesh. With a noise somewhere between a scream and a screech, the creature outside the window yanked its arm back inside. Mia followed the retreating appendage, scrambling at the windowsill as if trying to dig through it, jamming her little head through the gap. Luckily, she couldn't fit. It was only a 6-foot drop on the other side. Barking and snarling like a dog possessed, she tried to reach whatever it was on the other side. As I gathered my son into my arms, terrified and screaming for my husband, I tried to pull her back into the room. Joe came stumbling into the room, reacting both to my screams and the dog barking. I heard Rose start crying across the hall. I abandoned Mia, pulling a thoroughly confused Tommy out of his bed and running to Rose's room, where I scooped her up too. I put them both on the floor at the foot of my bed, far from both windows in my room, and made sure they were both locked. Joe kept asking what had happened, and between sobs I explained that there was something outside that tried to take Tommy. He was holding Mia, who was squirming and growling. At first he tried telling me it was just a dream, but it was hard to deny that something real happened. The dog was still barking. She finally tore free from his arms and took off towards the opposite side of the house. Joe told me to stay with the kids, and he went in the closet safe for his gun. He doesn't really keep it for home defense as much as for a hobby, being that it takes a minute to get it out, but I was glad he took the minute to take it. He disappeared into the hallway, and once he was past the faint nightlight in Tommy's room, he was gone into the dark. The dog was still barking. Long minutes passed. I could hear Mia run from the front door to the back, then to the window in the kitchen, then to the one by the table. Listening to her path, I realized whatever she had heard was slowly circling the house. Next, the bathroom, then Rose's room. Finally, she ran into our room, and knowing we were close to whatever was outside intensified her aggression. The kids cried, and I tried to muffle the sound without smothering them, telling them that everything would be fine. Joe stood at the door, pointing the gun at the window that Mia was currently launching herself at. I heard shuffling, scratching, the sound of the screen being pulled out of the window. "Don't shoot it through the window," I begged Joe as loudly as I dared, fearing that if the glass was broken, it would just come through. Joe remained silent, motionless, finger on the trigger. We waited for a long moment while the creature outside scratched and banged, looking for the weakness in the frame. Finally, it grew silent outside. Gradually, Mia's snarls turned into low growls and Joe relaxed his grip on the gun. The kids' cries turned into whimpers, and I slowly relaxed my death grip on them. I crept to the window and peeked under the shade. We lived very close to the center of town and to the highway, and even as such, even on a moonless night, there was a soft glow over the trees from the lights. It's not great for star watching, but it is comforting to me that it's never pitch black outside. Except for tonight. As I peered out the window, I couldn't help but stand and crane my neck, looking for the lights. The only reason they would be out is a power outage, and we were on the same grid, so that couldn't be. The highway put out no lights as well. I flipped up the stoppers and cracked my window on the front, putting my ear close to the opening. Joe hissed at me from across the room to close the window, and Mia intensified her growl but didn't move. Outside was dead silent. We lived in a quiet neighborhood. Most of our neighbors were the original owners of their homes, built in the 1960s. 2 doors down from us is a 5-year-old that the kids play with regularly. But other than that, there aren't many kids on our block. It was too dark outside, unnaturally dark. I reached in Joe's bedside drawer for the small flashlight I knew he kept in case of power loss. Keeping the window open only a few inches, I turned on the light and pointed it around. I didn't see anything besides dark, sleeping houses. My courage growing, I opened the window far enough to point the light out, and since I've seen horror movies up as well, you never know when the monster is actually on the roof, right? With the dog still beside me, only a low rumble in her throat, I opened the window just far enough to poke my head out. Shining the light at my neighbors' houses, I saw no movement. Absolutely nothing. I stayed there until I started to question my own sanity. Maybe it was the prowler after all, and with my imagination got the better of me. Maybe it was an animal. Why would it stick around with an angry dog making a ruckus? I have no idea. Honestly, why my neighbors weren't angrily calling me, or even awake, was beyond me. Mia had certainly been loud enough. I was about to pull my head inside the window when a slight movement out of the corner of my eye caught my attention. I shone the flashlight in that direction, just in time to see something pale, thin, too tall to be a normal human, slip silently around the corner of the house 2 doors down. The house where my kid's friend lived. My heart froze and I pulled my head inside, slamming the window shut and grabbing my phone to call 911. "Call the Wilsons," I told my husband as I whirled around. "They don't have a dog." The children in the town of knew better than to cross the old bridge in the park, especially during the evening hours of foggy nights. Even the grown-ups stayed clear, knowing that those who dared venture out were doomed to never be seen again, and everyone knows grown-ups are usually pretty naive when it comes to such matters. They have even made an effort to stop people from crossing the bridge by installing a gate that closed every day an hour before sundown to block access to the park. The grown-ups seemed so proud of themselves for protecting the little ones, and so the children didn't have the heart to tell them that it was a waste of money, better spent buying birthday and Christmas presents. Everyone knew better than to cross the bridge, so there was no reason for a gate at all. Unfortunately, Eleanor was nobody, and even if she was somebody, she was a very stupid little girl. Born and raised in the next town over, little Eleanor had only recently moved to when her parents divorced and her father and new stepmother got full custody of her. Though she fancied the idea that she was just too clever to get along with the other children, the opposite was in fact true. She was nearly as ignorant as a grown-up, constantly questioning things and demanding evidence for every trivial truth. Some of the harsher rumors claimed that she didn't believe in ghosts, aliens, or even the completely inarguable fact that the 4th grade homeroom teacher, Mr. Mason, was a werewolf demon hybrid from heck who worked for the devil himself. Thus, Eleanor had rightfully replaced paste-eating Patty as the village idiot in elementary school. Even so, Eleanor was prideful. No matter how much the other children chastised her for saying silly things like, "There's no such thing as a baby biting sewer clowns," she persisted. It wasn't long before everyone started avoiding her, fearing that her blatant disrespect to the supernatural made her dangerous and unlucky. At first, Eleanor didn't seem to mind too much, as her vanity deluded her into thinking she was better off alone anyway, since apparently she was just so much more intelligent than all the other children. Still, even nobodies get lonely, and so when she heard the other children discussing the matter of the old bridge in the park, she couldn't help but to butt in. "Oh, come on. How is the bridge going to eat children? It's just a bunch of stones." The children had heard her say many strange things, but now she'd gone too far. The old bridge in the park promised at least a bazillion% chance at never being seen again. Even the grown-ups knew how dangerous the old bridge was. A few of the kinder, more patient ones gave Eleanor a pitiful glance, reminding themselves that she didn't know any better. But while things like Mr. Mason and the sewer clowns were survivable, the old bridge in the park promised at least a bazillion% chance at never being seen again. Sure, the children hated Eleanor, but they wouldn't wish such a fate upon even the worst of little girls. They begged and pleaded with her to drop the subject as she demanded proof and credible sources of information. Some were valiant enough to promise to invite Eleanor to their birthday parties if she'd only promised to never cross the bridge. But stubborn little Eleanor wouldn't listen to reason or bribery. She swore to them that she'd prove that the old bridge was nothing to fear, using a hand-me-down video camera she received on her 9th birthday. "Tonight, I'm gonna cross the old bridge," she said, "and then you'll see how foolish you all are." There was no way to stop her from killing herself without putting some effort into trying. Distraught, the sweet and generous children of decided they tried to be nice to Eleanor on her last day alive, including Patty, who wasn't too keen on being the stupidest child in school again. By not stealing the dessert from her lunch and not throwing worms at her during recess, Eleanor didn't appreciate their efforts. That night, she snuck out of the safety of her home, biked to the park, and struggled over the gate. It was particularly foggy, and it took her longer than expected to get to the bridge. Apparently, the gate wasn't the only precaution the grown-ups took. They had also changed the paths around so that the only way to get to the bridge was by following the winding deer paths through the marshy woods. It was eerily quiet. No owls hooted and no crickets chirped. Any reasonable person would have recognized the silence as an omen of horrible tragedy to come, but not a girl who denied even the existence of moon vampires. Armed only with her reckless self-confidence and a flashlight, Eleanor walked to her own demise. By the time she found the bridge, it was nearly 10:15, widely known in the town to be the most sinister of times. Obviously, this was true. Why else would the grown-ups rush them to their rooms and demand they sleep until the sunrise promised their safety? Eleanor either willingly ignored the time, or just didn't know its significance as she turned on the camera. Eleanor gave a cheesy smile into it and said her hellos, almost passing as a normal little girl, until going into a smug little rant about how stupid she thought everyone was, and how she couldn't wait to see the look on their faces when she proved them that she was right. She was so self-satisfied that God himself probably considered striking her down with a lightning bolt for being so prideful, but then decided he was better off not wasting his precious time. She lifted her foot to step onto the bridge, but hesitated As if just for a second, the ignorance clouding her mind had cleared. It wasn't too late to turn back. If she chickened out now, the other children would surely only make fun of her cowardice for a few weeks. And as a bonus, she would not suffer what was most likely a horrible death. After an agonizing 12 seconds of thought, Eleanor put her foot down on the stone of the bridge. When she wasn't immediately exploded into confetti or elsewise injured, she let out a whoop of celebration and started bragging incessantly to her camera. Meanwhile, God was probably reconsidering his leniency. As she walked on, she prattled onto the camera and bragged about how clever she was. All in all, it took nearly 5 minutes of self-righteous babbling before Eleanor realized something was amiss. This is a very long bridge, isn't it? Thinking she had misjudged the width of the river, Eleanor peeked over the railing, only to see that there was nothing below her. And it's so foggy, I can't see a thing. Maybe people have gone missing because they fell off. Despite her efforts to see the river, she couldn't even hear it. No matter how much she tried to clean and pop her ears, the fog made it impossible to find it, but it had to be there, right? She continued on, every step making her more and more anxious. At this rate, her camera was going to run out of batteries. Any rational person would have turned tail and ran screaming like a banshee that had stepped on a Lego. But again, Eleanor hesitated. She checked the time on the watch that she had borrowed from her stepmother, as if it would tick out. Nope, everything is perfectly normal. Do carry on, in Morse code. This must be broken. Surely I've not been walking for a whole 30 minutes. Her panic only rose when she checked to see how long the camera had been recording. Eleanor hadn't pressed the button, and all this time, she had been talking to no one like a complete maniac. Before she had time to swear aloud, her flashlight had the nerve to flicker. Not only had she forgot to record this experience, she'd left the spare batteries at home. Eleanor was in trouble, though she didn't yet realize how much trouble she was in. Even now, she thought that the worst that would happen was her getting lost on the way home without any light to guide her back. Her shoulders slumped, and with a pout, she turned around to head back before the batteries died completely. She felt almost as dumb as she was, wandering into the woods so unprepared. Cockiness killed the cat, Eleanor supposed, though by killed she actually meant non-lethally inconvenienced. Maybe she'll try again tomorrow night. It felt like 3 hours passed, but in reality it was closer to 2.5. Eleanor, patron saint of not believing anything without proof, ignored the very real evidence of her stepmother's watch, telling her it was nearly 1 in the morning. Unable to control herself anymore, she burst into a sprint and ran as fast as her little legs could carry her, desperate to see the bank of the river. Her flashlight gave out, and so did her confidence. She screamed as loudly as she could and fell into a heap onto the cool stones of the bridge. What was she supposed to do now? Turning back clearly wasn't any good, and seeing as the park was closed, there was no one around to hear her pitiful cries for help. Eleanor gave up. Instead of running around screaming, she opted just to sit there and wait for the sun to come up. Surely, it'd be a waste of energy to do anything more. Hours passed by, slower than maple syrup right out of the too-cold fridge. Eleanor did anything she could think of to pass the time, practice multiplication in her head, figure out what she'd tell her father when he found out she'd been out all night wandering the woods, anything but acknowledge that maybe she'd never get off this bridge alive. Though instead of fearing monsters, she was still afraid of earthly things, like dying of wolves or boredom. To prevent at least one of those things, Eleanor put on her camera, for real this time, and began recording her goodbyes. At the very least, she thought, she could delete it if everything turned out alright. As if on cue, a light in her peripheral vision caught her attention. She quickly turned the camera off and got to her feet. Was it the sun already? No, it wasn't the right color, and it was too small. Could it be? Hey, help! Like a moth drawn to a bug zapper, Eleanor scrambled to her feet and darted for the light. Help me! Hello? The light, or more accurately, the ancient old lady holding the light, responded. Are you lost, little girl? Eleanor slowed to a quick jog, tears of relief swelling in her eyes. No child in the entire world had ever been more happy to see a weird stranger on a bridge. Yes, oh, thank you so much. I was getting worried that I'd never see anyone again. She couldn't yet see that the old woman had no eyes, or that her right arm appeared to be made of solid gold. She didn't see the many rows of bristle-like teeth, or the fingers that seemed to have twice as many bones as they should have. If she had, maybe she'd stopped herself before running straight into the monster's arms and hugged her close. Please, will you take me home? The monster was taken aback. She'd eaten many children, but this was the first to quickly give herself up to her. This was very fortunate for Eleanor. If the monster had been more focused, she would have unhinged her jaw and swallowed her whole before Eleanor had the chance to look up and realize she was in mortal danger. With a scream, she threw herself off the monster and back the way she came, even without looking back to confirm what she saw was real. Skeptic or not, she was more prepared to face the lonely bridge than what seemed to be an actual monster. The old woman regained her wits and let out a cackle before chasing after Eleanor. Don't you want my help anymore? Her feet pitter-pattered in such a way that it sounded like she had 3 sets of feet. Eleanor had never been an athletic child and was still plump with baby fat and too many Christmas sweets. But there was something about being terrified half to death that really gets the adrenaline pumping. Slow down, sweetie. It's been too long since I've had a good meal. I can't keep up. Eleanor never listened, but for once it did her some good. Her lungs burned as she gasped in enough air to propel herself to safety. Though she didn't know it, the other children's carefulness was saving her. The monster was weak enough from all the hunger that she actually stood a chance of surviving. She was panting too hard to hear that the river was babbling below. Her eyes were too clouded with tears for her to see the sun was rising and the fog was fading away. The moment the light of morning reached down to the bridge, the monster let out a horrible screech and quickly scurried down into the river. But Eleanor was still running until she was off the bridge and nearly out of the woods. Finally, she slowed to a walk to let her lungs rest. She'd done it. She survived the old bridge. With a start, Eleanor looked at her camera and nearly sobbed with joy. The whole thing had been recorded. There was concrete proof of the horrible monster and her escaping. Heck, she had only really screamed that one time. She probably looked pretty brave. The other children would be so impressed with her. Her tearful rejoicing settled into a worried frown. If this was true, then what else was? Was Mr. Mason really a demon? Did she really have to worry about the sewer clowns or moon vampires and ghosts? Heck, it didn't matter. All that mattered was that she survived, and if she could survive that, she could survive any crazy old thing. Her confidence rose again. No longer was she blind to the world around her. Now she knew better, and she used her knowledge for good. Where did that bridge monster come from? Clearly it was weak to sunlight and could only live in the darkness. Maybe she could destroy it. But she would need help. The other children knew things, but they were too afraid to fight them. It was time for that to change. Things in this town were going to be completely different from now on. Together they would rid the place of whatever monsters may plague it. Eleanor sprinted off the bridge and through the woods, breaking out into the road leading back home. Blam! The truck had seemingly come out of nowhere, flattening Eleanor before she knew what hit her, literally. Thus, the first child to ever survive crossing the old bridge died, not because of the monster that haunted it, but because they were too stupid to look both ways. before crossing the street. The idea of being a writer is quite appealing to most. Being able to create stories on your own schedule and make tons of money is what most people dream of, but very rarely do people consider the disadvantages. I had been writing for about 10 years at this point, and the lack of success as well as the unbearable isolation had begun to take its toll. Most relationships didn't last, aside from my editor and a friend or two from college. My family stayed in touch, but they had their own problems to deal with. I was severely depressed. My city life mixed with self-isolation and mild addictions had begun to weigh far too heavy on me. If only I had a moment of clarity, time away from all the nonsense where I could think clearly, perhaps I could finally tap into my true potential. I sat in my therapist's office early afternoon, feeling emotionally drained but oddly inspired. Dr. Kelsey had hardly spoken this session. He mostly nodded while responding in question form. The answer to me was simple: write one hit, a single novel to get me on everyone's radar, and all my problems would just melt away. At least that's how I viewed it. Dr. Kelsey reacted strangely when I mentioned this. He just sat silently, his thick brow furrowed as he observed me through his glasses. "What will it take for you to find this inspiration?" he asked. His gaze landed softly on me as he wrote furiously on his leather-bound notepad. I paused, thinking what I could do to change, but I was already doing what I thought I could do to become successful. I stuttered as I fumbled with my thoughts. I'm not sure." He motioned as if he was about to speak, but quickly caught himself. The wheels of my mind spun as the unbearable silence began to affect us both. I glanced at the clock, hoping our session was over, but we still had 5 minutes. I don't know. Yoga? I blurted. Dr. Kelsey smiled and sat up. Yoga is great, but how will that inspire you? How will that get you to think differently? To change your perspective on things? Sometimes we have to change our environment. I nodded. I had been cooped up in the city for so long, and for good reason. The end of fall had been colder than usual. That, and I hated nature. I had grown up my entire life in the city. Chaos for me was pretty standard. The concrete jungle provided comfort and familiarity. Something I knew was holding me back. I glanced up at the clock again, this time signaling our time had in fact ended. Yeah, I'll try to change my environment. Maybe I can get some fresh ideas. I leaned forward to stand up, but Dr. Kelsey kept speaking. Next week I'll be out of the office, so we'll need to push our appointment to the week after. But I am going to follow up with you, and ask what you did differently. Sounds great. We both got up and I left the office. I pondered my session as I went out into the cold and into my car. The brisk air briefly pulled my thoughts from myself to the weather around me. It was a dry cold, but snow had yet to make its presence this year. Thankfully, frost had yet to form on my windshield, and I started up my car and cranked the heat. I thought as to what I could do on my drive home on changing my environment. I didn't want to go camping, because frankly I didn't know how, but I was open to doing something involving nature. Traffic was tolerable for once, and I was able to park my beater car in my apartment parking garage. I entered my cold complex, and the familiar smell of the old building greeted me. Baxter, my old French bulldog, sat by the door when I opened the apartment. "Hey, bud," I said, as I rubbed his head. My overall mood was low, but Baxter was able to give me a slight boost with his excitement. I sat down on the couch and looked for Airbnbs for cabins or homes out in the country, but most of them had been booked for the upcoming holiday. Alternatively, the ones that had not been booked were very expensive. However, there was one property that was still available. A cabin about 60 miles from the city appeared to not only be open, but also at a really good price. The only thing about it though was that it was in the middle of nowhere. It didn't have Wi-Fi, but it did have electricity, which is all that I needed. My excitement got the better of me, as I didn't bother reading any of the reviews. The cabin was a single-story A-frame home that looked furnished by a cozy decorator. I briefly read the conditions, and if I'm being honest, I overlooked a good number of them. I just made sure that pets were allowed, which they were. Without thinking twice, I booked the place for the coming weekend, going through next week. I instantly received an email saying, "Thank you for booking," and a receipt and a map to the cabin's location. Again, I didn't pay a lot of attention to the email, and I went about my day with a false sense of accomplishment. In the meantime, I tried coming up with a good ending for my story, but the inspiration I'd so desperately been needing was once again out of reach. The next 2 days were more of the same, just anticipation for the upcoming trip, as well as mustering false motivation to finish my story. The day of the trip came and I got up early. I had packed the car the night before. Baxter was just as tired as I was, but he sluggishly followed me out to the car. It was still dark out. I pulled out of the parking garage to see soft snowflakes slowly descend. The sun had yet to rise, but the busy city was beginning to come to life. I drove slowly through the city and eventually made it to the highway. By this time, my car was finally warm enough that I could stop shivering. I pulled up the maps to the cabin as well as listening to a book on tape. Baxter sat in the front passenger seat, trying his best to fall back asleep. The highway had its fair share of drivers, but that slowly dissipated as I headed towards the country. However, as fate would have it, I could see cars piling up and streaks of red on my maps. There was a crash up ahead. The freshly fallen snow always seemed to provide inconvenience, especially those that didn't know how to drive, or better yet, to everyone else that did. But not all was lost. I could see an exit right before the crash, although it would take me on the back roads to get around the wreck. I pulled off the highway and onto the back roads that I was fairly unfamiliar with. I checked the rear view to see that I was the only one. My maps updated, taking me on a significantly longer route to get to my cabin. I sighed and took another sip of my now lukewarm coffee. The back roads that I drove on had homes spaced apart, but not much else. We were now entering an area where I didn't see too many people. The homes were older and more ran down the further I drove from the highway. Trees became more apparent as the back road seemed to cut its way through. The sun struggled to burst through the clouds as its light was muffled by the thick snow. Although visibility was poor, the landscape slowly became more beautiful and deserted. My frustration slowly was replaced by serenity, an odd peace that I hadn't experienced in quite some time. I even turned off my audiobook to appreciate nature's first appearance to me, although on a darkened background. Snow began to fall more heavily as thick flakes fell with a wet mass on my windshield. I had to slow my speed as the roads became more treacherous. I wasn't anticipating having to drive on the back roads to get out to the country, although I should have at least expected the snow. I turned my wipers on full blast, and my high beams on as my vision became more obscured. This went on for about an hour when I saw a strange light coming up ahead. The angle of the light was unusual, as if it was coming from the shoulder of the opposite side of the road and pointing up. I slowed my speed as I slowly realized what I was seeing. They were headlights coming from a ditch. The roads were so desolated, I was rather surprised to even see anyone. But what shocked me more was that it appeared that this person had just been in an accident. I pulled off to the side of the road and put my hazards on. Normally I would just drive past, but seeing how that we were in the middle of nowhere, I felt obligated to make sure that help was at least on its way. I got out of the car, which I made sure to leave running for Baxter, and walked across the street to the crashed car. The car itself seemed to be in good condition, and it was still running. The car probably just slid off the road, I thought. I peered down from the road to the inside of the car, and surprisingly enough, it was empty. I glanced around hoping to at least see someone, or perhaps a car coming, but it was clear that I was all alone. Did someone pick them up? And if so, why did they leave the car running? I walked closer to the car just to confirm that there was no one else inside, when I saw a startling sight. Inside the car on the driver's side was blood. Blood everywhere. It was as if someone was bleeding out in the car and drove into the ditch. The passenger door was open but faced away from me. My heart began to pace faster as I slowly realized that something sinister had happened here. I could see blood leading out into the woods, as if someone inside had been dragged out. I began to shake from both the chill and from the growing dread that fell on me. I made sure not to touch anything, but I inspected the car as morbid curiosity began to grow. I dialed the police to report what I saw. Thankfully, my service still worked out here. A woman answered and asked me what the emergency was. I told her my location and that how there was an abandoned car covered with blood inside. Surprisingly enough, she was rather calm. I guess that's her job. I was then told that 2 cruisers would be sent out my way, but it would take some time due to the snow and the location. I wasn't planning on waiting, just sitting here, but I told them that if they needed anything else from me, that they could come see me at the cabin I was staying at all week. Perhaps that was a mistake on my part, but I was just curious. Perhaps they'd give me more information if they came and checked up on me. I reported the incident and got back in my car, and Baxter greeted me. I put the car in drive and my wheels spun for a few moments before finally catching traction, and I continued my drive. My once serene drive was now becoming one of apprehension. My mind was trying to process what could have possibly happened for such a scene to have occurred. I thought of numerous possibilities, but none of them were pleasant. Surprisingly enough, I was rather close to the cabin that I had booked. I hadn't even noticed. About 15 minutes later, I saw a dirt path on my right that entered the dark woods. The driveway was poorly made. The snow made it difficult to see where to go, but thankfully, I was able to piece it together as I saw the cabin in a small clearing. I pulled up and let out Baxter to use the bathroom. He was a pretty good dog, and the area, despite the snow, was fairly clear for him to run around. I went inside and the cabin looked just like the pictures online. It had a fairly modern design. On the small coffee table there was a small gift basket. It had an arrangement of treats and candies that one would normally find from a host of an Airbnb. Alongside the basket was a handwritten note. I grabbed one of the Kit Kats out of the basket and began to open it as I read the note on the table. Rules of the Cabin was its title. The first couple of rules were pretty standard. Clean up after yourself, no smoking inside, turn off the heat when going out. Things that almost go without saying. But then, the more I read on, the more bizarre things were. Don't go outside when it gets dark. Keep the blinds closed when you're in for the night. Keep the door locked. Don't whistle when you're outside or draw attention to yourself. Don't answer the door past midnight. I picked up the note and read it again, just to make sure I was reading it correctly. It was clear that whoever owned this place was a nutjob. Probably some old superstitious couple. Whatever, it wasn't a big deal. Most of the weird rules didn't even affect me anyways. I mean, why would you need to close the blinds or lock the door if I'm the only one out here? And why couldn't I answer the door past midnight? I finished my Kit Kat and stared outside. I brought in the few items I had brought with me and went outside to check in on Baxter. I could hear him barking out back, which made me a little annoyed. I went around the cabin and saw him losing his mind, barking into the woods. Maybe he saw an animal. "Whoa, big guy, it's fine," I said, trying to calm him down. I glanced into the woods to hopefully see what he was barking at, but all I could see were the isolated woods. I noticed that in some areas of the woods, some of the older trees had darkened trunks, probably due to there once being a forest fire. But other than that, everything looked normal. There wasn't anything out there, at least what I could see. I picked him up and went inside. He had trouble calming down, but once inside he seemed fine. The day went by slowly. The overcast of clouds seemed to linger longer than they should have. The cabin didn't have Wi-Fi, but that was okay. I needed to focus on my story. I started the gas fireplace in the living room and typed away on my laptop. The isolation from distractions made things new for me, but that was the idea. I pittered around ideas and concepts, but nothing truly inspiring came forth. I was beginning to make progress when a soft knock came from the front door. I turned my head and looked at it. I felt uneasy. I slowly got up, questioning what I heard was real, when I heard it again, this time slightly louder. For the first time in a while, I wished I hadn't got rid of my gun. It was a low point in my life. Dr. Kelsey said it was probably a good idea to let him hold on to it for me, just in case. I inched forward to the door and slowly opened it. To my surprise, 2 police officers stood on the other end. "Good evening," the older officer said. "Are you the one that reported the crash just down the road?" I let out a sigh of relief. Yeah, that's me." The 2 nodded. "Well, thank you for calling that in. Can we ask you a couple of questions?" he asked, hinting to come in. "I don't have a lot of time, but I can answer what little I know." The 2 came in and Baxter walked over to say hello. "I'm Officer Donahue and this is my junior partner, Officer Higgins." Higgins spoke. "So you found the car empty with blood everywhere. Did you notice anything else? See anyone else?" I shook my head. "No, I just saw the car in the ditch and pulled over." "Okay. Is it just you here?" Kind of an odd question, I thought. "Yep, just me and Baxter," I smiled. "Have you been out here before?" "No, I haven't. First time." "We'll make sure you stay warm and try not to venture too far off into the woods. Very easy to get turned around and lost out there. Had a poor couple last winter hike too deep into the..." Officer Donahue caught himself. "Well, I'll spare you the details, but we didn't find what was left of them until spring." I nodded. "Good to know." I glanced at my watch to subtly hint that I was done with this conversation. "Well, we'll be in the area for the next couple of days. Here's my direct line." Officer Donahue handed me his business card, and both left out the front door. I didn't care for cops, but these 2 were just clearly doing their due diligence, making sure that I wasn't going to be another case for them. The sun hadn't yet set, but it might as well have. It was dark, although it wasn't even 6 yet. I hated the winter. I let Baxter out as the 2 cops pulled away, and I waved, trying to be polite. Thankfully, Baxter was pretty quick with his business, but instead of coming towards me, he just stared into the woods again. What was his deal with this damn woods? He didn't bark this time, but his focus was dialed in. I tried to call him over, but he didn't listen. He just stood there, posted up right before the tree line again. I walked over again slowly, cursing under my breath as I shivered my way over. In Baxter's defense, he hadn't seen the woods before. I did see the appeal for it, its beauty, but he was acting so strange. I picked him up and went inside. I was too cold and it was too dark to try to see what was going on out there. I cranked up the fireplace, got the cabin nice and cozy. I made myself a hot chocolate and watched the snow fall from inside the cabin. The clouds seemed to part as the moon glowed in the cold night. I pulled up my laptop and went to work again. The wind also seemed to pick up, as I could hear faint howling through the trees. The later it got, the more tired I became. I made sure to turn off the fireplace and had a quick snack before bed. I closed all the blinds on the windows. Personally, I prefer to keep them open, but today was a weird one. Too many weird things happening, and I didn't want to risk breaking one of the superstitious rules. I went to my room and Baxter followed. He always slept with me. I laid in bed and played on my phone for way too long. I tried to close my eyes, but something about being in a new place was playing games with my mind. I couldn't get comfortable for sleep. I just closed my eyes and tried to meditate when I heard something coming from the front door. It was brief, but I definitely heard it. It wasn't quite a knock, but a soft tapping on the front door, like someone tapping their fingernail on the metal door that separated me from the outside. Baxter shot out of bed and began barking. He ran out of the room and over to the front door. I laid in bed petrified. Something was definitely out there. Had Baxter just laid quietly, I would have tried to ignore it, but seeing how he was out there, a disturbing idea crossed my mind. Did I lock the front door? I sat up in bed pondering if I'd remembered to lock it after coming in from taking Baxter out. I slipped out of bed slowly and approached the door. Baxter was no longer barking but stared at the door handle. I rushed over and to my horror the door was unlocked. I locked it immediately and stared at the door, praying that our nightly visitor was just some weird sounds. But all suspicions were confirmed when I heard the handle slowly turn. The handle jiggled briefly. Had I not gotten up and stood by the door, I wouldn't have heard it. But even worse, whatever was outside would have been able to have gotten in. An idea had crept into my mind, one that I couldn't ignore. I should peek out the window and see what was standing on the other side of the door. It was against the rules, but I just had to know. I had to be sure, or else I would not have been able to calm down the rest of the night. I could hear on the front porch the wood creaking from weight being shifted. Someone was definitely out there. I walked over to the window and paused. I tried to calm my breathing, but my anxiety made it nearly impossible for me to calm down. Tension continued to build as I slowly peered out from behind the curtain. It took me a second for me to process what was out there. My mind wasn't prepared for what horrors lurked just outside. At first glance, I thought it was a woman, due to it having long strands of unkempt hair, but as I watched it pace, I realized it wasn't human. It was bipedal and had similar features as a person, but it was naked out in the cold and mangled in every way that shouldn't be possible. It then turned and faced me, revealing a horrifying disfigured face. Its flesh had been melted, as if it had been caught in one of the forest fires. Jagged teeth filled its gaping maw, undoubtedly able to kill. For a moment we connected eyes. I turned away quickly, hoping that the brief interaction would go unnoticed by the creature, but I couldn't be sure. I moved silently to the kitchen, fumbling around for one of the officer's cards to find his number. I sat behind the counter and called, praying that he would pick up. It was 1 a.m. The ringing went to his voicemail and I whispered in the phone that something was out there. Right then, as if the thing could hear me, it began slamming its weight into the door, shaking both the frame and the small cabin. I let out a shriek of fright and hung up the phone. I grabbed Baxter, who was barking furiously at the door, and went and hid in the room. I wasn't sure what to do. I hid under the bed and tried to pull Baxter under with me, but he resisted me. I then heard the door break and fall in the cabin as something stepped inside. Baxter ran out of the room, leaving me all alone under the bed. I feared for his safety, as he was now out there with that thing. I laid under the bed cowering, knowing that it was only a matter of time before I was found. I could hear Baxter bark out in the living room, and I braced myself for the worst, but to my surprise and horror, I heard a long and soft shh. Baxter had been shushed by the thing. It didn't want to kill him. It wanted me. I heard footsteps on the floor, searching around the apartment, undoubtedly looking for me. Slowly, they made their way back to my room, and I could see its feet slowly enter the doorway. It walked over to the closet and opened the door briefly, peering inside. I held my breath as it was now mere feet away from my face. The smell of rotting and burnt flesh filled the room. I tried not to gag on the odor, but I was overwhelmed. I then expected it to turn to me and drag me out with its claws, but rather, it did something more terrifying than what I could imagine. It then hid in the closet, closing the door. I was amazed at what was happening. I couldn't do anything. I laid under the bed, not breathing, not blinking, just staring ahead, hoping that whatever this thing was didn't come out and look under the bed. What felt like hours were probably only seconds. The thing wasn't just hiding. It was waiting. I didn't know where Baxter went, but I just hope he was okay. I laid under the bed all night, with no sleep, or even the possibility of distraction to comfort me. Certain death waited only a few feet away. Several hours later, when the sun started coming in through the windows, my heart dropped as I heard my phone ring loudly in my pocket. I tried my best to press the side button on my phone from outside my pocket. It only rang twice, but I knew it was too late. I then could hear the closet door slowly creak open. Officer Donahue and his partner arrived at the cabin around 8 in the morning. The seasoned officer shared with his partner the disturbing voicemail he had received from the witness earlier that morning. Both officers were unfazed, since this wasn't the first time that this had happened to someone staying out here. The sun was shining as the two exited the cruiser. They saw that the front door was broken, laying on the floor inside. The junior officer drew his weapon, but Donahue corrected him. "She won't be here. She only comes out at night." He put his weapon away, but heard shuffling coming from inside the cabin. He almost drew his gun again, but quickly saw it was the French bulldog of the witness from yesterday. Its paws and muzzle were covered in dried blood, but appeared to be uninjured. Donahue sighed. "So weird. She seems to ignore the pets. I wonder why that is." Donahue picked up Baxter and began walking back to the cruiser. "Well, this winter is off to a rough start. Let's file this case as another missing person." Just thought I'd share a couple of spooky stories from my childhood to get everyone hyped for Halloween. When I was a child, it was just me and my mother. We lived in a property owned by my grandma, a 3-story old farmhouse, right at the fringe of the woods. It was far off the road, down a long, unlit gravel driveway. It felt very isolated at night, being so distant from any other houses set in an area that hadn't been inhabited for 30 years, before we started living in it. Quite often, I was a fairly rambunctious child, so while my mom went off to work, I would occasionally skip the morning bus to school and stay home alone all day. The big house had a habit of feeling incredibly lonely and sparse, so I spent most of my time playing in the forest expanse out back. Some distance into the woods, far enough that I couldn't hear my mother when she called, there was a toppled pine tree, which had crashed into another, an even larger trunk on its way down, now frozen there, forming a long arc of the forest floor. I loved to climb up the jagged stump at the base of this fallen tree, and then steadied myself to a point just above the middle. I was never able to make it all the way to the top, because it just got too steep for me to continue any further, and I had a bad habit of freaking out about how high up I was. One day I was sitting on my usual spot on the fallen tree, which was a good distance from the ground, just listening to the birds singing and simultaneously feeling the warmth of the sun on my neck, when I heard something strange from underneath that paralyzed me in shock. "Hey, kid." I was gripped by a sudden strong surge of fear for a moment. The voice had come from directly underneath me. I strained to look down, but I couldn't see anything over the ledge. For a long time I just sat there in absolute silence, and I was at the point where I was almost soon to convince myself that I just imagined hearing a man's voice at all. "I know you can hear me." His voice was much louder this time, as I yelled something out and scrambled up a log a bit higher. Trembling nervously, I dug my fingernails into the bark and held tight for dear life. I sat there trying to collect my nerves for God knows how long. Although I couldn't see it, the presence of the thing underneath me was still clear. The bird song was much softer and more cautious this time, and when I listened closely, I swear I could hear the faintest echo of a human breathing. Gathering all my courage, I vowed to prove to myself that it was all just my imagination, by leaning over the edge as far as I possibly could, without slipping off. Digging hard into the bark behind me, I stretched out along my arms and peered over, getting a full view of the empty forest floor and undergrowth. When suddenly, "Come down here, or I'll come up and grab you." It was so loud it was as if I was being screamed at right in my face. I released my grip on the tree in fright and plunged off the platform. I was saved only by grabbing a nearby branch, and for an awful second, my bare legs dangled in the cool air. When I pulled myself up, I ran at full speed to the top of the collapsed pine, to the point I'd never reached before. I sat there, just below the rustling canopy, pissing myself and staring at the distant base where the splintered wood rose, fully expecting at any moment to see someone crawling up rapidly towards me. Instead, all I heard was the wind whistling in the leaves above and below me, and the occasional snippets of birdsong. It was about 2 hours before my mother got home and found me, after much worried searching, trembling and crying, at the top of the fallen tree. Although this incident spooked both me and my mother. In time I somehow recovered, exhibiting the naive hard skin of a child, although I never went as far into the forest as I used to, and never again even approaching that fallen tree. Once when I was 12, I had the chore of taking firewood from the shed out back, just at the edge of the woods, and to bring it back inside the house. It was a tiresome job, and I always chose to do it at dusk, when the air was brimming with mosquitoes and a swampy fog that usually coated the lawn. By the time I had made my last round, I would sprint back to the house, spooked. One of my least favorite things about this job was that the shed was full of barn owls. If you've ever seen a barn owl's face staring at you from a dark roof corner, then you'll know how uncomfortable that shed made me. One of these nights it got mistier than it had ever been before. A thick silver fog covered everything and limited my line of sight to a short sphere around me. Even though the shed wasn't far from the house, I found myself feeling disoriented, and more than once I walked in the wrong direction, both times for some reason walking straight into the woods. By the time I reached my last load, it was too foggy to see the street. My eyes stung in the moisture, and it made my vision blur. Lurching forward, I managed to walk headfirst into a tree, doubling over and dropping all of the wood I was bundling onto my feet with a hard crunch. As I went to pick them up with my foot throbbing pretty hard, I realized that the ground was too misty for me to see my own knees. I decided to head to the house since we had more than enough wood for one night. However, it was getting pretty dark and I couldn't make out any signifiers of which direction I was heading in. Even though I cautiously walked several feet in all directions, trying to figure out my position in the mist, I still couldn't figure out any point of identification. I couldn't even locate the fence or the gate, and the more I walked, the more I seemed to stumble into trees, pine needles and mud crunching under my feet instead of dew-covered lawn. After a while, I finally realized that I couldn't even find the shed anymore. Cursing myself for being so dumb, while trying to ignore my thumping heart and the senses that something else was at play, I became aware that I was lost somewhere in the fringe of the forest. Screaming out for my mother at the loudest possible volume was only met with a resounding silence from the depths of the mist all around from where I stood, affirming that I had wandered too far from the house to be heard. As a deep panic started to settle on me, I noticed a glimpse of something pink moving against a nearby pine trunk. Coming closer, I saw that it was a ripped out square of pink paper. On it there was an arrow pointing left. Looks vaguely like something my mom would make. I rationalized to keep me from getting lost. So foolishly, I followed the direction set by the green arrow, shivering in the increasing cold. I kept walking for about 5 to 10 minutes before needing to stop to take a breath. My heart was pounding so fast it was beginning to hurt. As I was sitting down, however, I spied what appeared to be another note fluttering on a nearby trunk. I noticed that this one was embedded with a long nail. It bore another arrow, this one pointing up, and a small sloppily written note that said, "This way." Despite my increasing panic, I convinced myself that these notes were my only shot at getting back before nightfall. I was desperate to get the hell out, and my brow was cold with sweat. So I followed the green arrow to a point where I could dimly make out another spot of pink, up an incline of a collapsed trunk and a leaf litter. At this point it was getting pretty dark, and I had to strain both my eyes just to see a few meters ahead of me. Following the green arrows, feeling less and less sure of where I was, I stumbled through the woods, groping out in the mist to feel for trace, although I was terrified of something unseen grabbing my arm. I came across a third green note which had another arrow pointing up again. This one led to an increasingly steep slope that I didn't recognize being anywhere near my house, and with a poorly drawn smiley face right above it. At this stage, I became too freaked to cope and started to cry there a little. As I slumped against the pine stump, the possibility that I would be out of these woods all night was beginning to sink in, like a syringe being driven into my veins within my arm. I got a glimpse of another pink square in the near distance. Squinting hard, unnerved by these notes, all of which look fresh and without sign of decay, despite the previous week's non-stop rain, I read it from afar. What I read made my blood turn cold. I stood to my knees, dead silent, wobbling on them in fear. My ears were sensitive to any tiny prickles of noise in the mist. For a long time I stood there in the rolling fog, reading and rereading the horrible note over and over again, before a snapping stick somewhere behind me caused me to sprint blindly, twigs snagging at my ankles and cutting up my face as I ran. Written on the note in big green letters was my name. It felt like I was running for hours. All the while, the rain and mist lapped the back of my neck, like the decaying breath of someone running right behind me. Somehow I made it back to the house. All the lights were off, and I struggled to find the keys for a moment. When I found them, I bolted indoors and quickly crawled into my bed, where I remained, unsleeping till morning. Mom just thought I'd come inside and gone to bed, and hadn't thought to leave the lights on. It was a miracle, aka some freakish coincidence, that I even found the house at all. The final incident at the damn house was witnessed only by my mother. Up until then, she had never experienced any of the strange things as I had. Although we mutually shared the peculiar oppressive quality that the house's interior had on us, and its placement in the dreary, imposing woods. Although I was obviously never a popular kid, by living way out into the country in the opposite direction from everyone else at my school, I did make some tight friends in my first year of high school. One of these friends, Amanda was her name, invited me over one night and I accepted. My mother drove me out to the place, which was about 3 miles away, then drove back home. The night went well. We watched a horror movie, suitably, devoured some pizza, and probably smoked a little pot. My mother went home alone where she intended to get some writing done. She worked for a magazine at that point. It was about midnight when I received an off-putting text from my mom in all caps. "Is this a prank? I need to know immediately." Thinking it was some kind of joke, I texted back, "Calm yourself. Is what a prank?" Almost immediately the response, "Are you at the house?" Of course, I responded, no, though I was thoroughly weirded out. I didn't receive another message until around 3 a.m., when she told me to go to my grandma's in the morning, and to not, by any means, dare go home. I remember those bleak torrents of rain the day I went to my grandmother's, and how terribly soaked I was when I finally got there. It was nearly 2 towns away. I had to fight the temptation to go home and drop my bags off, but Mom's disturbing messages from last night were enough of a warning not to do so. When I arrived, Mom and Grandma were having lunch. At first, my mother seemed to be in some sort of composed state, but when I get a better look at her, I noticed that all the color had drained from her face, and she was slightly trembling. At one point, she even sent a small glass crashing to the floor, after flinching at the cat brushing her ankles. It wasn't until later that night, when my grandmother was sound asleep, that she told me what had happened. She went further as to forbid me from telling old Grandma, out of fear that it would horrify her superstitious soul. This was what happened the night when I was at Amanda's, as she described in lurid detail. My mother was sitting on the first story in the living room, where she sat on the couch by the fire. Curtains opened to the view of the sunset on the canopy, going over her latest draft. At first it was so faint that she barely noticed it, but after a while, my mother became aware of, and vaguely irritated by, tiny thumping noises near her head, at the window. When she went over to investigate, she saw fat brown moths of a kind we often got at the place, buzzing madly into the glass. Reasoning that this was the cause of the sound, she returned to her work, however feeling rattled in some way. It was when the noise started to get sharper and louder that she paid more attention and saw the rocks were being thrown at the window from the total blackness of the forest's edge. She saw them appear from the shadows of the bush, and then fall in an arc and bounce off the window. Looking carefully, she could see small cracks from where the heavy ones had hit, right beside her, where her head had been moments before. Temporarily captivated, she tried to peer into the darkness enough to make out where the rocks were being thrown from. Then, with a startled shock, she jumped back from the window, as she saw me, standing half behind a tree, near the window. Grinning wide and staring at her, one of my visible eyes stretched open wide, showing all the white. She barely stifled a scream seeing her own daughter standing there, just staring and smiling. Not only did the figure not move nor blink, it was standing by one of the nearest pines, far from where the rocks were shooting out of the bush, as they continued to do so in a loud downpour. My face unceasingly continued to press out at her, smiling. Thinking this was all some kind of sick prank, hence the letter texts, my mom shouted my name at the top of her lungs, frightened to the core. However, instead of responding, the mouth of the thing, that looked like me, behind the trees just started moving, as if it were mouthing silent words really, really fast. Suddenly it turned its head to the side and seemed to be talking to someone else behind the tree, my mom said, who couldn't be seen. But she could see a formless black shape hanging against the other side of the tree. The girl that looked like me kept staring at my mother and doing the silent speed-talking thing, then turning and whispering to the thing next to her. Then she would turn back and start up again. Then, breaking the monotonous spell, she suddenly pointed straight at my mother and started laughing. My mother screamed and fled to the bedroom on the second story, the only room with a working lock, where she shut herself in and sat at the far end of the bed as the rocks began to pitter-patter against the window downstairs, dry heaving and weeping in fear. In my room, my mother said, she did not feel safe. There was an awful smell and a weird humming noise in the walls, as she described. She tried to pray for a time before giving up and just listening to the rocks pelt the walls and windows. Somewhere in the kitchen, she caught the distinct, vibrant sound of a window actually smashing, and the weird continuous humming. Listening more carefully, she could identify it as the softest hint of a mumbling voice. In absolute horror, she recognized the voice, and then, virtually too afraid to look, She tilted her head up to the closet door, where an awful, white face could be seen, staring right at her. Its mouth contorting and gaping what sounded like high sped-up whispering. The closet door was only a meter away from my mother. It started to open slowly. An unimaginable explosion of terror. She immediately bolted to the door, only to fumble with the lock as bigger and bigger rocks came crashing through the window, which burst apart in a spray of glass shards before finally getting out, running out of the house, completely keeping her eyes off the woods, getting into her car, and driving off. She said that as she glanced back, right at the end of the prolonged driveway, she saw two unmistakable human forms standing at my broken bedroom window, watching as her car got further and further away from our house. This would be their final farewell, as my mother never did step foot in that place again. As my mother told the story, she broke down in tears. I didn't doubt her, and I still don't. Honestly, I fully believe that she experienced what she says she did. It was also quite clear that we were done living in that house once and for all. I only went back once, with my dad, who I see very rarely now. He came from another state to help us move. Mom had already found a place in town and moved in. My dad and I just loaded up his truck with what was all left inside. It was a silent, sunny morning when we removed all the stuff and emptied the place. I wish we could say that there was some closure, some final spooking to cap it all off, but there wasn't. It was just a relief to get out of there. There are, however, two things left worth mentioning. 1. When we checked the house for any signs of intruders, we found that several windows, including the one in my bedroom and kitchen, had been smashed, and rocks were lying on the floor. 2. Dad went out into the trees for a bit to take a leak. When he came back, he asked me how long we had had that swing set for. Needless to say, we'd never owned a swing set, so I was fairly unsettled to discover that in the weeks that we'd been gone, someone had assembled a rope swing set from one of the highest branches of the old pine over the ridge, against which was the falling log that I stopped climbing many years ago. It was obviously new rope and nicely polished, sanded down wood set at the seat of the base. Dad wanted to keep my mind from recent events. He doubted the affair and thought my mother was mentally unstable. He said that a neighbor probably set it up, not realizing that it was on our property. Of course, he knew as well as I did that we had literally no neighbors for at least a mile in any direction. There were no houses in that place at all, and never in that time living there did I ever see other signs of human habitation. But I let it all go. I was pleased enough just to say good riddance to that horrible place as we drove off for good. For the most part, I found it best to try and forget what had happened at that place. Sometimes I just can't help but ponder it, though. It's been long enough now that I no longer feel scared talking about it, but for a long while, I couldn't. Seeing as it's Halloween, what better time to share? My grandma just recently sold the house to a new family, that being a young couple and their little son. Shortly after we moved out, despite my mother's desperate insistence that it be left empty. Now she refuses to talk about what had happened altogether. I'm less anxious about it, although sometimes I can't help but let imagination get the better of me. All I can do is think of that old house, the fallen down tree, the new occupants, and the swing out back, gently spinning in the breeze as that little boy toddles, obliviously, towards it. King Island loomed out of the mist like a ghostly lookout in the middle of the Bering Sea. The island, barely a mile wide and a mile long, was a rugged outcrop of steep slopes and jagged cliffs. Perched precariously on the cliffs was a village of stilted huts, abandoned for over 50 years. The village, once home to the Alaskan, now stood as a skeletal remnant of a long-gone era, its structures creaking in the wind, and its pathways overgrown with a tangle of hardy vegetation. The complete isolation of King Island was precisely what had drawn Michael Pay, a seasoned urban explorer and a popular YouTuber, to its shores. Michael had built a substantial following by documenting the forgotten corners of the world, places where history and decay intertwine to tell silent, haunting stories. King Island, with its unique history and haunting desolation, was a perfect addition to his channel. It was strictly against the rules, but he was determined to stay overnight, capturing footage what would memorize his audience and cement his reputation as a fearless explorer. As the daily tourist boat approached the island, Michael stood at the bow, his camera already recording the approach. The tourists around him chattered excitedly, their voices a stark contrast to the overwhelming silence of the island. The guide's voice echoed through a megaphone, recounting the history of the Asalek and the village's abandonment, but Michael barely listened. He had done his research into this place, and his mind was already focused on the night ahead. The boat docked at a small rickety pier, and the tourists disembarked, their cameras clicking as they took in the haunting scenery. Michael hung back though, his heart pounding with feelings of excitement and trepidation. He watched as the tourists were shepherded around by the guide, their visit limited to a relatively few safe spots. When the time came for the group to return to the boat, Michael discreetly slipped away, hiding behind one of the stilted huts until the sound of the boat's engine faded into the distance. Now alone on King Island, Michael felt an uncomfortable chill, one that had nothing to do with the temperature. The island seemed to breathe around him, its silence suddenly profound, and yet also suffocating. He glanced at his watch. It was just past noon. He had several hours of daylight left to explore and document the village before nightfall. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he set off up the steep slope, his camera capturing every creak of wood and rustle of wind-blown grass. For Michael, the true adventure had now begun, and yet, he had no idea of the terror that awaited him in the darkness. As dusk settled over King Island, the final rays of sunlight painted the abandoned village in hues of deep orange and shadowy blue. Michael had spent the afternoon methodically exploring and recording the empty huts and narrow pathways. Now, with the boat back to the mainland long departed, he was truly alone. He chose a relatively intact hut perched on the steep slope for his base camp, its weathered wood and rusted nails offering a semblance of shelter against the encroaching night. He set up his gear meticulously, arranging his camera equipment to capture a 360-degree view of the hut's interior. As the darkness deepened, Michael turned on his flashlight, its beam cutting through the thickening gloom. He spoke into his camera, narrating his thoughts and observations about the ghostly silence and the desolate beauty of this place. His voice sounded unnaturally loud against the backdrop of the island's quiet. With the camera running, Michael ventured outside to continue his exploration, under the cover of night. The village felt different in the dark, more sinister, as if the shadows themselves were alive. As he walked, he noticed the wind had picked up, creating an eerie symphony as it whistled through the stilts and cracked wooden beams. Then came the first noise, a faint rhythmic tapping, like the sound of a footstep on a wooden plank. Michael froze, his flashlight beam darting towards the source of the noise. He saw nothing but the empty village, the windswept paths, and the ghostly silhouettes of the huts. He shook his head, convincing himself it was just the wind playing tricks on his mind. Michael swung around, his flashlight flickered as if the batteries were dying. The beam fell on a shadowy figure standing at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the light. His heart pounded as he squinted, trying to make out the features of the figure. But in the blink of an eye, it was gone, leaving only the swaying grass and the echo of his heartbeat. Returning to the hut, Michael felt the first pangs of true fear. He reviewed his footage, hoping to find a rational explanation. But the camera only showed what he had seen: an empty village, a desolate clearing, and a fleeting shadow. The hut's creaking grew louder, more persistent, like the steady drip of water from a faucet, and Michael could no longer ignore the growing sense of dread. As he settled into his sleeping bag, the wind outside seemed to carry whispers, faint and unintelligible. The hut groaned and creaked around him, each noise amplified in the silence. He tried to rationalize it as the natural sounds of an old structure, but deep down, he knew something was very wrong. The island was not as abandoned as it seemed, and the spirits of the ancient people, restless and angry, were making their presence known. Sleep was elusive as Michael lay there, eyes wide open, every muscle in his body tense. He realized that he was not alone on King Island, and whatever was out there in the dark was watching and waiting. The first signs of haunting had made themselves known, and his stay on the desolate island was far from over. Dawn eventually arrived on King Island, but the sunlight did little to dispel the lingering sense of unease. Michael awoke from a restless sleep, his mind still haunted by the inexplicable sounds and shadows of the night before. Determined to uncover the island's secrets, he packed his gear and set out to explore more of the village in the stark light of day. As he navigated the narrow, overgrown paths, Michael stumbled upon an old communal area. The remains of a large fire pit, surrounded by weathered totems and carvings, hinted at the rich cultural civilization that once thrived here. Intricate markings, some almost faded beyond recognition, decorated the totems, telling stories that Michael could only guess at. He documented everything with meticulous care, feeling a strange mixture of excitement and dread. The day passed in a blur of discoveries and mounting tension. The more Michael uncovered, the more the island seemed to respond. Objects began to move on their own, a stone rolling across the floor, a door creaking open without a breeze to move it. Whispers filled the air, barely audible, elusive and just beyond the range of comprehension. At times, he swore he caught glimpses of figures out of the corner of his eye, but they vanished the moment he turned to look. As evening approached, Michael retreated to the hut to review his footage and conduct some research on the Asulik tribe. Using a satellite internet connection, he delved into the historical records and the anthropological studies. He learned that the Asulik had lived on King Island for generations, thriving in their unique and challenging environment. However, the records grew vague and unsettling when describing the tribe's sudden departure. According to local folklore and a number of academic sources, the Asulik had been driven away by the spirits of an even older civilization. These ancient spirits, it was said, were powerful and hostile, and had been angry at the intrusion of the living on their sacred land. The tribe's shaman had reportedly tried to appease the spirits with rituals and offerings, but in the end, the Asulik had no choice but to abandon their island, leaving their homes and possessions behind. This realization hit Michael hard. The spirits he had sensed were not just figments of his imagination, or mere remnants of the past. They were real, and dangerously active. As the sun again dipped below the horizon, plunging the island into darkness once more, the paranormal activity escalated to a terrifying level. The whispers grew louder and more coherent, forming disjointed phrases in a language Michael could not understand. Shadows flitted across the walls, sometimes taking on humanoid shapes that seemed to reach out to him. Objects flew across the room with violent force, and the temperature plummeted, making his breath visible in the frigid air. Michael's camera, which he had left running in the corner of the hut, captured everything, the whispers, the shadows, even the flying objects. He knew he had irrefutable evidence of the haunting, evidence that could propel his YouTube fame to new heights, but the triumph of that realization was overshadowed by sheer terror. He no longer was just an observer. Now, he was a target. Outside, the wind howled, and the hut's aging structure groaned under the pressure of the unseen forces. Michael knew he was running out of time. With trembling hands, he began to set up a makeshift altar using the artifacts he had found, hoping against hope that he could survive until the boat returned the next day. His second night here was far from over, and the spirits of King Island were closing in. The midnight air on King Island was thick with unnatural chill, as if the island itself had been plunged into an abyss of despair. Michael's makeshift altar stood in the center of the hut, the artifacts arranged with a desperate hope that they might placate the vengeful spirits. But as he knelt before it, clutching the ceremonial mask, the atmosphere inside the hut grew increasingly oppressive. Without warning, a deafening crash reverberated through the hut. The walls shuddered as an unseen malevolent force battered them from all sides. Michael scrambled to his feet, heart pounding, as a ghostly figure materialized in front of him. It was a translucent vision of an ancient shaman, eyes burning with an ethereal fire. The spirit's mouth moved, emanating a guttural chant that resonated deep within Michael's bones. Before he could react, the shaman raised a spectral hand, and Michael was thrown backward by an invisible force. He crashed into the far wall, pain radiating throughout his body. The mask slipped from his grasp, skidding across the floor. Struggling to breathe, he watched in horror as the room filled with more ghostly apparitions. Men, women, and children of the ancient tribe, their faces contorted with anger and sorrow. The spirits moved with purpose, their collective rage directed at Michael. Objects in the hut levitated and hurtled towards him, barely missing their mark. He ducked and dodged, each near miss intensifying his fear. His initial curiosity about the haunting had morphed into sheer terror. The realization that he was no longer an observer, but a target, fully sank in. Desperation clawed at his mind as he tried to formulate an escape plan. He grabbed his flashlight and darted out of the hut, the beams of the light flickering erratically. The village outside was a maze of shifting shadows and supernatural glowing figures. Every direction seemed fraught with danger, but he knew he couldn't possibly stay in the hut. His thoughts raced as he considered his options. The boat would return at dawn, but that was hours away. He was trapped on the island, with no immediate means of escape. The only chance he had was to survive until daylight. He remembered the old fire pit and the communal area he'd found earlier. Perhaps he could use the open space to his advantage, keeping the spirits at bay long enough to endure the night. As he ran through the village, the spirits pursued him relentlessly. Their whispers grew into a cacophony of wails and chants, their forms flickering in and out of existence. One spirit, more corporeal than the others, reached out and clawed at his arm. Pain had shot through him as if he had been burned. He stumbled but forced himself to keep moving, adrenaline surging through his veins. Finally, he reached the clearing with the fire pit. He dropped to his knees and hastily gathered kindling and wood, praying that a fire might provide some kind of protection. His hands trembled as he struck a match, the tiny flame offering a glimmer of hope. After a short while, he managed to get a small fire going, the flickering flames casting long shadows around the clearing. For a moment, the spirits seemed to hesitate, their forms wavering at the edge of the firelight. Michael took the opportunity to catch his breath, taking stock of the reality of his situation. He was alone, outmatched and surrounded by hostile forces he barely understood. The curiosity that had driven him to explore King Island now felt like a cruel joke, replaced by a primal fear for his life. The spirits quickly regrouped, their resolve unbroken. They began to circle the fire, their chants growing louder, more insistent. Michael knew the fire wouldn't hold them off forever. As he stared into the flames, he recalled the rituals and offerings mentioned in his research. He needed to perform some form of appeasement, but he had no idea how, or if it would even work. With no other options, he grabbed the ceremonial mask from his backpack and placed it on his face, hoping it would grant him some connection to the spirits. He mimicked the shaman's chants he had heard earlier, his voice trembling. The spirits paused, their eyes fixed on him with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. For a brief, hopeful moment, the island seemed to hold its breath. But then the shaman's spirit stepped forward, raising its hand once more. The fire blazed higher, and the ground beneath Michael's feet began to shake. He realized with dawning horror that his attempt at appeasing had only enraged them further. As the spirits closed in, Michael's fear reached its peak. He was out of time, and options, facing the full wrath of the island's ancient inhabitants. His only hope now was to somehow endure the night and pray for dawn's arrival when the boat would return and offer a chance at escape. The second night on King Island had turned into an unrelenting nightmare. Michael clung to the hope that he could survive until dawn, but the spirit showed no signs of abating. As he huddled by the fire, the shaman's spirit slowly advanced, its spectral form pulsating with a malevolent energy. The other spirits closed in as well, their chants reaching a fever pitch. Michael's mind raced as he tried to think of a strategy. His urban exploration skills had taught him to navigate any number of dangerous, unstable environments, and he knew he had to use those skills now. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the fight of his life. Grabbing his flashlight and camera, he made a sudden dash away from the fire, heading towards the cliffs on the far side of the village. The spirits followed, their wrath tangible in the air. The ground beneath Michael's feet seemed to tremble with each step, and the whispers and wails of the spirits filled his ears, almost drowning out his own thoughts. He navigated the narrow paths and unstable ground with precision, avoiding pitfalls and crumbling structures. His flashlight beam bounced erratically, casting grotesque shadows that danced and swirled around him. As he climbed higher, the wind picked up, howling through the cliffs and adding to the cacophony of noise. Michael's breath came in ragged gasps, his muscles burning with exertion. He knew he couldn't keep up this pace for long, but stopping was not an option. He glanced at his watch. Dawn was still hours away. He needed to buy himself more time. Reaching a high vantage point, Michael paused to catch his breath and reassess his situation. Below, the spirits swarmed the village, their glowing forms like a sea of angry fireflies. He could see the faint outline of the shore in the distance, where the boat would arrive with the first light of day. It was his only chance, but the path down was treacherous and filled with the restless dead. Suddenly, the shaman's spirit appeared in front of him, its eyes burning with an intense, otherworldly light. Michael stumbled back, nearly losing his footing. The spirit raised its arms, and the air around Michael grew thick and oppressive, as if the very atmosphere was trying to crush him. Gasping for breath, he realized he had to confront the shaman if he hoped to make it to the shore. Drawing on every ounce of courage, Michael stood his ground. He remembered the chants he had mimicked earlier and began to repeat them, his voice trembling but growing steadily with each word. The shaman's spirit hesitated, its form flickering. Encouraged, Michael continued, his voice rising above the howling wind and the spirit's wails. The shaman let out an unearthly scream, and Michael felt a force slam into him, knocking him to the ground. Pain shot through his body, but he forced himself to get up. He couldn't give in now. With a final desperate push, he shouted the last lines of the chant, his voice breaking the spectral tension around him. For a moment, everything went still. The spirits paused, their forms wavering. The shaman's eyes locked into Michael's, and he felt a strange connection, as if the spirit was seeing him, truly seeing him for the first time. Then, with a burst of light, the shaman vanished, and the other spirits began to fade, their energies dissipating into the night. But the danger wasn't over, and Michael knew the spirits could return at any moment. He seized the opportunity and began his descent towards the shore. The path was steep and slippery, and he had used every bit of his agility and knowledge to avoid falling. The first hints of dawn were beginning to color the sky, casting a pale light over the island. As he neared the bottom, the spirits reappeared, more aggressive than ever. They surged towards him, their forms coalescing into a wall of spectral rage. Michael pushed himself harder, his legs burning with exhaustion, his mind a blur of fear and determination. The sound of the boat's horn in the distance spurred him on. Finally, he burst through the last of the undergrowth, the rocky shore now within running distance. The boat was approaching, its lights cutting through the early morning mist. Michael waved frantically, his voice hoarse as he shouted for help. The spirits were closing in, their whispers now a deafening roar in his ears. He knew he had survived a night of unimaginable horror, but the experience had left its mark. The footage he had captured would prove the existence of the supernatural, but at a cost he had never anticipated. The island's secrets had nearly claimed his life, and if he was to successfully escape, he knew that their whispers would haunt him forever. As the first light of dawn finally pierced through the dense fog, Michael reached the shore, his body bruised and battered, his spirit frayed by the night's harrowing ordeal. The sound of the spirits' whispers were now a deafening roar behind him, urging him to run faster to escape their wrath. He stumbled over the rocky terrain, each step fueled by sheer desperation. Just as he feared the spirits would catch him, the tourist boat's horn blared in the distance. The vessel's light cut through the mist, a beacon of salvation. Michael waved his arms frantically, his shouts for help merging with the cries of the spirits. The crew on the boat spotted him, and the boat made a swift turn towards the shore. As Michael neared the edge of the water, the spirits surged forward, their forms more solid and menacing than ever. But as the boat approached, the spirits recoiled, unable to follow him any further. An invisible barrier seemed to hold them back, their glowing eyes burning with frustration and anger. They hovered at the shore, their wails rising to a fever pitch before they began to dissolve in the light of the rising sun. The boat crew threw a rope ladder over the side, and Michael grabbed it with shaking hands, climbing aboard with the last of his strength. He collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. The crew surrounded him, their faces etched with concern and confusion. "Are you alright, buddy?" one of the crew members asked him, kneeling beside him. Michael struggled to sit up, his voice hoarse and weak. "You have to believe me," he said, his words tumbling out in a rush. "The island, it's haunted. The spirits, they tried to kill me." The crew exchanged skeptical glances. The captain, a grizzled man with a weathered face, stepped forward. "You must have had one hell of a couple of nights," he said, his tone dismissive. "These old places can play tricks on the mind, especially when you're out there alone." "No, you don't understand," Michael insisted, his eyes wide with urgency. "I have proof. The spirits, they were real. I have it all on camera." The crew members helped him to a bench, offering him water and a blanket. Despite his frantic explanations, they seemed to attribute his fear to the isolation and stress of spending 2 nights on the deserted island. They murmured soothing words, assuring him he was safe now, but their expressions remained doubtful. Having taken a roll call of passenger numbers, they have eventually realized that Michael was missing. Consequently, the tourist trip had been canceled for the day while they attempted to find him, if necessary, and bring him back to the mainland. As the boat pulled away from King Island, Michael looked back one more time. The spirits had faded into the morning light, leaving only the desolate village behind. The haunting cries and ghostly figures were gone, but their presence lingered in his mind. He knew what he had experienced was real, and the footage on his camera would prove it. Yet, as he clutched the camera to his chest, he realized that convincing others of the truth would be an entirely different battle. The boat's engine hummed steadily as they made their way back to the mainland. Michael closed his eyes, exhaustion washing over him. He had narrowly escaped with his life, but the memories of King Island would haunt him forever. Back on the mainland, Michael retreated to the familiarity of a small rented apartment, still reeling from the nightmarish events on King Island. His body bore the bruises and scratches of his encounter with the spirits, but it was the scars on his mind that weighed heaviest. He knew for certain that he had captured everything on camera. The whispers, the apparitions, the terrifying manifestations of the spirits. But as he sat down to review the footage, a gnawing fear crept over him. This footage would send him into the YouTube stratosphere if it had captured his ordeal fully. With trembling hands, he plugged in his camera and opened the files. To his astonishment, the footage played smoothly, every moment vivid and clear, as if he were reliving the night all over again. The camera had caught the eerie glow of the spirits, their ethereal forms moving with the haunting rays. The whispers echoed through the speakers, sending a chill down his spine, even in the safety of his apartment. Michael felt emotions of relief and dread. He now had undeniable proof of the paranormal activities on King Island, footage that could potentially validate his terrifying experience. But as he contemplated sharing the footage with the world, a series of strange occurrences began to unfold around him. It started with subtle noises, a faint tapping on the windows, whispers that seemed to linger in the corners of the room. Michael dismissed them at first, attributing them to nerves and exhaustion. But as the days passed, the occurrences grew more pronounced. Objects moved on their own. A chair scraped across the floor when he turned his back. A picture frame tilted askew, without explanation. The air in his apartment felt heavy, as if charged with an unseen presence. Michael's sleep became fitful, plagued by dreams of shadowy figures and echoing chants. He knew that the spirits had not stayed behind on King Island. They had followed him, their presence lingering like a dark cloud over his life. Fear gnawed at him day and night, his once passionate pursuit of urban exploration now tainted by the specter of the supernatural. He hesitated to release the footage on YouTube, unsure of the consequences it might bring. Would sharing the proof of the spirit's existence invite more torment, more relentless haunting? In a moment of desperate clarity, Michael decided. He deleted the footage, erasing all the evidence of his ordeal on King Island. It was perhaps a futile attempt to appease the spirits, to erase any trace of their presence from his life. But deep down, he knew it wouldn't be enough. The spirits had marked him, and they would not rest until they had exacted their toll. As he sat alone in the darkened apartment, haunted by the memories of King Island and the unseen forces that now surrounded him, Michael realized the true twist of his story. The spirits had won. They had not only driven him to the edge of terror, but had followed him back to ensure he would never forget the price of trespassing into their realm. And so, Michael Pay, once a fearless explorer of abandoned places, slowly became a prisoner of his own fear, forever haunted by the spirits of King Island, and the chilling truth that some ghosts never truly leave the places they haunt, while others never leave those that trespass their home. I try to live my life without too many regrets. I've had highs and lows like everyone else, sure, but I do what I can not to worry too much about what could have happened if I made a different choice, if I maybe hadn't taken the road less traveled. I figure everyone makes the best decisions they can with the information they have available to them at the time. Going through all the what ifs is ridiculous, because the only way you would have made a different choice is if you had some other detail, which of course you didn't. Hindsight is perfect, and even then, you can never be sure exactly what the sequences of events might have looked like if you'd gone right instead of left. And yet there is one choice I made, one road I took that I just can't help but wonder how things might have turned out if I only done something different. My job has me move around pretty regularly. I'm not going to get into what I do, it has no bearing on the story. But a couple years ago, I was working in Philadelphia and living on the other side of the Delaware River in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. I'm originally from northwestern Pennsylvania, and since this was the closest I'd been to home since I'd moved down to college, I took the chance to go see my parents whenever I could. I knew I'd be moving again before long, and my folks aren't getting any younger, so I tried to find a weekend every month or so to make the 7-hour trip to visit them. If I'd been thinking about it when I was looking for a place to rent, I'd probably tried to live on the west side of Philadelphia, instead of in New Jersey, to avoid the traffic during rush hour. But by the time I realized it, the lease was signed, and there was not much that I could do. The drive to my hometown was pretty boring, honestly. I'd take the Ben Franklin Bridge across the river, head up I-476 for an hour or so, then embark on a long slog across basically the entire expanse of Pennsylvania, on I-80, before another hour north on I-79 to Erie, Pennsylvania, where I'm from. The only variance in the drive was how long it would take me to get through Philly, because once I got on 476 extension, I could typically predict my ETA within 5 or 10 minutes. For my second summer in Jersey, I'd taken 2 weeks off and planned on spending the second week in Erie. Things changed that first Wednesday though, because a big storm blew through and knocked out power in a good part of the area where I was living. Dealing with 90-degree heat with no air conditioning wasn't something I particularly felt like spending the first half of my vacation doing. So after one uncomfortable sweaty night, I let my parents know I'd be heading over a few days early. In retrospect, I should have left the first thing in the morning, but because I had a couple things to take care of before heading out, by the time I finally got on the road that Thursday, it was past lunchtime and getting on toward mid-afternoon. For whatever reason, the traffic in Philly was particularly heavy, and by the time I finally got through town, I was a good hour behind schedule. Still, based on my normal timeline, I figured I'd still be able to make it in early enough to grab a dinner and beer with my dad and brother before crashing in for the night. 2 things I hadn't taken into consideration were the number of other folks that apparently had the same idea to get out of town that I did, and the road construction that must have sprung up in the time since my last trip home. The interstate highway system is a heck of a thing. Being able to zip along at 65, 70, or in some remote places like West Texas, even faster, making a cross-country automobile travel take a fraction of the hours it would take otherwise. I can't tell you the number of times my folks have reminisced about the days before the interstate, when going to see your friends outside of DC would almost take twice as long as it does now. What is truly remarkable to me, though, is that even though the entire system of highways were built start to finish in a mere 35 years, it sure seems like when parts of it go under construction, they stay that way forever. Traffic was uncharacteristically heavy, but moving. I was making decent time until I saw the first orange warning signs, letting me know that our 4 lanes were reducing to 3, and then 2, and then 1. Hundreds of cones stretched down the road as far as the eye could see, and see I certainly could, as the cars in front of me reached a complete and total standstill. It was one of the worst deadlocks I've ever been in. Seriously, I think I moved a mile an hour. About after 3 hours, my stomach started grumbling. With an exit just ahead, and no end in the traffic jam in sight, I got off and found a diner to grab some dinner. Even if traffic miraculously picked up, I still had a solid 5 hours of driving ahead of me. So at that point, I knew for sure it was going to be a pretty late night that I was getting in. After finished eating, I got back on the road. Things looked like they were picking up for a couple of miles. But then I came up to the back end of the jam, and was right back to waiting. We were moving a little bit better, I think averaging about 5 miles an hour at this point. But as the sun started edging towards the horizon, I pulled out my phone and started to see if Google Maps could clue me in on any kind of workaround. It's a funny thing about human nature. Most of us don't like to sit still. Studies at airports have shown that people would rather walk farther to the baggage claim to get their luggage, even if the total time would have been less, if they have had a slightly longer wait at the plane side. Well, the power of the internet appeared to be in my favor, though I-80 still showed as a dark red band for another 50 miles or so. There was a southbound county road coming up just in a few miles, and a northbound a couple after that, either of which looked like they'd let me pass the worst of the traffic. Since I spent the better part of the day sitting on the road, my patience was about worn out. I opted to take the southbound road even though the app told me it would ultimately take 30 minutes longer to get to my parents' house. I just wanted to get moving again, and reasoned that at this rate, it might take me more than 30 minutes difference to get the northbound route anyways. And that is a choice that will haunt me until the day I die. I made the turnoff and immediately felt my mood improve. The signs altered, limiting my speed between 35 and 40 miles an hour, but even that seemed like flying compared to the logjam I spent the last several hours in. The drive was interesting. The road started a little twisty, with plenty of elevation changes as it curved up and around the hills of central Pennsylvania. It took me on a general southwest diagonal, but turned and double-backed on itself enough for the first 30 minutes or so. I got regular views of the stalled traffic on I-80. Pretty soon after that, though, just about the time the sun was dipping beneath the couple of hills on my rearview mirror, the road took a long curving tack and carried me down a way and out of the sight of the interstate. Now, something that a lot of people don't realize is how big of a state Pennsylvania is. Sure, there are plenty of bigger ones, but Pennsylvania is deceptively big, and it's remote. Isolated. Hell, the translation of the name means Penn's Woods after all. The Blair Witch Project didn't have to embellish that aspect of the state. The fact that you could head into the woods and walk for dozens of miles in any direction without seeing anything like another human being. It's got a decent number of big cities. Pittsburgh and Philly both have enough of a population to support major sports teams. But away from those centers of development, the Harrisburgs and the Pottsvilles and the Scrantons and what have you, there's a whole lot of nothing. Nothing in trees. And dark and lonely road. Such was the road I was traveling that night, winding through the twists and turns of the Appalachian foothills. I moved around a lot, I mentioned. Traveled through most of the continental states anyway. I sometimes used to wonder, when I'd be driving along a patch of asphalt surrounded by only untamed wilderness, what it must have been like to construct such a road. What had it been like before men had intruded with our civilization and our machines? What had lived out there? I don't wonder anymore, not since that night when I went left instead of right. The way continued to twist, back and forth, up and down. As I wound deeper into the foothills, the trees grew thicker, branches from either side of the road reaching over and almost touching, forming a natural canopy 20 feet up and blocked out much of the view of the sky and stars above. I drove with my high beams on, because of the idea of streetlights had never entered the minds of whoever had built this road. The painted lines were old and not well cared for, and I found myself gradually straddling the faded double yellow partition running down the middle of the two lanes to keep some distance between myself and the trees that increasingly encroached the pavement's edge. I've never been a particularly good navigator. My parents used to say it was because I spent my childhood with my nose pushed into a book during car rides, but I personally just think it's because I'm bad at it. So despite there being no possible way I could be lost, as there were no other roads I could have possibly turned onto and gotten off track, I more and more frequently found myself checking my phone to ensure I was still on the right path, which is how I almost ran into the other car. My mind was wandering, thinking about the fact that my signal bars had dropped and remained at 0 for the last 20 minutes, and what possible implications that would mean if I should have some kind of emergency. I raised my eyes back to the road after Google Maps confirmed for probably the 20th time I was still good on my route choice, and after my brain took a beat to process that what I was rapidly approaching was a vehicle, stopped in the middle of the lane and slapped my foot on the brake. I stopped in time, but not by much, with maybe 5 feet separating my hood from the other car's rear bumper. My heart was pounding in my chest as adrenaline coursed through my body, but my fear quickly gave way to anger. Seriously, what the hell was this guy doing? Not only was he stopped in the middle of the road, but all of his lights were off. If I hadn't had my high beams on, there was a good chance I wouldn't have seen him before I practically was on top of him, even if I hadn't been checking my phone. I could feel my pulse beating in the vein on the side of my neck. I'm not somebody particularly prone to road rage, and after a couple of quick breaths, I managed to get a hold of myself. Not wanting to outright alarm anyone that might still be in the vehicle, I shifted into reverse and backed up about 20 feet, popping my hazards on. That was when I started noticing a few odd things about the stopped car, more than just the fact that the lights were out. Of course, it was halted directly in the middle of the road, but that wasn't unreasonable, since there wasn't any shoulder to speak of that a driver could have moved onto. The strange thing, though, was that all the doors were open. Those on the driver's side even crossed slightly into the oncoming traffic light. And upon further observation, I saw an item dropped onto the road by the rear driver's side door, something that appeared to be a child-stuffed animal. I considered my options, and after a few seconds, decided that I would go against my better judgment, keep on my merry way, and head outside to get a better idea of what was going on. I said earlier that my job doesn't have anything to do with the story, which is mostly true. But before you judge my decisions too harshly, it bears mentioning that I've spent some time in the military. An obligation to help people has been drilled into me over the years, and I've seen enough things while deployed to feel that I could handle myself. And so I got out of my car, but kept it running. I popped the trunk to grab the flashlight I kept there and left my headlights on so I could see what I was doing. I looked up and down the road, hoping to spy signs of other cars approaching, but no luck. Hello? I called up to the other car as I cautiously started my approach, circling around to the left towards the middle of the road, so I'd be able to get a look inside before I got too close. Anyone there? No answer. The beams from my headlights helped some, but there were still enough shadows to obscure the car's interior. Shining my flashlight easily determined that no one was inside though. I moved closer, stooping down by the rear door to pick up the fallen object off the ground. It was a child's toy, just as I had suspected. A stuffed rabbit with well-worn patches showing signs of frequent love. I frowned. If the folks traveling in the car had hitched a ride with a passerby, they would have taken the rabbit, or the kid would have thrown a conniption. I shut the rear door and moved up to the front. I put my hand on the hood and found it was still warm to the touch. That meant it couldn't have been here terribly long. I slid into the driver's seat to try and figure out if there was some kind of mechanical issue that would have forced the car to stop, and was startled to find a set of keys still dangling from the ignition. Pressing the brake, I turned the key, and the ignition started right up. Headlights and the dome light in the roof sprung to life. Fuel, oil, temperature, battery, all the gauges looked good. Not even a check engine light. Curiouser and curiouser. Then I saw the purse in the passenger seat. I picked it up. A normal brown shoulder bag, and briefly rummaged around finding a wallet inside. Everything appeared to be intact. It had about $40 in cash, a couple of credit cards, a gym membership, and a Sam's Club card. The driver's license named the owner as Mary Walker, a pretty blonde that had just turned 30 the month before. A couple pictures showed Mary in staged poses, sitting on a blanket under a tree, the leaves of which were red and yellow, captured in the thrall of autumn. A huge bearded lumberjack of a man hugged her from behind. A small ponytail girl with a goofy, over-exaggerated smile on her lap. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, a shiver running down to the base of my spine. Something was very wrong with the situation. I put everything back in the purse and returned it to the seat, turned off the car, and got out, shutting the driver's door behind me. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and dialed 911, holding it over my head to try to get a connection. No luck. Cursing softly, I jammed the red end call button and moved around to the passenger side of the car. I played my flashlight around and noticed that some of the foliage at the edge of the road was bent and trampled, like someone had walked through it. I didn't have enough woodcraft to be able to judge how long they might have passed, but even then, I couldn't imagine any scenario for why they would have gone wandering. Shining my light into the woods, the beam only extended maybe 30 feet though, the trees before being effectively swallowed by the greedy blackness. Looking at the flattened foliage, at the stuffed rabbit in my hand, then at the dark trees crowding maliciously, my thoughts teetered back and forth between what I should do. I made up my mind. I'd been trained to help people. It was hardwired into my system. There was a child somewhere, in the woods. I raised my foot to take a step onto the beaten path. That's when a white flicker of movement entered the very edge of my flashlight's beam. It was Mary Walker. She was naked and walking stiffly, unnaturally. Her arms swayed out of sync with the rest of her body, like a marionette manipulated by an inexperienced puppeteer. "Hello?" her voice called out. "Anyone there?" More shapes came into view behind her, shambling along. Here, the bearded man who must have been Mary's husband. There, her little daughter, owner of the well-loved rabbit. Both naked. Both moving as oddly as their wife and mother. And now I could tell that there were more. Many more. Their forms indistinct out of the direct light, but so many. They caused the darkness to pitch and swell with their odd, staggering passage. Their voices a chorus. "Hello?" they called. "Anyone there?" Parroting back the question I asked only a few short minutes ago, when I'd approached the abandoned car. I took a stumbling step back, away from the woods and the approaching automatons, tripping into the walker's car. Catching my balance, I involuntarily shone my light up to the pitch recesses of the branches, and in doing so, could just make out barely a sort of darkness crouched hidden in the upper limits, a void even darker than the trees. Was it my imagination? Those lines of pure blackness that extended from the concealed mass and seemed to pierce the flesh of Mary Walker, her kin and the countless other shapes moving in concert with them. "Hello? Anyone there?" I sprinted then, back to my car, engine mercifully still running, headlights and hazards flashing welcomely. "Hello?" I shifted to reverse, miraculously keeping enough of my head to avoid running off the road as I completed a 3-point turn. "Anyone there?" I chanced a glance in my rearview mirror. The pale form of Mary Walker stood halted, just at the edge of the forest where the trees met the road. One hand was raised, beckoning me to return, or perhaps waving goodbye. her face a mask of confused sadness. I pressed the gas and drove back the way I came. I didn't look back again. The rest of the trip was a fog. At some point after I made it back to the interstate, I called my parents, letting them know that I wouldn't be getting in until late. I drove on autopilot, the traffic jam having cleared while I was off. I was about to call 911, but I didn't. What would I have told them? And to what end? There was no one left to be helped. I try not to go through life with too many regrets, wondering about what ifs, but this choice. What if I had left earlier in the day? What if I hadn't stopped for dinner? Maybe I still would have gone left. Maybe I would have been there in the time to help the walkers. Maybe I would have been taken by that black thing, fishing in the dark. What if I'd gone right? Would I still be ignorantly going through life, unknowing there are other things out there? I try not to think of it too often, but every now and then, my thoughts turn to the stuffed rabbit. It wasn't until I reached my parents' house that night that I realized I still had it clutched to my hand. I used to wonder, before men brought our roads and civilization, what was the wilderness like? What lived there? I don't wonder anymore. I can't afford to, at least if I don't want to wake up screaming. And no matter how bad the traffic is, I always stick to the interstate.